we'll see we are expecting the Fed to cut rates. And so I don't think that that's automatically going to spur an immediate rebound in hiring. We think that that's going to come more in 2026, as you do have easier monetary policy beginning to feed through. You also have the benefits of more stimulative fiscal policy. So we still think that we're in for a rough patch here over the next few months. But I think easier monetary policy will help spur a rebound as we are in 2026.
So a number of guests who've come on surveillance talk about the likelihood of a reacceleration next year because of the One Big Beautiful Bill going into effect, because of certain investment plans that have been in the pike waiting for a time for corporate executives to pull the trigger. Why do you reject that as a source of rebound and still see a deceleration?
Well, so to be clear, we're looking for a deceleration in hiring through the remainder of 2025, but I do think that you'll see activity and hiring pick up in 2026. So the reason for that reacceleration in activity is some of the fiscal support related to the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, which you mentioned, some of that easier monetary policy, but also just, I think, businesses digesting some of these changes to trade policy. They can only delay a lot of capital spending plans so long. And so I do think that that will help drive a rebound in hiring once we get into 2026, but the remaining months of the year, I think, are going to be pretty rough.
Sarah, how much weight should we put on the new orders component of the ISMs this week for both manufacturing and services, and that snapback we've seen, that bounce? What do you think that speaks to?
Yeah, so I think it is the fact that we have reduced some of the policy uncertainty since the spring. So I think that was causing a lot of businesses to pause activity. But those businesses, I think, can only wait so long as they're getting a little bit more clarity on the course of where policy is going, as I think overall economic conditions haven't softened quite as much as a lot of business decision makers have feared. I think they're going forward and moving with that. So I think it's an encouraging sign. The ISM indicators, as timely and as they've been, they're not always, I think you have to take them in concert with what we're seeing elsewhere, but it's definitely a positive sign in terms of momentum, I think stabilizing and potentially even getting set for a reacceleration as we move later on.
Sarah, 10 years ago, if we'd seen this breakdown to an average of payrolls for 3 months around 30 to 50K, I think we'd be very, very worried about recession. Is there something different about this economy, which means 30 to 50,000 isn't what it used to be?
Yeah, absolutely. So it really comes down to the labor supply picture. So we have an increasingly aging population, and so that alone points to you need essentially a lower break-even rate for payroll growth. But then you layer on top of it this market shift in terms of immigration patterns, which I think is really driving that break-even lower to where you probably don't need something. You probably need a number below 50,000, maybe even lower than that, I think, to really spark alarm in this environment. And so I do think that the goalpost has kind of moved in terms of what constitutes a jobs number that you do need to worry about right now.
Sarah, is this low hire, low fire dynamic structural or cyclical? Is this something that's going to change when the economy does reaccelerate? Or is this something that is just sort of inherent to an aging population and the dynamics that you were just talking about?
No, I think it is more cyclical in terms of there's still a lot of uncertainty. So yes, it's come down since where we were back in the spring, but I think businesses are still being really cautious right now. They don't know exactly where end demand is going to be, just given some of the tariff constraints. Even if you're not directly exposed to tariffs, if you are, you're looking for ways to reduce costs, and so you're really reluctant to hire, even if you don't necessarily want to let go of your existing workforce. So I think that you will see, as we get some improvement in terms of activity, other opportunities open up. You'll see some of that job switching resume. That's going to generate more hiring as well. So I'd lean more towards the cyclical side.
Sarah, thank you. That is the great debate at the moment in the labour market, that's for sure. Sarah House of Wells Fargo, structural, cyclical, demand or supply.
And this is the reason why people are all over the map when it comes to this. It's also the reason why everyone has a conspiracy theory about artificial intelligence replacing all our jobs and the robots coming for your lunch. I wonder how much that's a smokescreen for people who just don't want to hire any new employees and lock themselves into that kind of pay structure. So they're going to play around with ChatGPT and hope for the best.
So Chair Powell thinks it's both. I'll gloss over that.
Thanks.
Forgive me. Chair Powell thinks it's both. I think what you're saying is important. The chairman of the Federal Reserve says ultimately it's demand and supply, but we should put more weight on demand because this can get out of control quickly, which is why I think you've seen that pivot in the last month. And that's essentially the substance of his speech in Jackson Hole.
You said the Fed has been dovish for a long time, biased to the dovish. They are conditioned by the financial crisis of 2008 and 2009, where there's an entire generation that lost and really has been left behind. They want to prevent that from happening again, that kind of scarring in the labor market. Question is this time different, or is that really a model that you can use for the moment that we're
전원이 꺼졌습니다.
자, 잠시 후 8월 4일 목요일 장중에 어떤 속보가 있었는지 하나하나 짚어보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 개장 브리핑 이후에 금일 주요 이슈 및 일정 안내 도와드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 잠시 후 개장 브리핑 진행하도록 하겠습니다.
Just going to leave that there. Consistent about the matter. I didn't like Brainerd flipping between the Federal Reserve and the White House. I didn't like it when sitting Fed governors were making political donations either. So let's be consistent about the fact. But when it comes to the Federal Reserve, I'm so pleased you've brought this up. There's some language that hasn't sat well with me over the last few weeks. When people talk about the president having a majority on the Fed, I'm sorry. The idea that Governor Bowman and Governor Waller are going to be puppets of the president every time the Federal Reserve gets together, I would push back strongly against that notion.
It's not the Supreme Court. It's not necessarily a congressional committee. This is a Federal Reserve.
자, AI 개장 브리핑 시작하도록 하겠습니다. AI 개장 브리핑 시작하도록 하겠습니다.
9월 5일 금요일 장마감 AI 모닝 브리핑입니다. 간밤 미국 시장은 여러 가지 지표들이 엇갈리면서 혼조세를 보였습니다. 오늘은 어떤 이슈를 가장 먼저 주목해야 할까요?
네, 오늘은 두 가지 상반된 신호의 충돌이 가장 큰 핵심이었습니다. 하나는 예상을 뛰어넘은 미국의 서비스업 경기 지표이고 다른 하나는 내일 발표될 고용 보고서에 대한 불안감입니다. 여기에 더해 인공지능 칩의 절대 강자 브로드컴의 실적 발표가 시장의 이목을 집중시켰습니다.
경기는 좋은데 고용은 불안하다. 이 두 가지가 부딪혔다는 말씀이시군요. 먼저 거시 경제 지표부터 자세히 짚어주시죠.
네, 시장을 가장 놀라게 한 것은 공급관리협회 ISM이 발표한 8월 서비스업 구매관리자 지수 PMI였습니다. 52점명을 기록했는데 시장 예상치였던 50점구는 물론 전월의 50.1을 모두 상회했습니다. PMI는 50을 기준으로 확장과 위축을 판단하는데 미국 경제의 3분의 1을 차지하는 서비스업이 여전히 강력한 확장 국면에 있다는 것을 보여준 겁니다.
이 지표가 왜 그렇게 중요한가요? 연준의 금리 결정에 직접적인 영향을 미치기 때문인가요?
정확합니다. 이렇게 서비스업 경기가 탄탄하다는 것은 인플레이션 압력이 쉽게 꺾이지 않을 수 있다는 신호로 해석됩니다. 연준이 섣불리 금리를 내리기 어려운 환경이라는 거죠. 실제로 이 지표 발표 직후 국채 금리가 소폭 상승하기도 했습니다. 시장이 얼마나 민감하게 반응하는지 보여주는 대목입니다. 하지만 동시에 발표된 고용 관련 지표들은 정반대의 이야기를 하고 있습니다. 8월 ADP 민간 고용은 5만 4천 명 증가에 그쳐 예상치 7만 3천 명을 크게 밑돌았고 주간 신규 실업수당 청구 건수도 23만 7천 건으로 예상보다 많았습니다. 고용 시장이 식어가고 있다는 명백한 증거들입니다.
그러니까 한쪽에서는 경제가 뜨겁다고 하고 다른 쪽에서는 차갑게 식고 있다고 말하는 셈이네요. 투자자 입장에서는 혼란스러울 수밖에 없겠습니다.
맞습니다. 바로 그 점 때문에 우리 시간으로 오늘 밤 발표될 8월 비농업 고용 보고서 NFP가 이번 달 가장 중요한 분수령이 될 겁니다. 시장은 현재 9월 금리 인하를 거의 기정사실로 받아들이고 있는데 만약 고용이 예상보다 강하게 나온다면 이 기대감이 흔들릴 수 있습니다. 반대로 고용 둔화가 뚜렷하게 확인된다면 금리 인하 기대는 더욱 굳어지겠죠. 그야말로 시장의 방향성을 결정할 데이터입니다.
거시 경제의 불확실성이 큰 상황에서 기업들의 실적 발표가 더 중요해지는 것 같습니다. 간밤 시장의 주인공이었던 브로드컴 실적은 어땠습니까?
브로드컴은 시장의 기대를 완벽히 충족시켰습니다. 3분기 주당 순이익 EPS는 1.69달러, 매출은 159억 5천만 달러를 기록하며 모두 예상치를 상회했습니다. 특히 AI 관련 매출이 폭발적으로 증가하면서 전체 실적을 이끌었습니다. 4분기 매출 전망치 역시 월가의 예상을 뛰어넘는 약 174억 달러를 제시했습니다. 더욱 놀라운 것은 누적 주물량입니다. 경영진은 총 누적 주물량이 1,100억 달러를 넘어서며 사상 최고치를 경신했다고 밝혔습니다. 한 잠재 고객이 XPU즈 기반 AI 렉을 100억 달러 이상 확보했다는 언급도 있었죠. AI 인프라 투자가 얼마나 강력하게 진행되고 있는지 보여주는 숫자입니다. 다만 AI를 제외한 다른 반도체 부문의 수요 회복은 여전히 더디다고 언급한 점은 참고해야 합니다.
AI 시장의 열기는 계속되고 있지만 다른 분야는 아직이라는 거군요. 이런 AI 낙관론과 상반된 신호를 보인 기업도 있었습니까?
네, 대표적으로 룰루레몬 애슬레티카가 있습니다. 2분기 실적 자체는 EPS가 3.1달러로 예상을 웃돌았지만 문제는 앞으로의 전망이었습니다. 회사는 수요 감소와 관세 부담을 이유로 연간 매출 및 이익 전망치를 하향 조정했습니다. 이 소식의 시간 외 거래에서 주가가 13% 넘게 급락했습니다. 룰루레몬의 실적 부진은 특히 Z세대, 즉 젊은 소비자들의 지출이 줄어들고 있다는 점을 시사하기 때문에 중요합니다. 이는 전반적인 소비 경기가 둔화될 수 있다는 경고 등으로 해석될 수 있습니다. 브로드컴이 보여준 기업들의 뜨거운 AI 투자 열기와는 완전히 대조적인 모습이죠.
소프트웨어 기업들의 실적은 어땠나요? UiPath도 실적을 발표했죠.
로봇 프로세스 자동화 기업인 UiPath는 아주 좋은 실적을 내놨습니다. 2분기 EPS는 0.15달러, 매출은 3억 6,200만 달러로 모두 시장 예상치를 크게 웃돌았습니다. 기업들이 비용 절감과 효율성 향상을 위해 자동화 솔루션 도입을 계속 늘리고 있다는 긍정적인 신호입니다. 마지막으로 온라인 자동차 경매 업체 코파트는 EPS는 예상을 상회했지만 매출이 소폭 밑도는 혼합된 결과를 발표했습니다.
실적 외에 시장에서 주목할 만한 다른 개별 기업 뉴스는 어떤 것들이 있었습니까?
몇 가지 중요한 움직임이 있었습니다. 먼저 소프트웨어 대기업 세일즈포스의 주가가 약한 3분기 수익 전망을 내놓으면서 7% 하락했습니다. AI 기능에 막대한 투자를 하고 있지만 이것이 실제 수익으로 연결되기까지는 시간이 걸릴 것이라는 우려가 커진 탓입니다. 브로드컴의 AI 낙관론과는 또 다른 결의 이야기입니다. 금융 부문에서는 골드만삭스가 자산운용사 티로프라이스의 주식 10억 달러를 매입하고 개인 투자자들에게 사모시장 상품을 판매하기 위해 협력하기로 한 소식이 주목받았습니다. 이는 월가의 거물들이 리테일, 즉 개인 투자자 시장으로 눈을 돌리고 있다는 중요한 트렌드를 보여줍니다. 또 한 가지 중요한 지정학적 뉴스는 트럼프 행정부가 삼성전자나 SK하이닉스 같은 기업들이 중국 공장에 미국 기술이 들어간 장비를 수출할 때 받아왔던 VEU 인증 면제를 폐지할 것이라는 소식입니다. 이는 미중 기술 전쟁이 계속되고 있으며 한국 반도체 기업들에게 직접적인 영향을 미칠 수 있는 변수라는 점에서 중요합니다.
정리해보면 거시 경제 지표는 혼란스럽고 기업 실적은 AI와 소비자의 사이의 온도차가 극명하게 드러나는 상황이군요. 오늘 시장의 핵심과 앞으로의 관전 포인트를 짚어주시죠.
오늘의 핵심은 불균형입니다. 미국 서비스업 경기는 여전히 탄탄하지만 고용시장은 식어가고 있습니다. 기업들은 AI에는 막대한 돈을 쏟아붓고 있지만 일반 소비자들은 지갑을 닫기 시작했습니다. 이처럼 경제 각 부문 간의 속도 차이가 뚜렷해지면서 시장의 변동성도 커지고 있습니다.
이런 불균형 속에서 투자자들은 무엇을 가장 주시해야 할까요? 청취자 여러분께서는 오늘 나온 이슈 중 어떤 점이 가장 인상 깊으셨나요?
단연코 오늘 밤 발표될 미국 8월 비농업 고용 보고서입니다. 이 보고서의 결과에 따라 경기가 좋다와 고용이 나쁘다는 두 가지 상반된 내러티브 중 어느 쪽에 무게가 실릴지 결정될 것입니다. 이는 연준의 9월 금리 결정에 대한 시장의 확신을 좌우할 가장 중요한 변수입니다. 고용 보고서 결과에 따라 시장이 한 방향으로 크게 움직일 수 있으니 투자자들은 이 점을 반드시 염두에 두셔야 합니다.
결국 모든 길은 고용 보고서로 통하는군요. 지금까지 장마감 AI 모닝 브리핑이었습니다.
자, 여기서 전일 시장에 있었던 개장 브리핑 및 관점 포인트 설명 도와드렸고요. 이어서 장전 나와 있는 기사 및 금일 주요 일정 살펴보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 기사 자료 정리 후에 약 10분 뒤 8시 반에 장전 주요 뉴스 및 금일 주요 일정 알아보도록 하겠습니다.
President Trump had actually suggested that maybe Myron could be up for Lisa Cook's seat if he is successful in firing her. Of course, we got confirmation yesterday, Bloomberg News reporting that the DOJ has officially opened its criminal investigation into Cook over those allegations of mortgage fraud as Cook sues President Trump and his attempts to oust her.
Tyler Kendall with the latest in Washington. Tyler, thank you. To build on that conversation, George Pollack of Signum joins us now for more. George, welcome back to the program. Quick question from me. Will Stephen Myron be at the Federal Reserve by the time they decide on monetary policy on the 17th?
So thank you for having me. Our base case since towards the end of August has been that he will be on the Federal Reserve before the FOMC meeting in the middle of September.
How much clout will he actually have on the FOMC committee, given that he has a 4-month term? He's one person. He might make a lot of noise in the meeting, but otherwise, does it matter?
No, I think he's not going to have a ton of clout, as you guys were previously discussing. The FOMC is a board of 12. He'll be one voice, but he'll be the loud voice. He'll be the one stating the president's preferred monetary policy and laying out why he thinks the Fed's policy should go a certain direction. He's not going to sit in the background and be quiet. He will likely be more of a thorn in the side to Fed Chair Jerome Powell.
Do you sort of bristle at the comparisons between the Supreme Court and the Federal Reserve, given the fact that people are talking about a majority? This is something that John was mentioning earlier, and we were talking about this idea that it's not quite the same in terms of the political appointments on a body with a set goal, dual mandate of employment and inflation.
I don't know if bristle is maybe too strong a word, but I do understand the distinction. I think our concern is here. We've seen the president be willing to push institutions to the breaking points, and we agree with John's point about Waller and Bowman being serious-minded people who care about the Fed. But it's with this president in particular who has shown a willingness to take things to the limit, and that's why when we speak with clients and when we speak with people like yourselves, we always say there's the tail risk, that there's uncertainty about how far the president is willing to go and whether or not he's willing to push the likes of Waller and Bowman or follow the roadmap set out by his attempted firing of Lisa Cook.
And George, with that in mind, how much this Congress is willing to let the president keep on pushing and whether we start to see some pushback. Can you just sort of frame Senator Tillis's comments earlier this week and where you think this is going and whether we will get that pushback from Congress?
I think we're not going to see that pushback with Myron. We've seen it. We've seen that he's said enough, even though, as you laid out, he's already discussed his views of Fed independence last year. But I think with Lisa Cook, we're seeing with Senator Tillis, Chairman French Hill in the House, there's legitimate concern that they cannot move forward with Cook until the process is truly adjudicated. And I do think that comes from a sincere place because they can understand and game this out where if the process plays out and they have a confirmed nominee while it's still going, or even going through a nominee while the process plays out, there's a chance of destabilizing the institution further and creating the perception of two Fed governors for one seat.
That gentleman with respect for due process, and we should leave time for that and space. And George, I know you agree with that notion. I want to understand, though, how different this Senate is, though, compared to the Senate, the Republican-led Senate under the president's first term, because we did have pushback with certain select individuals that were nominated to the board of the Federal Reserve. I remember well what happened with Stephen Moore. He never got his hearing. And George, I want to understand if things are somehow different this time, and if they are, how so?
No, and I think that's a good point. And we saw other Fed nominees for the president be rejected in the first term. The progression here is we've seen the likes of Senator Bob Corker replaced by those like Bill Hagerty or Marsha Blackburn. We've seen, much like the House has transformed from more of a traditional Republican House into a more MAGA populist House, we've kind of seen the Senate go the same exact direction, and that it's more populist, more willing to back the president, and many of these newer senators have the president to thank for their electoral success.
There is a feeling, though, with Tom Tillis, for example, of North Carolina, he's not running again. He is stepping back. And so there is a perception of a greater degree of independence, and he has been pretty plain-spoken about his opinions in the past number of years. I just wonder if there's a feeling that they're saving their ammunition for something else. And I just wonder, if so, what's going to be that threshold? Or do you see this as a president able to push, like you said before, in a more significant way, unfettered?
But I think even with Tillis being outspoken, and I agree with you that he's probably saving his opportunity to really push back. The issue is, as you guys noted earlier, or as Ms. Kendall noted earlier, they need to lose 4 votes. And while you have the likes of Tillis, you have the likes of Collins, and you have the likes of Murkowski, who might be running for governor, getting that fourth vote is so difficult. And the issue is as we saw yesterday with Secretary Kennedy's hearing about his control of the CDC, they're able to be believable enough in the confirmation process to get into power. And at that juncture, it's too late. And for many of these senators, while these institutional concerns are significant, they also have parochial concerns that are more important to the day-to-day lives of their constituents.
George, appreciate your time and your take. As always, George Pollack there of Signum Global Advisors. The interviews start, don't they, going into the weekend for the next Federal Reserve chair. The quality of the candidates really matters, with everything George said in mind.
A lot of people thought that President Trump was putting a person who would be very controversial and would be a lightning rod in the Fed for 4 months, and then would pick someone who'd be highly credible to the markets. The fact that Scott Bessent is running this process, we know how he feels about the bond market, and sure, he can play his part in issuance. But there is a feeling that this has to be a credible candidate in order to get through and in order not to cause those bond vigilantes to come back from Europe and settle back down in the United States.
I think as Priya Misra said, they'd like him to stay over in Europe and not come over.
They're going to ship him out.
States.
That's, I think, what they're trying. Let's see how it works.
Coming up on the programme, Michael Nathanson of Moffett-Nathanson. As a grateful Google CEO visits the White House. Plus, we'll catch up with Danny with your morning movers following Tesla and a pay package which could be worth $1 trillion. Tesla up 2% from New York. You're watching Bloomberg.
The most fascinating time for the global economy in years, and our conversations are front and center.
We're stress testing consequential ideas, and investors around the world are scoring them in real time, helping to translate the policies from Washington into actionable ideas for Wall Street.
It's the morning call you actually want to be a part of.
Separating the signal from the noise, with some fun along the way.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade. Watch Bloomberg Tech. This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg Television. It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg. Tune in to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We got to talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
A new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg.
Payrolls report about 60 minutes away. The estimate in our survey, 75k. The high 144, the low is at 0. The range is pretty wide going into the jobs report. Going into that figure, into that data, equity futures positive by 0.2% on the S&P. On the Nasdaq 100 up by 0.5. Record highs coming into Friday morning. Let's see if we can build on the gains. In the bond market, 2-year, 10-year, 30-year bond yields down on the week. On twos at the front end, down for 4 consecutive weeks. We're sub 360 now at the lows of the year.
So is this a good bond yield curve dropping lower, or is this a bad yield curve that has been compressing or at least remaining within control? And that's really the key question. What is going to be the response from a negative jobs print or a zero jobs print or something that's weaker? Is that going to be a positive for risk assets, or is that going to be considered a negative for the economy? And that, I think, is sort of the tension under the hood in the bond space.
Well, let's just sit on that. Just an observation, no prediction about the future at all. Let's just go over the past month or so, the last 5 weeks. The whole curve this week has dropped down, but we've seen a real steepening over the last 5 weeks. But that's been led by what's happened at the front end of the curve. That's not been a consequence of softer inflation prints. We've had a little bit of that relative to what we expected off the back of the tariffs. Most of it's been off the back of the payrolls report at the start of the month, and the labour market data has continued to weaken based on the reads we've seen this week alone in things like JOLTS, things like jobless claims, things like the ISMs where the employment component hasn't been great at all. If you want to call that bad, I would often agree with you on that matter. That doesn't look like the right kind of rate cuts to me. That looks like a Fed that's been concerned about what's happening with the labour market.
Which is the reason why your question is such a good one about whether the Fed would be cutting into a downturn that would then reaccelerate growth, or whether it was cutting into a reacceleration, because ultimately that is the key question. Is this the beginning of a string of weakness, or is this just sort of a head fake before all of the investment plans that we heard yesterday in the Rose Garden really come to fruition?
That's what makes a market. That's what's great about sitting in the seat. We don't have to make a call. Other people do.
Great.
Because there are little signs of reaccelerations in the markets here, there and everywhere. In equities and the cyclical tilt that we've seen, in the data in the ISMs with the new orders starting to pick up. That's what makes this moment going into this meeting in 2 weeks' time so interesting.
Yeah, so I'll stop talking, read the beige book, let me know what you think.
Beige book doesn't look good.
No, it doesn't. I'm telling you.
Not at all. I know.
I actually recommend it. Read it. It's
That's
good.
why this Fed is a little bit uncomfortable right now.
Might be a little yippy.
Yeah. Bond market's not, though. That's the good news. 2 hours away from the cash open and 1 hour away from the payrolls report. Let's get you some single names, some morning movers with Danny Berger. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. Speaking of major investments from tech players, a big partnership for Broadcom. It will be teaming up with OpenAI to develop AI chips specifically for the company. A potential real run for NVIDIA, a real run at them. Shares are up 11.2%. The CEO of Broadcom saying they've already had $10 billion worth of orders, and they're going to start the development and shipping out of those chips starting next year. A different fortune for Lululemon, which reported earnings yet another quarter where they've had to cut their outlook, the 3rd consecutive quarter. A lot of things weighing on them. For one, it's some things that all retailers are dealing with, like changing consumer behaviors, tariffs, at $240 million.
자, 장전 주요 기사 및 금일 주요 일정 살펴보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 우선적으로 2025년 9월 5일 금일 주요 일정부터 살펴보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 9시 반에 중요한 지표 2가지가 발표가 되고요. 8월 비농업 취업 차수와 이제 8월 실업률이 발표됩니다. 자, 그리고 2시에는 베이커리즈 총 시추기수가 발표가 되고요. 금일 백악관 일정으로는 1시에 트럼프 대통령의 신임장 기정식이 있고요. 그리고 3시에 행정명령 서명이 있습니다. 자, 그리고 5시에 장마감 시간대에 트럼프 대통령의 발표 예정이 있으며 정확히 어떠한 발표인지는 확인이 되고 있지 않습니다.
The President Trump's attempt to fire her is a pretext. She claims his real agenda is taking control of the Fed. Elsewhere, President Trump looking to dampen today's labor market data, saying the real jobs numbers will come next year. This morning's report will be the first since the president fired the BLS commissioner in July. And finally, President Trump pushing for two candidates to drop out of the New York City mayor race.
자, 우선적으로 시장 기대치는 약 12만 명 증가를 보였고요. 이전치는
And the other part of the story is that reportedly the administration offered
자, 실업률은
Eric Adams
예상은
a job in the
4.1%,
administration
이전에는
or other potential
4.2%
jobs if he were
발표가
to
되었고요.
drop out of the race. He has denied those
자, 평균
reports.
시급
Nonetheless,
전월
it's sort of
대비
interesting to
증가율
see him say, "Look, I'm a New Yorker,
0.3%
I'm from New
예상하고
York, care about
있습니다.
the city, I don't want a communist."
자,
There's
금일
been some
발표될
support from other people in
지표는
the,
이제
in the
연준의 금리
work
움직임에
community in the United States,
예측에 아주
in New
큰
York
영향을
City,
미칠 수 있는
particularly
중요한
on Wall
지표입니다.
Street, and you just wonder, you know, are a lot of people
자,
coalition?
시장의 현재 기대 심리는 금리를 인하할 확률이 매우 높다고 확인이 되고 있고요. 금리 인하 가능성은 시장에서 약 97% 이상으로 반영이 되고 있는 상황입니다. 자, 고용 관련 지표가 여전히 부진할 경우 고용 증가가 예상보다 낮거나 실업률이 다시 상승할 경우 금리 인하가 더욱더 기대가 강화되고요.
Yeah, I mean that's one argument, and so you could argue that he actually just really cares about New York City. I don't know. This has been a really unconventional 24 months. I imagine it will continue to be.
상승의 여력이 좀
And watch
커진다고
this
볼 수
space. I
있습니다.
think the New York City
자, 반대로
election is very close to
강한
me,
고용
so I
지표가
want
나올
to not
경우에
say too
기대보다
much. Since I am a New York
고용이
City
큰 폭으로
resident,
회복되고 실업률이 급락한다면 금리 인하 기대가 약해지면서 단기적으로는 선물이 조정받을 수 있는 여지가 있습니다.
The president wants to weigh in. He's blurred the lines between federal, state, and local governments. That's been an issue. The flip side, a lot of people on Wall Street are probably welcoming this, and that's all I'll say.
We've got 2 months to tease this out.
Oh, thank God.
자, 유가 관련 기사부터 살펴보도록 하겠습니다. 자, OPC 플러스에서 증산 전망의 주간 하락 전망이라는 기사고요. 자, 유가가 3거래일 연속 하락하면서 3주 만에 처음으로 주간 기준 하락세를 기록할 전망임을 확인이 되고 있습니다. 자, OPC가 오는 일요일에 회의에서 추가 증산을 결정할 것이라는 기대감이 커지고 있고요. 다만 트럼프 대통령이 유럽에 러시아산 원유 구매 중단을 요구하는 등 지정학적 공급 리스크는 유가의 추가적인 급락을 맞는 요인으로 작용하고 있다고 확인하고 있습니다.
Just your reflections on what happened earlier this week, and then we can get to whether there are some competitors that can really break up the status quo.
Yeah, good morning, Jonathan.
자,
That was the best
그리고
outcome obviously possible. The market had been really fearful of what the courts could have done here.
자, 월스트리트 저널 기사고요. 트럼프 대통령이 USMCA 재협상 돌입 준비를 하고 있다는 기사가 확인되고 있습니다. 자, 미국이 USMCA 재협상을 준비 중이며 2026년 공식 검토 기한을 앞두고 10월 4일까지 공청회 의견 수렴 절차에 착수할 예정이라고 합니다. 자, 이번 재협상은 트럼프 행정부가 마약 밀매를 명분으로 양국에 부과한 고율 관세를 지렛대 삼아 미국에 더 유리한 조건을 관철하려는 강한 압박 속에서 진행될 전망으로 보여지고 있고요. 자, 미국의 핵심 목표는 특히 자동차 분야에서 미국산 부품의 의무 사용 비율 대폭 상향 조정하는 것으로 확인이 되고 있습니다.
You're seeing a different type of search. That is mostly happening in informational queries, not commercial queries, right? So our view is it's going to take a long time for commercial queries.
자, 그리고 관세 관련해서 트럼프와 일본이 15% 관세 합의 확정 행정명령 서명한 게 확인이 되고 있고요. 자, 트럼프 대통령이 일본과의 무역협정 이행을 위한 행정명령에 최종 서명을 했다고 확인이 되고 있습니다. 자, 이번 협정에 따라 자동차를 포함한 대부분의 일본 제품에는 최대 15%의 관세가 8월 7일부터 소급 적용이 되고요. 자, 하지만 협정에 따른 핵심인 5,500억 달러의 규모의 미국 투자 펀드는 두고 양국 간의 현격한 입장 차이가 드러나고 있습니다. 자, 미국은 이 펀드를 일본이 미국의 인프라 투자를 위한 트럼프 대통령에게 제공한 자금으로 규정한 반면 일본은 자국 기업에 미국의 투자를 지원하기 위한 대출 및 보증기금이라는 입장을 고수하고 있습니다.
Artificial intelligence-induced search result in the next 2-3 months. They have a time on them, a clock on them.
자, 그리고 고용지표 관련해서 JP모건에서 나온 기사가 있는데요. 시장 상승세가 될 수 있다고 판단한 기사가 확인이 되고 있습니다. 자, JP모건은 이번 금요일 발표될 8월 고용지표 이후 S&P 500이 상승할 확률을 90% 이상으로 전망하고 있고요. 자, 가장 유력한 시나리오는 고용시장이 예상치 7만 5천 건 수준으로 적당히 둔화가 되는 것으로 이는 연준의 9월 금리 인하를 기정사실화하며 증시의 흐제로 작용할 것이라고 예측하고 있다고 합니다. 자, 반대로 고용이 너무 부진할 경우에 4만 건 이하, 약 4만 건 이하로 발표될 경우엔 경기 침체 우려가 있다고 판단하고 있고요. 자, 반대로 너무 강력할 경우에는 금리 인하 기대감이 꺾이며 증시에 부담을 줄 수 있다고 진단한 게 있습니다. 자, 그리고 추가적으로 JP모건은 연준의 금리 인하 기조를 바꾸려면 최소 17만 5천 개 이상의 매우 강력한 고용 증가가 필요하다며 이번 지표가 시장에 방향성을 바꿀 가능성은 낮다고 전망하고 있다고 합니다.
You mentioned Apple and that they also benefited from that. And I wonder, a lot of people waking up to the fact that Apple's not dead as well in the past couple of days, at least by virtue of their share price. Were you comforted by the fact that Tim Cook
추가적으로 반도체 관련 관세 기사고요. 트럼프 대통령이 곧 반도체 관세를 발표한다고 합니다. 자, 트럼프 대통령이 조만간 수입 반도체에 상당한 수준의 관세를 부과하겠다는 계획을 밝혔고요. 백악관 만찬에서는 미국의 진출에 시설을 짓지 않는 기업이 관세 부과 대상이 될 거라고 밝혔습니다. 자, 다만 미국 내 투자를 약속한 기업은 예외로 두고 있고요. 트럼프 대통령은 대표적인 예로 애플을 언급하며 대규모 투자를 약속한 분의 팀 쿡 CEO는 괜찮을 것이라고 말해 관세 대상에서 제외될 것을 시사했습니다.
So I think it's a massive win-win for Apple. Tim Cook has played his cards perfectly here, and then he got the benefit of Judge Mehta.
자, 그리고 빅테크 기업의 여러 CEO들과 이어진 백악관 만찬에서 여러 투자 약속이 쏟아졌다는 기사도 확인이 되고 있습니다. 자, 트럼프 대통령의 마크 저커버그, 팀 쿡 등 빅테크 최고 경영자들이 백악관 만찬에서 청해 미국 내 인공지능, AI 및 제조업 분야에 대한 대규모 투자를 약속을 이끌어냈고요. 자, 이 자리에서 메타의 마크 저커버그와 애플의 팀 쿡은 각각 6천억 달러 규모의 투자 계획을 밝혔다고 합니다. 자, 이에 트럼프 대통령은 AI 데이터 센터의 필수적인 전력 공급과 허가 절차를 간소화하고 투자를 실행하는 기업에게는 반도체 관세 면세를 혜택을 시사했습니다.
He's done more than anyone I can think of to get back into the good graces of this administration.
Michael, appreciate your time. It's good to hear from you. As always.
자, 그리고 추가적으로 미국이 고용 지표를 앞두고 채권 시장이 긴장 속에 있다라는 기사가 확인이 되고 있고요. 자, 금일 발표될 미국 고용 보고서가 연준의 향후 금리나 경로를 결정지을 핵심 변수로 주목받고 있음을 시사하고 있고요. 시장은 최근 발표된 부진한 경제 지표들을 근거로 9월 금리 인하를 기정사실화하고 있으며 이번 고용 지표 역시 둔화될 것으로 예상하고 있다고 합니다. 자, 하지만 고용이 예상보다 견조하게 나타날 경우 시장의 금리 인하 기대감이 꺾이면서 국채 금리가 급등하고 큰 변동성을 유발할 수 있다고 시사한 바도 있습니다. 자, 이후에 기업별, 개인 기업별 뉴스 확인되고요. 개인 기업별 뉴스는
People don't think not much.
Yeah, I think that's the whole thing. I mean, they got to really deliver. And a lot of people are saying, we're just not seeing it.
Apple at the moment down by about 0.2% at the pre-market. Let's get you an update on stories elsewhere this morning. Here's your Bloomberg brief with your
올려드린 링크
Hi, John. Sticking with
참고하시길
Apple, its
바라겠습니다.
annual sales in India hit a record of nearly $9 billion in the last fiscal year.
자, 장정 기사 몇 가지 살펴보았습니다. 잠시 후 21시부터 나스닥 정규 트레이딩 일정 진행하도록 하겠습니다.
As it expects India to become a key market in the coming years. Meanwhile, Boeing is hiring new workers to replace striking defense unit employees. The company's vice president says they must take this step to ensure proper staffing and customer support. About 3,200 union members have been on strike since August 4th. The workers assemble and maintain F-15 fighter jets and missile systems. And President Trump will sign an executive order
자,
today
트레이딩
changing the name of the
21시부터
Department of Defense
진행하도록
to the
하겠습니다.
Department of War. That's according to a White House
시장
official.
분석 후
The president has
진입사인
long mused
되도록
about changing
하겠습니다.
the name of the department. However, an official name change would likely require an act of Congress. That's your Bloomberg Brief. John?
Yahara, thank you. Appreciate it. Up next on the program, waiting for the real numbers.
We have a jobs report coming out, the first since the BLS commissioner who you fired won't be there. Can you commit to saying the data will be credible?
The number, I don't know, but the real numbers that I'm talking about are going to be whatever it is, but will be in a year from now.
A conversation up next with Steve Rasciuto of Mizuho from New York City. You're watching Bloomberg TV.
I think with the new world reorder, it means that there will be regional clusters of excellence. There will be regional clusters of great companies. And so it's okay to be number two, because you could be number two in every single region and still command that premium. Because today we talk about AI, we talk about data, we talk about processes that's going to be very specific to industries, specific to countries, specific to regional challenges that needs to be built and addressed. And therefore, the good of it is that now it's not just going for that one company and overpaying for that company until the returns goes to zero. It's actually about finding regional champions, which could also be huge category leaders for us as funds as well. And I think it's actually good for the world to have multiple pots of excellence that can be localized to its own needs.
In case you missed it, on Bloomberg Open Interest.
When we look at our portfolio, we see an IPO pipeline that's the biggest since it's been in 2021.
In M&A and IPOs, we've actually had close to record performances in that space. We're going to have an interesting year.
We're having a lot more conversations around putting dates on calendars. I think we could see a very active second half of the year.
Don't miss Open Interest live weekdays.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Onen, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute energy news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Joanna Bersecci in Vienna, and this is Bloomberg.
Equities positive here, up 0.1% on the S&P, on the Nasdaq higher by about 0.49. The open in bell, of course, a few hours away. Before that, setting the tone for financial markets worldwide, 8:30 Eastern Time, 41 minutes from now. You'll get the payrolls report. Under surveillance this morning, waiting for the real numbers.
We have a jobs report coming out, the first since the BLS commissioner who you fired won't be there. Can you commit to saying the data will be credible?
The number, I don't know, but the real numbers that I'm talking about are going to be whatever it is, but will be in a year from now. I think you'll see job numbers that are going to be absolutely incredible. You're going to see job numbers like our country has never seen before.
So here's the latest this morning. President Donald Trump forecasting absolutely incredible jobs for next year. While traders anticipate a tepid August payrolls report, the estimate in our survey expecting 75K to be added. Steve Rasciuto of Mizuho has a more bullish call. He's looking for 90,000. Steve joins us now for more. Steve, good morning.
Good morning.
Would 90 be enough to derail that rate cut to this month?
No. I mean, Jerome Powell opened the door pretty wide at Jackson Hole. The market has walked through it. So now you kind of need a knockout punch. You didn't get it in the JOLTS data. The claims numbers certainly didn't change much at all either. They're still showing a healthy labor market. So now you need a knockout punch. And I think you'd probably need to see a combination of factors. You'd probably need to see payrolls in the 125 to 150,000 with no major downward revision. You'd probably need to see 0.4 versus 0.3 in hourly earnings. And more importantly of all those, you'd probably need to see the employment rate drop to 4.1%. Instead of going up to 4.3 from 4.2, because it's the jobless rate that is the most political aspect of this report.
On the flip side, how low is the bar or how high is the bar for them to cut 50 basis points?
That's a very, very good question. 4.4% unemployment rate would get you there quickly. 0.1% in hourly earnings probably wouldn't. Definitely a payroll employment number in the 0 to 25 range would certainly increase the ante of a 50.
So I want to have a battle of the Steves. We had Stephen Englander on earlier, and now we have Steve Rasciuto. Stephen Englander saying that he actually does see justification for a 50 basis point rate cut because ultimately the revisions have been so weak. And when you take a look at the overall data and the modeling, you can actually see an even less exciting labor market than some people are saying. You don't think that it's needed at all and that the Fed could just remain pat. So can you square that difference, bridge that gap?
Well, it really comes down to how restrictive you think the Fed is. You know, the market seems to be of a mindset that our start, which I hate that concept, is at 1%, which means 3% is neutral. And at 4.5%, effectively at the upper end of the range, the Fed is 150 basis points too restrictive. So if you start from that presumption, then you build the story that Stephen Englander produced. If you start from the view that you've got a 2% real rate, then you're 4% if you're credible on a 2% inflation, then you're 50 basis points restrictive against the financial market that's extraordinarily accommodative, against the financial market where the dollar has moved lower, and a market in which, you know, we're doing record numbers of corporate deals and they're 4 times oversubscribed, we've got excess liquidity in the system, is 50 basis points too restrictive? That's really the rub between the two. It comes down to this theoretical construct of R-starred telling you whether policy is restrictive or not. And I personally believe R-starred should be equivalent to the underlying trend rate of growth in the economy, which is 2%, not 1%.
Which model do you think the Federal Reserve is running off, the Rasciuto model or the Englander model?
Given the long-term Fed funds rate assumption in the last SEP of 3%, they're running primarily at the Stephen Englander model. And this has become the intellectual gravity well that everything falls to the SEP and the dots.
Any reason for that to change?
Well, they did change the forward guidance in terms of where monetary policy is going to be going. They've gone from a Keynesian approach back to a John Taylor type approach. And I think when you look at some of the former real doves like Austin Goolsbee and Williams of the New York Fed, who out in the last day or so were basically, you know, pulling back from this thing that maybe we're very restrictive. And even the chairman said it himself at Jackson Hole that we're not very restrictive.
If they're following a model that you think is too dovish, that you think is ultimately pegged to an incorrect assessment of where neutral is, then why haven't we seen an increase in inflation expectations?
That is one of the hardest questions to answer, and I think is because for so long we have had a Federal Reserve that has been able to accomplish a 2% inflation rate, and you had such a little impact from the tariffs. You still have a global deflationary force out there, China, not Japan anymore, China, which is a very, very significant global deflationary force. You have energy prices, which have been moving lower, which are very, very akin to people's inflation expectations. So I think when you put all those factors together, I can see why the bond market has been more sanguine about it. And there's also this underlying bet that if push comes to shove, Bessent will do what's necessary at the long end of the curve to make sure long-term yields don't go up.
And long-term yields have been going down, at least so far this week.
Correct.
But to me, I just wonder, okay, well, then what's the trigger point? Do we start to see inflation under the Ricciuto model in a way that does push yields materially higher, or can you bet on some sort of arrangement of issuance and purchases?
Might see this play out. They might actually test that theory. If they do cut interest rates down towards 3% over the next 12 months, we'll see.
I feel like we're all just staring into a black box and examining the black box from different angles and
Isn't
saying,
that what it feels
this
like
corner,
every day?
Every single day. I mean, honestly, you're talking about mush. It's like every industry has its own macroeconomic backdrop, and we're trying to put them together, and it just feels a little bit like mush.
Just quickly, where do you think they do land next year? What do you think they're cutting rates down to?
Well, again, I mean, if you're in my camp and you think 4% would be neutral, 2% real, 2% inflation, if they're credible on 2% inflation,
they're not.
Then you're probably in the 3 3/4 to 4 area.
Steve, appreciate it, as
Pleasure.
always. Credible arguments from Steve Ricciuto of Mizuho, as always, on the Federal Reserve.
I love Ricciuto versus Englander, the big battle of the
That was you
Steves.
trying to start that fight.
Well, no, I love it. You know, honestly, this is really the ultimate battle, though, on Wall Street. Are we heading into a reacceleration that is inflationary, and is the Fed going to juice that, or are we going to stave off some sort of downturn? That is the crux of the discussion, and no one has an answer, so don't look at me for one, because I can't provide one.
I can tell you what I hope.
Yes.
Never mind the inflation story. I hope we are going into reacceleration.
Sure.
The subtle signs of new orders picking up in the ISMs this week, I really do hope for the good of the economy. That's the real deal going into year end.
The reason why this is such a confusing story, every CEO I've spoken to has said that they've been able to raise prices and raise them selectively because of low oil prices. So you put that together. What does that do if oil prices go up? What does that mean about persistent inflation?
The payrolls report just around the corner. More struggling, no doubt, at 8:30 Eastern Time. In just a moment, we'll catch up with the US Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, plus Nadia Lovell of UBS, Stephanie Roth of Wolfe Research, and Jeff Rosenberg of BlackRock. The third hour of Bloomberg Surveillance, just around the corner.
A cidade estava sitiada.
Isso ao começo eu não sabia o que fazer. Foi a mais terrível que eu passei na minha vida.
Eu temo, né, que o Brasil se torne, num futuro próximo, um narco-estado.
Porque no final, tudo é dinheiro.
People back home there, they are suffering. And someone is driving a Range Rover with their money.
Where is my money?
I think she's a scam up to now.
It's some of the world's most desperate people who are getting ripped off.
Repeat after me. I am a winner.
I didn't know how big it was. I didn't really understand what I was getting myself into.
If you tell me you have a vision of being $1 billion business, then you're going to have to do what it takes. And if you're not going to do that, everybody's going to suffer.
Una batalla a muerte.
Money can do a lot of good. It can really transform people's lives, but it can also hurt them.
Right, okay, ready?
David, what initially sparked your interest in this topic of longevity?
15 years ago, I turned 60, and I began to wonder how much longer I'm likely to live and what I could do to extend my life. On longevity, I talk with the leading experts in science and medicine to educate people about how they might be able to change their conduct so that they can live a happier and healthier life. I'm David Rubenstein. Join me on a 4-part journey as I explore the great quest for longevity. Only on Bloomberg.
Bloomberg Screen Time is back this fall for year 3. We're bringing together the biggest names in business and pop culture, like Netflix co-CEO Greg Peters, Instagram boss Adam Mosseri, and Los Angeles royalty Will Obey. We're going to talk about how sports is eating entertainment, check in on the state of the movie business, and get an update on LA after the fires from Rick Caruso and Irving Azoff. You should expect newsy interviews from industry leaders, meaningful business networking, and of course, great food. We'll feature some of the best chefs and food trucks from my hometown of Los Angeles. Tickets are available now, and you should head to bloomberglive.com/screentime for details. I'll see you in Los Angeles, October 8th and 9th.
It's the countdown to the market open as we bring you the first trades across Europe.
We'll debate the most important stories and what will drive the big investment decisions throughout the morning. I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Kriti Gupta.
And I'm Anna Edwards. Join us every weekday morning for the opening trade, live at 7 a.m. here in London.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Haslinda Amin in Bangkok. This is Bloomberg.
Consumers are telling us pretty clearly that labor market conditions are deteriorating.
Looks like interest rate cuts are coming.
If they're cutting because labor markets are weak, I think that's negative.
The job market, it's in a state of stasis.
Things will break one way or the other.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern.
Live from New York City this morning. Good morning, good morning. For our audience worldwide, the third hour of Bloomberg Surveillance starts right now, and your scores look like this. Coming into Friday at all-time highs on the S&P 500. Futures positive this morning by 0.1%. On the NASDAQ, we're positive by 0.4%. In the bond market, 2-year, 10-year, and 30-year. Really well behaved on the week. Yields lower across the curve on the week, down on the session. On a 2-year, new lows for the year, 358. 34 at the very front end of the yield curve going into this at 8:30 Eastern time. Now, I say 8:30, but I don't know if it's going to be 8:30 anymore, because moments ago, this headline just crossed the Bloomberg terminal. The BLS experiencing technical difficulties going into the payrolls report.
Evidently, we should have taken President Trump literally when he said that it was under construction last night. BLS saying that their data retrieval tools are not available on the website. We do know that sometimes when that 8:30 time rolls around, because so many people are clicking on the website, it takes a minute to load. This does seem to be a real question, though, about what's going on over there, as well as when exactly we will be getting this payrolls number.
Mike McKee is standing by. We'll cross over to Mike McKee in just a moment in Washington, D.C. But this is a tough one for this market. A lot hinges on this going into this Federal Reserve meeting later this month.
A lot of people say that the bar is pretty low for the Fed to cut rates. They will cut rates. The bar is pretty high for them to hold off. But a real question here about not only what the numbers are, but how accurate they are, how much the market is going to be looking to this as sort of the gold standard. The revisions, also very important at a time where Stephen Englander sat here just a bit ago this morning and said he sees 70,000 revisions downward as the normal trend.
So stand by. This is meant to happen in about 28 minutes' time. We'll see if it does. We can head down to the nation's capital where Mike McKee is standing by. Michael, what's your read on the headlines that just crossed moments ago?
Well, it's a computerized world, and computers have issues. We've seen this before with BLS. Sometimes when they have loaded stuff into the computer and it's gone out early, and other times in which it has been delayed. They went through a process when they first went to all electronic releases of slow release times because so many people were overwhelming their servers. Don't know what the problem is here this time, but I'm sure they are working as hard as they can, and we'll get the numbers as quickly as we can and get them to you.
Well, Mike, let's talk about the numbers we've had already. We've had a real step down, the 3-month average at 35K. The range today is pretty wide. The high is 144, the low is 0, the median 75. What's your approach to these numbers this morning?
I think I'm going to go with the folks at the Whisper number who are just going along with what the consensus is. We don't really know. And we need to separate out this month from what the revisions are that we're going to get, because we're going to be looking for the latest data. And while it may come in a little bit less reliable, it's still going to be as accurate as possible given the response rate that what they get, whatever they get. 75,000 is definitely a slowdown. It's in the ballpark of what several Fed officials have said lately is the replacement rate, the number of jobs you need each month to keep the unemployment rate from going up. The estimates were anywhere from about 30,000 to 80,000, so 75,000 would keep us in that range. We are looking at the possibility of the unemployment rate going up, but only by a little bit. So if we get that kind of number, it would imply to the Fed that we're sort of status quo, and the story about people not hiring but not firing is still there. But since Jay Powell opened the door to a rate cut, given what we saw with the revisions last time, it would take a lot for them to change their mind.
Mike, you said something earlier this morning that made me smile, and I repeated it subsequently, where you said the expected number is 75,000 for the job creation, and the whisper number is 75,000, which means that nobody knows nothing and nobody has an edge on where we are in terms of the median estimate. And I just wonder, from your perspective, whether the headline number matters more or the unemployment rate, the revisions. What are you looking for to give you a sense of the compass of markets?
Oh, well, if you're going to ask about the compass of markets, I'd say the headline rate and the revisions are what people are going to be looking at today. The Fed prefers to look at the unemployment rate because they see that as a more reliable statistic. Remember, it is not revised. So that's something they can hang their hat on. And if the unemployment rate is going up, as you remember a couple of years ago how we talked about this constantly, the SOM rule, when unemployment starts to rise, it tends to rise at a faster pace each month. If that were the case, then the Fed would really be worried about the economy slowing down. So that's why they're looking at unemployment rather than the headline number. But given the president raised all these issues, now people are looking at the headline and the revisions.
At the same time, Mike, it's not just the president. A lot of economists and even Fed officials themselves have raised issues about Bureau of Labor Statistics. Some of the old models of calling people.
자, 나스닥 정규 트레이딩 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 현재 1차 진입이 대기 중에 있고요.
Are responding to things more online, the response times. I'm just wondering, what do the Fed officials and other economists who you speak to want to see from the BLS in terms of changes to make that data more reliable and less, I guess, late, delayed, or even questioned?
Well, it's not so much what they expect from the BLS, it's what the BLS can accomplish given its manpower and its funding. They have switched over the past couple of years. Yesterday, Stephen Myron
자, 이어서 바로 진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다.
They switched over the last couple of years to much more electronic filing, making it easier for companies to send in their data. They've simplified the forms, but companies are still not sending in the data as quickly, and the response rate for the first release has dropped.
자, 매수 진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 1계약 매수이고요. 진입가 788.6입니다.
The response rates have stayed about the same, about 95%. So eventually they're getting all the data in. Just a question of how the companies can be persuaded to move more
실시간
quickly.
대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다.
With the response rate that they get, maybe they get 42, 45%, they're still going to be accurate numbers based on the data that they have. They're not going to be manipulated. They're not going to be wrong within that data set. It's just that the additional data that comes in over the next 2 months is going to change what the overall picture is. On the household survey side for unemployment, they're still doing phone calls. They are still trying to figure out how to do perhaps some computerized stuff as well.
Mike McKee with the latest down in Washington, D.C. We'll see if we get the numbers at 8:30 Eastern Time. So this is the latest from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. It's saying it's experiencing technical difficulties. And Lisa, data retrieval tools are currently not available on the website.
Let's see how quickly they can get this back up. And we are now just about 12 minutes ahead of that report, or I believe 22 minutes.
22, Bramo.
Sorry, I always leave that to you to correct me in my arithmetic.
You know, this hour we struggle to count, apparently. All right.
I'm getting out my abacus.
8:30 Eastern Time for the payrolls report. We'll see if it drops on time. Let's turn to trade. We're going to catch up with the Treasury Secretary, the Commerce Secretary, rather. We begin this hour, of course, with President Donald Trump signing an executive order putting its trade deal with Japan into place. The agreement will apply a baseline 15% tariff on nearly all Japanese imports entering the US, including automobiles. The government of Japan has also agreed to invest $550 billion in the United States. Joining us now, I'm very pleased to say, is the United States Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick. Mr. Secretary, welcome to the program, sir. I know you wanted to talk about Japan, so let's do that. I want you to share with us the terms of this $550 billion investment fund, a core pillar, of course, of the negotiations that you've been helping to lead with the Japanese. Can you share with us the details this morning, sir?
Sure. So this is a completely different kind of trade deal that anyone's ever seen before. So the idea is the Japanese government will give $550 billion to Donald Trump to invest as the United States and Donald Trump sees fit in America. So the Japanese will get back their money, and 90% of the profits will go to the American citizens, the American taxpayer. So Donald Trump, I'll give you an example. We buy all of our antibiotics, generic antibiotics in China. So Donald Trump can say, let's go build generic pharmaceuticals in America. Let's build those antibiotics in America. The Japanese will fund it, and then we will have generic antibiotics in America. We'll no longer be reliant on China. So it's in his hands to invest. This is not ordinary foreign companies investing. This is not Mitsubishi building a plant in America. This is $550 billion by the Japanese government put in the hands of Donald Trump that he can then invest in America. It's amazing. I mean, it's the thing I am most proud of. It maybe it's the most proud I've ever been on a business deal I've ever done.
So it sounds amazing. Do the Japanese think it's amazing, and have they codified this agreement?
They have. So yesterday it was all signed. So the president signed the EO. I signed the MOU with Minister Akazawa in the Commerce Department. This is signed. It is written. So what happens is Donald Trump can select the project that he wants. We put a capital call into the Japanese. They send in the money, and we build the project in America. So if you think about this, $550 billion invested during Donald Trump's term is 0.5 point of GDP given to the United States of America's president by the Japanese government. I mean, this is amazing. In order to have a 15% tariff, and so they can keep making their cars in Japan.
Let's just stand the details, Mr. Secretary. So the timeline, you talked about the rest of the president's term. Is there a clear timeline here? And what's the enforcement mechanism to make sure it happens?
Well, two things. Number one, they've committed that they will meet the capital call. So when we're building a project, they will fund the project's building during the term.
자, 현재 매수 진입권 잠시 후 9시 반 발표될 지표까지 지켜보도록 하겠습니다.
And let's say halfway through and they've invested $250 billion, they stop saying, I don't want to send you any more money. The tariffs back, pop right back up, and they no longer receive the cash flow from these projects. It would all just stay with the United States of America. So there is just no way they're going to not fund these projects, and Donald Trump is going to deliver to the American people. And this deal is really, it's just, if you think about it, $550 billion of Japanese government's money in order to buy down their tariff in Donald Trump's hands for his availability to invest and build in America. Alaska pipeline, scale, $50 billion, $100 billion. Donald Trump wants to unleash the Alaska pipelines. The Japanese will finance it, and it's great for America. It's fantastic.
Mr. Secretary, you'll appreciate we've got a number of topics to get through with you in a short amount of time, so I wanted to turn to other issues and India. This came from the president this morning on social media. It looks like we've lost India, and Russia for that matter, to deepest, darkest China. May they have a long and prosperous future together. This relationship between the US and India has clearly soured. You yourself said earlier this year that India rubbed the US the wrong way. There's an understandable tension that continues to build, but they're not the only ones buying Russian energy. The Chinese are buying Russian energy, and for that matter, the Europeans too. And I think there's a sense from the Indian side, Mr. Secretary, that they feel singled out, perhaps unfairly. What's your comment, your message for them this morning?
Well, remember, before the Russian conflict, the Indians bought less than 2% of their oil from Russia. Less than 2%. And now they're buying 40% of their oil from Russia. What they're doing is, because the oil is sanctioned, it's really, really cheap because the Russians are trying to find people to buy it. And so the Indians have just decided, the heck with it. Let's buy it cheap and make a ton of money. But you know what? That is just plain wrong. It's ridiculous. And they either need to decide which side they want to be on. You know, what's funny is, remember, the Chinese sell. The Chinese, well, we're always willing to talk. The Chinese sell to us. The Indians sell to us. They're not going to be able to sell to each other. We are the consumer of the world. People have to remember, it's our $30 trillion economy that is the consumer of the world. So eventually they all have to come back to the customer, because we all know eventually the customer is always right.
When you are talking with India, Mr. Secretary, I know a lot of companies in the U.S. have shifted manufacturing to India from China, so there's a real interest in this in terms of their costs. How much do you feel like you've lost leverage as a result of the court case that came out fairly recently?
We haven't lost anything with respect to the court case. If you look at the dissent, right, it was 7-4. Read the dissent. The current Chief Justice sided with President Trump. The former Chief Justice sided with President Trump. And the incoming Chief Justice sided with President Trump. And the smartest guy on the bench, which is well known who the smartest guy on the bench is, he sided with Donald Trump. So I think you are going to see the Supreme Court side with Donald Trump. And I don't think we've lost leverage. What we've lost is that India doesn't yet want to open their market, stop buying Russian oil, right? And stop being a part of BRICS, right? They're the vowel between Russia and China. If that's who you want to be, go be it. But either support the dollar, support the United States of America, support your biggest client, who is the American consumer, or I guess you're going to pay a 50% tariff, and let's see how long this lasts.
It seems like there's been a hardening of the line both with President Trump as well as Modi, and a sense that there isn't really a coming together. In fact, that meeting with Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin and Prime Minister Modi seemed to indicate a coalescing of the BRICS. Do you see anywhere in the next month, 2 months, any type of deal or backing down to a lower rate with India?
I would expect, like you saw it in Canada, right? Carney got elected with this term, elbows up, meaning let's fight with America. They put on retaliatory tariffs. They were all bravado. And what happened? Their GDP negative 1.6%, unemployment rocketing towards 8%. And what did Carney just do? He just finally dropped his retaliatory tariffs. So I think what happens is it's all bravado because you think it feels good to fight with the biggest client in the world. But eventually, your businesses are going to say, you've got to stop this and go make your deal with America. So I think, yes, in a month or 2 months, I think India is going to be at the table, and they're going to say they're sorry, and they're going to try to make a deal with Donald Trump, and it will be on Donald Trump's desk how he wants to deal with Modi. And we leave that to him. That's why he's the president.
Speaking of making a deal, I understand the Swiss are in town. Just hearing that the Swiss vice president has turned up in the United States again. Is there a meeting on the agenda for today going into the weekend?
Yes. So I'm going to meet with the Swiss delegation. They're coming in to make a new proposal. And the Trump administration is always willing to listen. But you have to remember, you know, the Swiss like to say they're a small country of only 9 million people, a small, rich country. And how did they become so rich? They sell us pharmaceuticals like it's going out of style, all right? They make so much money off of America. That's why they're rich. So let's hear what they have to say. We'll discuss it with the president. You know, I'm not optimistic, but I'm always willing to listen, and Donald Trump is always willing to listen.
Why are you not optimistic? Traditionally, there's been a decent relationship there in the president's first term, relied on the Swiss a lot when it came to foreign policy and developments in places like Iran. What's happened this time?
Well, if you just consider trade, right? You know, the European Union, right? They open their market, 450 million people, $20 trillion economy, and they say, we'll take our tariffs down to zero. You, the American exporters, can sell us everything. I mean, how fantastic is that? And they say, we'll pay you 15% and you pay us nothing. I mean, that is really, really attractive. Now you go to Switzerland, 9 million people. I mean, what are they going to offer the American exporter as compared to the size and scale by which they export and earn money off of us? So the idea is we need balanced and fair trade, and that's a difficult thing. Now, you saw the Japanese. They decided to take a completely different path. And what they said is we will give Donald Trump the power to invest $550 billion at his direction for the benefit of America. Now, that's a different way of thinking. Now, if the Swiss come out of the box with a whole new way of thinking, I'm open-minded. But if they just say our rich companies are going to buy more of America, I mean, that's what Donald Trump is complaining about.
Yeah.
You realize in 1985, we, America, owned more of the rest of the world. We owned just about 150 billion of the rest of the world. And you know, in 2025, when Donald Trump takes office, the rest of the world owns 26 trillion more of us because they just use all the money they make off of us to buy us. And sooner or later, they're just going to own us. And Donald Trump has said, enough of this. We are going to own ourselves going forward.
Mr. Secretary, I know you're your own boss on your own time, but your team is telling us we've got to go shortly, so I'm going to squeeze out a few more minutes if I can. At 8:30 Eastern Time, we're meant to get a jobs number. This is what we heard from the BLS just moments ago, that the Bureau of Labour Statistics says it's experiencing a technical problem and data retrieval tools are currently not available on the website. Are we going to see a number in 10 minutes' time?
I don't know if we're going to see a number, but I tell you, it makes it crystal clear. You should have fired the person who was running that group, right? Because if you didn't fire him 2 weeks ago, you sure as heck would be firing him today. So they need new leadership in BLS, that's for sure. They need new tech in BLS, that's for sure. And Donald Trump needs to rely upon the numbers. America needs to rely upon the numbers. You can't have these bent former administration people who have a view and who want to harm the president. We need accurate numbers coming from BLS, and finally we'll have new leadership to deliver it.
Mr. Secretary, are you also going to promise new resources for them to increase their collection and increase some of their staff to go out and make this data accurate?
Yeah, can you imagine they had people calling around? I mean, come on. Computers. Wow, it's 2025 and they have computers. New resources, new technology, wildly better information. That's what America demands. That's what Donald Trump's going to give them. And you just need to change leadership every once in a while and make sure we get it right. I'm excited about what's coming. Of course, you fire the person. What do you learn? You learn that their technology is just, oh boy. But we'll fix it. We'll fix it.
Well, I hope you do, and I hope you can fix it in the next 9 minutes, sir, because you're in charge now. United States Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Appreciate it. The number's about 9 minutes away, and we'll see if we actually get the figures at 8:30 Eastern Time.
So I'm looking right now
현재
on
잠시
the
후 발표될
screen that says
지표
in big red letters that are flashing. BLS is
대략
experiencing
중에 상시 분석 중에 있습니다.
So just, you know,
자,
duly
지표
warned that
발표
maybe
이후
the market
드리는
is
사인을
going to have
집중
to
부탁드리겠습니다.
tread water for a little bit longer.
With us around the table,
자, 약 데이터 발표까지 8분 앞두고 있습니다.
I'm sorry we're not going to have much time, but we might have a long time, depending on whether we get this number or not. What are you expecting in a few minutes' time?
Look, we want a labor market that's cooling, that's not freezing, and I think the market will accept something between 50 to 100K. If you see something under that, of course, there will be concerns about, is the Fed behind the curve, and are we entering a growth scare scenario? If you see something a lot more than that, I think you go back to question the integrity of the data, just given the amount of revisions that we've had over the last couple of months. You know, historically, we know that August tends to see downward revisions anyway. So ultimately, we don't think that what we get at 8:30 is going to change the expectation, our expectations for a 25 basis points cut in the next Fed meeting. You could get a bit more if the data is really weak.
I can already hear the groans, but is good news, and bad news, bad news. The idea of is a good print something that makes you more bullish on equities and a bad print something that makes you more bearish, or really is it all? It depends on what the Fed does in response to this data.
Look, I think it's baked at this point that Powell is going to have at least 25 basis points in September. We can all agree that the tone from the Fed has tilted more dovish since the last meeting. Ultimately, what matters for the markets, we know it's the earnings growth trajectory, and we look at coming out of the second quarter earnings season like, wow, 11% earnings growth. Estimates has been moving forward for forward estimates further up. We are expecting at least high single-digit growth for next year. So I think that when you look beyond whatever we get at 8:30, that's going to be what's key for the market. Do we continue to get earnings growth? And we think that's going to be the case. Maybe the cyclical parts can benefit a bit more from increased rate cut, but we think that the growth story has to still be there.
We have some time to be philosophical considering that the BLS data is delayed. So I am curious if you see this profitability of companies coming without hiring. And we've been talking about that companies have been increasing their profitability, but they haven't been increasing their hiring plans. At what point does that change, or is this just a sort of sea change in the way, the relationship between profits and employment?
Well, when you think about it, companies has hired a lot over the last few years coming out of the pandemic. And right now, I think what's happening in companies is trying to be more efficient. And that doesn't necessarily mean you need to increase headcount to do that. You can also use technology to do that. And some of that is coming through, particularly from the AI front. And that probably is going to continue. So I think the job creation, not looking for it to sort of fall off the cliff. But again, we're coming off from a very high level over the last few years. I think what you're seeing in the labor market is some normalization as well. We think that corporate profitability will remain intact. I mean, companies have talked about many ways to even circumvent and navigate some of the tariff headwinds, and we saw that through the second quarter earnings season, and we expect that to continue in the next couple of quarters as well.
Stick with the market cap S&P 500, or do you want to go elsewhere? The cyclical tilts work in the small caps over the last month or so.
I think, look, you stick with secular growth, add some cyclical exposure. We've been doing that through financials. If we get rate cuts, but the right rate cuts in terms of the Fed is cutting with the economy still being resilient, then I think you can broaden it out to get even more cyclical exposure, and small cap could be an interesting way to do that as well.
Nadia, good to see you. As always on this Payrolls Friday, Nadia Lovell there of UBS on an equity market, looking for maybe a bit of a cyclical tilt for the months ahead.
Yeah, and maybe we'll get some confirmation of that when we get the BLS numbers. But right now, the question is, when will we get the BLS numbers? We would be 4 minutes and 30 seconds away from it, but evidently, sorry, we are currently experiencing technical problems.
We'll see if we do. Scheduled for 8:30 Eastern Time. The estimate in our survey, 75K. The range is pretty wide. 0 at the low end, 144 at the high end. There's a rate cut on the table for September 17th. Will this data reinforce the move we've seen from the Federal Reserve, the concern, the shift, the bias from the chairman of the Federal Reserve to tee up a rate cut? The jobs number up next.
자, 잠시 후 데이터 발표 나옵니다. 자, 비농업 취업자 수, 실업률 발표되고요. 발표까지 약 1분을 앞두고 있습니다.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives.
And laying the foundation for the future.
From finance to defense, AI to entertainment.
And from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories of the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
And the politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
Watch Bloomberg Tech every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg Television.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg. U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg.
The Middle East and Africa regions
자, 데이터 발표 나옵니다.
biggest deals and fastest growth in the world. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. I'm Jumana Versace. Join me on Bloomberg Horizon's Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insights shaping the decisions of traders across this exciting region.
You had heightened levels of volatility.
There's still room to maneuver.
We do see opportunities.
It allows you to increase significantly your net income.
Every trading day, only on Bloomberg.
Live from New York City, welcome to the program. Now, we're expected to have a jobs report seconds from now. We'll see if we actually get one. The scores going into it look like this. Equity futures just about positive on the S&P 500, just about unchanged at the moment as we come into Friday at all-time highs. On the Nasdaq 100, higher by 0.5. In the bond market, 2-year, 10-year and 30-year yields look like this. Yields a little bit lower, down 3 on 10s to 412.79. With a jobs number, let's cross over to Mike McKee. Good morning, Mike.
Good morning. We do have the data, and it is not good. 22,000 jobs created during the month of August. That is significantly
좀 더 지켜보고 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다.
Last month,
자,
73,000
급격한 하락세 나와주고 있지만 충분히
Change in private payrolls. 38,000.
반등에 여지도 있다고 판단이 되어서 조금 더 지켜보도록 하겠습니다.
Is another negative 21,000. We'll have to look and see what the breakdown on that is. But the unemployment rate, which is the thing the Fed is watching, moves to 4.3% from 4.2%. Labor force participation rate ticks up to 62.3%.
자, 여기서 수익 청산 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 수익 청산 사인 드립니다. 수익 청산 후에 재진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 일기약기준약 50만 원에서 수익 청산 사인 드렸습니다.
주문 청산이 완료되었습니다.
자, 데이터는 굉장히
Non-farm payrolls. Okay, that's. I'm just looking to see
엄청 둔화된 데이터가 발표가 되었는데요. 자, 예상치가 75인데 22가 많았습니다. 22가 발표가 되었고요. 자, 이 정도면 경기 둔화. 금리 인하가 50pp도 가능할 수도 있다. 라고 이제 파악할 수 있을 만큼 크게 둔화된 데이터가 발표가 되었습니다.
month over month over month. Not good, and you see it reflected in the bond market. The front end of the curve yields lower by another 6 basis points. 2's dropped to 350. That's a new low for 2025. 10's down 4 to 411.
금리 인하가
30's down 2 to 483.
금리 인하 가능성이 좀 더 고조되면서 상승을 이끌어가는 것 같고요. 조금 더 지켜보고 추가 진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 현재 상승은 연준의 금리 인하 기대감이 좀 더 고조되면서 시장에 큰 상승을 보여주고 있는 것으로 확인되고 있습니다.
To make the Fed cut rates and maybe look at further rate cutting later this year, while not so bad that it would undermine the sort of cyclical tilt that we're seeing to the market. So putting that together, not a very positive number, a really stagnant labor market, but not something that's raising alarm bells that we're heading into a recession that the Fed can't stave off.
And Mike McKee, I want to come back to you, sir.
예상보다 크게
surprise 22,000, the estimate's 75.
둔화된 데이터가 나와서
about whether this downshift in payrolls growth is a reflection of what's happening with demand.
둔화는 예상했지만 예상보다 크게 둔화가 되어가지고 이게
Mike, which one is it, and what does this data tell you this morning?
We don't have a good idea.
세부적인 데이터 살펴보고 해석해서 올려드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 2차 진입뷰 대기하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 2차 진입뷰 대기하도록 하겠습니다.
In the JOLTS data now that we have more people who are unemployed than there are jobs openings. So
자, 다시 한번 매수 진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 1계양 매수 진입 사인 드립니다. 진입가
확인 바랍니다.
827.00입니다. 827.00 매수 진입 1계약입니다.
was revised down by 27,000 additional to a negative 13,000. So June is now a negative employment print. July revised up by 6,000 from 73,000 to 79,000. But this does suggest there's a lot more weakness in the employment area, in the employment side of the Fed's mandate than anticipated. And I would think that that negative June print.
자, 방금 발표된 비농업자 취업자 수가 눈을 의심할 정도로 이게 엄청 둔화된 데이터가 나와가지고 정확히 세부적으로 확인 후에 코멘트 남겨드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 일단 현재 지금 2차 진입뷰 매수 진입권 대응 이어 나가도록 하겠습니다.
Downside surprise, 75 was the estimate. You're looking at a 3-month average now for payrolls of just 29,000. Captured in the bond market with lower yields, in the FX market with a weaker dollar, in equities still positive on the session by a quarter.
자, 금리는 거의 확실시됐다고 보면 되고요. 이제 25bp에서 50bp까지도 조정이 가능하다 볼 수 있다고 판단이 되고 있습니다.
And it goes back to the question that you asked yesterday: is this a Fed that will be cutting into something of a reacceleration, or that will cut and spur that reacceleration? And right now, the market, based on the market activity, seems to think that rate cut could be very helpful.
자, 짧게 보도록 하겠습니다. 현재 진입권 여기서 끝나가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 수익 청산 사인 드립니다. 자, 1계약 기준 약 30만 원권에서 수익 청산 사인 드립니다.
You've had 5 minutes to go over this. What's your first take?
First take is another weak summer employment report. Immigration seems to be having another impact on the data. When you look at the household survey, the foreign-born population was again sort of the weaker part of it. Looking ahead, we expect that you'll have one more piece of negative news. So September 9th, once we get the annual preliminary benchmark revisions, that's going to be revised down to the tune of something like 600,000. So that's going to be another really bad negative headline.
주문 청산이 완료되었습니다.
자, 수익 청산 사인 드렸고요. 3차 진입뷰 대기하면서 발표된 데이터 정리해서 말씀드려보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 잠깐 데이터 정리하고 3차 진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다.
The first thing you went to though was population growth. Do you think there's still a big supply side story that's underappreciated in these numbers?
Yes, I do. I think that's a large part of what's going on. Of course, it's hard to sort of decipher month to month, but if you look at the household survey, foreign-born employment was down 342,000, while native-born was up 451,000. The labor force participation rate for foreign-born ticked down again. So it does look like you're seeing some, continued weakness out of the immigration. That helps explain why payroll growth was negative in June. We had 500,000 people from the CHNV program whose visas got expired overnight from May to June.
If that's the case, why aren't we seeing faster wage growth? Why are we seeing the underemployment rate going up? Why are we seeing the average number of hours worked in a week kind of stay stagnant or even go down, right? These are the signs of weakness that people look at on the corners and say, wait a second, there is something here that speaks to the demand side as much as there is this also supply side story.
Yeah, wages were fine. Up 0.3%, which is an okay number. Not a number that you would expect if the labor market was really falling apart. So what we're seeing is a combination of supply and demand. It's certainly not just a supply side story. Demand has also softened. But when you look for the months ahead, that demand should start to pick up as the tariff uncertainty starts to fade. So we had a lot of things, largely policy driven, that hit the economy over the summer. that should go the other way later this year. But right now, it's a combination of a supply-side shock and also some significant hits to the demand side as well.
Mike McKee standing by. Mike, you've got some more.
Yeah, John, to the issue you're just talking about now, I'm not sure it holds a lot of water because the civilian labor force grew by 436,000 during the month, which is the biggest since April. And April was when the month that we saw the market, the labor data start to weaken. The participation rate actually ticked up. And at this point, it doesn't look like immigration played a big role. I have to mention here that the BLS cautions on its website and in its literature not to use the foreign-born, native-born population statistics to just tell you what happened this month, because there are statistical reasons that they don't. It's complicated. I won't go into it on the air, but I'm not sure that gives us a whole lot of information. It's been a talking point used by administrations from both parties, but I'm not sure that that makes a lot of difference. The biggest thing that we saw in the numbers here quickly is that leisure and hospitality and also education and health are the only two categories that really show any growth at all. Education and health, about 46,000, leisure, hospitality, 28,000. There are an awful lot of categories that lost jobs during the month. I will point out that construction jobs were down by 7,000. ADP had them up by 16,000. And in that strange comment the president made last night about the payroll report, which suggested he already knew what the numbers were, he said it's all construction now. But it doesn't seem to be construction either.
Mike McKee with the latest. Mike, thank you. Stephanie, you were following that explanation. Please, I want to give you some time to respond.
Yeah, so I mean, I think it's fair. The data are certainly volatile month to month. But if you look at the foreign-born statistics out of the household survey, it's been fairly weak for the past couple of months. So to the extent that, of course, it's not a perfect picture, but we do know that there's significant crackdown from an immigration perspective that is likely having some impact, although it's very difficult to get a clean read out of the data. You saw the foreign-born employment fall 342,000 in August, 416 in July. It's hard to say that there's no impact from an immigration perspective. Of course, it's difficult to get the exact precise numbers out of the household survey because it is notoriously volatile, as Mike just mentioned.
Yeah.
But it's hard to say that there's no impact from immigration.
Getting a range of responses already this morning. This from Neil Data of Renmac. The Hawks have lost on their own terms. Employment growth is still cooling, and the unemployment rate is rising.
You have right now a 100% chance of a rate cut baked in for later this month. So it seems like they are agreeing with his assessment and that on their own terms, this would warrant a rate cut. Key question to me is, what is the depth of the weakness? And I keep going to, yes, the bond market response, but that's actually less interesting to me than the stock market response.
Sure.
The fact that there is this belief that this is not great, but it's not so bad that it curtails the cyclical tilt that we've seen. And that, to me, is really the big question.
Let's turn to Jeff Rosenberg on that. He joins us from BlackRock. Jeff, welcome to the programme, sir. What do we always say? Yep. The first move isn't always the right move, and let's see if this sticks, but the first move is stocks higher. What's your take?
Yeah, the first move is stocks higher, and this is bad news is good news for the stock market because the Fed's going to ride to the rescue and cut rates, and the economy's not going to fall off a cliff. Financial conditions will help that. It's a little bit circular, but if the Fed is going to underwrite the risk rally, then financial conditions will hold up confidence, even if you're having a little bit of a slowdown here on the demand side. So, look, that's the initial read. You know, Russell 2000, NASDAQ outperformance is really quite notable. People piling into what has already been working because the Fed is going to be behind that. And I think that, you know, on top of what Stephanie and you all were just talking about, yeah, it's a weaker report, but it's a weaker report that solidifies 25, but it's really about, and I think this is where Lisa was about to go, you know, what's the path from here? Does this put October on the table? Does this put 50 on the table? But what it really puts on the table is a Fed that gets back in motion for cutting rates. And if the economy's not falling off a cliff, that's a pretty good combination for risk assets. And that's why you're seeing, at least in this initial reaction, bad news is good news.
You said something really important there, Jeff, that this is an indication that the Fed is going to underwrite risk assets at a time when there is enough weakness in labor markets to justify that. What gives you confidence that the weakness that we're seeing is fixable or addressable by a couple of rate cuts this year by the Federal Reserve?
Well, I wouldn't overstate that and say that it is, but the confidence piece of that is really the primacy of financial conditions. And so, you know, while we're worried about a lot of things, one of the things we're not worried about is financial conditions, and they are exceptionally easy. And this is what I've said on the program many times. You know, we focus on the economy, and it's this kind of debate. Does the stock market worry about the economy, or does the economy worry about the stock market? And I think it's more the latter, that it's about financial conditions. And the stock market is less about the economy and much more about AI and technology. And that boost to wealth is supporting consumption, and that's what drives the economy much more than anything else. And so I think that's what kind of eases the concern here around the slowing in the jobs market that we're seeing out of today's data.
If we've seen the hawks throw in their hawkish tilt and become more dovish on the Federal Reserve and start cutting rates, does data like this, Jeff, make you think that maybe you have to price in steeper cuts over the remainder of next year, especially with the changing of the guard, that maybe this market is underappreciating the risk of more significant easing?
Yeah, it's a really good question. And I think it's one that we'll turn our attention increasingly towards, which is, okay, to what end? Waller, you know, gave a little hint in that in his interview earlier this week, 100 to 150 basis points. That seems to be what most consensus views around Taylor rule implies. You know, so that amount is kind of priced in. I think the uncertainty that you're alluding to is, you know, will that be enough? And, you know, do you end up pricing in, you know, more than that? You know, right now, the kind of standard economic analysis, those Taylor rules, are arguing for a path of cuts, but it's a shallow path because policy is only moderately restrictive. And yes, the delta and the change here is to the downside, the deceleration on the demand side. But as Powell's highlighted, you know, this is also still a labor market that is, you know, not tremendously out of balance. These are small increases. Yes, there are increases in the unemployment rate, but the supply side and the demand side are both easing at the same time. And you see it in the strength in the wages. The persistent, you know, the one thing that didn't happen here is a big slowdown in the work week, something we'll keep an eye on. And so that'll hold up. How deep does this path have to get?
It's quite a move at the front end of the curve. Jeff, just to keep you up to speed on things, if you haven't got the Bloomberg in front of you, we're down 9 basis points at the front end of the curve, now trading at 340, 349, so into the 340s now, which is something we haven't seen all year. 10s are at about 4.09%, so we've broken down through 4.1. 30s are way off away from 5% at the moment at about 481. We're down 4 basis points on the session. So, Jeff, let's talk about the shape of the curve. There is a fear held by some, not all, but some, that we'd see a repeat of last year, that we'd see some weak jobs data, the Fed would come out of the gates aggressively, and what you'd see is the front end come down, but the long end would actually sell off. Yields would rise, and maybe we'd get the same kind of move that we saw last year. Jeff, do you see things lining up for a repeat of 24, or is this different this time?
Well, it's certainly different this time, and, you know, the day's focus is on the labor markets, and it's a premier data point for the growth side of the equation. But next week, other data will come out, and we'll focus again on the other side, which is the inflationary side. And so this is really the tension that you see within the curve, that if the Fed is cutting and they're telling us, and Powell was pretty clear coming out of Jackson Hole, there's a primacy of, within the dual mandate, the growth side, the maximum employment side of that mandate. But it's happening at a time, and this is where the hawks have, you know, kind of been, you know, squawking a little bit, that, hey, you know, the inflation piece hasn't really been solved, and the uncertainty of the pass-through of tariff inflation is still in front of us. Plus all the other things that go into the back end of the curve, the demand supply, the fiscal, the deficits. it raises the potential here, and you're seeing it in the curve this morning, that you just lag the declines from what the Fed is doing in policy rates to the back end of the curve. And that view is, pretty consensus in terms of the expectations of steepening. And we've had a lot of that put into the curve already. So, that may get a little bit tired, and you've got some technical positioning. Everybody's on the same side of the boat, so that can have an unwind. But the fundamentals behind a steepening curve outlook, cutting interest rates in the face of still sticky inflation on top of all the fiscal concerns, do argue that the pass-through from policy in the short end to the back end won't be as strong as we would historically expect, absent, the big shock of an economy that really decelerates and brings back a specter of not inflation, but deflation. That's how you get the back end to really outperform.
Jeff, appreciate it. Good framing as always. Jeff Rosenberg there of BlackRock. If you're just tuning in, you missed it. It dropped about 20 minutes ago, and it dropped. We're down to 22K. Big downside surprise on payrolls. The estimate was 75. I keep going back to the three-month average. The three-month average is pretty dreadful. It's 29,000 now. That's a real step down in payrolls growth. And Bramo, that's why you're seeing this market start to price in more rate cuts. We're down 9 basis points at the front end.
We're seeing the slowest pace of job growth going back to the immediate aftermath of the pandemic and what happened there. Question here is why this is considered a positive for risk assets, given that it is a deceleration and this belief, as we were just hearing from Jeff, that the Fed is willing to underwrite risk assets.
Mike Collins of PGIM, Fixed Income, joins us now for more. Mike, welcome to the program, sir. It's another downside surprise. You were looking for a weaker economy. It looks like we've got one. How does this change the conversation on September 17th for the Federal Reserve?
Yeah, Jonathan, I'm just glad the number came out, right? Right before 8:30, we were looking at the bond market rallying in the front end, and the bond market was turning from vigilante mode to conspiracy theorist mode, right? So let's be thankful we got the number. But this is a continued deceleration, right? And I think what's happening right now is the markets are quickly moving from pricing in 2 cuts for the rest of this year, meaning 1 in 12 days and 1 in December, to possibly a cut at all 3 meetings, right? That's what's the transition that's happening right now in the markets. And I love the conversation around the wealth effect, financial conditions.
자, 자료 정리 전 3차 진입뷰 사인드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 3차 대응 이후 자료 정리해서 올려드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 매도 진입 사인드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 1계약 매도 진입 사인드립니다. 매도 진입 1계약 진입 사인드립니다.
체결되었습니다. 확인 바랍니다.
진입가 842.00입니다. 자, 842.00. 진입가 842.00입니다.
is start firing people, right? And we're just kind of maybe on the precipice of that last box being checked. And companies do that to preserve margin.
자, 단기 조정 예상되어서 매도 진입 사인 드렸고요. 예상치 이탈 시에는 빠르게 청산 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 매도 진입 1계약 진입가 2384.00 대응이 나가도록 하겠습니다.
To maintain their bottom line earnings, and that's not great. For the economy. So I do worry, whenever you have a recession, you always look back, because we always miss it, right? Everybody's always surprised when you have a recession, and you always look back and say, wow, how come I didn't pay more heed to these, yellow flags? And I think these are more yellow flags that are popping up. And, so I'm just, urging some caution that maybe the stock market, valuations, which are really, heady already, maybe are topping out here.
Mike, the idea of whistling past a graveyard, it isn't just applicable to stocks, it's also applicable to your world and credit. And what we've seen, particularly in high-yield bonds and how spreads have really compressed, and we have seen this rush into riskier assets. This idea that Jeff Rosenberg was talking about, is this a Fed willing to underwrite risk assets, or do you say this is a warning shot to lighten up on high yield, lighten up on credit risk, and go into duration?
Yeah, I mean, we've been doing that trade, right? Arguably, we've been early because, over the last 2 years, you should have owned as much risk assets, as much high yield as you could have. Defaults continue to be generally really low, but you are seeing continued concerns and pressure and credit deterioration among the weakest tranches of the high yield and the leveraged loan and the private credit markets, where these high rates, these high borrowing costs, especially for companies that have floating interest rates, are really starting to hurt them, have a big negative impact. So I think there's kind of this sneaking, credit deterioration happening out there that's not hitting the headlines yet. So yeah, I think it's still a world where you're supposed to be a little long duration, have a curve steepener on, two positions, fortunately, we've been in, and stay very defensive on the credit side. I mean, talking about high yield spreads, Lisa, you see the headlines of, high yield spreads are just inside 300, but even there, it is somewhat bifurcated. Everything has done well, but we're selling, double B rated high yield bonds with double-digit spreads, Lisa, like inside 100, right? And so that is clearly a recipe for moving up in quality, where you can buy high-quality, investment-grade bonds and structured product, and even mortgage-backed securities in some cases at similar, spreads, or not giving up a lot of spread. So those are easy trades that you still have to be disciplined and do.
Mike, it sounds like you trust this data. It sounds like you're not worried about politicization of the Federal Reserve. Just quickly, is that true, that that's all noise to you, and you look at the data and this just indicates negativity?
Well, you look at the big picture trend, and that's what you have to do when you look at these data, Lisa. And, we went from 400,000 job growth a few years ago to 200 to 100 to 50. Our rate of job growth has been cut in half now for 4 straight years.
자, 해당 지금 손절하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 손절 사인 드립니다. 손절 후 재진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 예상치 이탈 판단되어서 손절 사인 드렸고요. 손절 후 4차 진입 후 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다.
Is not even the right level of natural rate of growth of the labor force. Maybe it's 0.
주문 청산이 완료되었습니다.
And we're kind of punching toward that. So this is a big supply problem. I'm worried that the markets are kind of discounting.
자, 계약수 높여가지고 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 이전과 동일하게 5계약 운영하도록 하겠습니다.
3 times this year, 3 times next year, gets the funds rate into the high 2s, which is increasingly what's being priced in right now. The economy can certainly survive through that. Companies will survive through that. We won't have a recession, and that's a really good outcome for all of us.
Mike, appreciate it. Have a good weekend. It's good to see you.
자, 매도 진입 사인 다시 드리겠습니다. 자, 매도 진입 5계약입니다. 자, 계약수 입혀서 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 진입가 861.50입니다. 861.50 매도 진입입니다. 매도 진입 861.50 사인 드립니다.
That's okay because the economy has slowed down. So the extent to which we have a little bit of easing in financial conditions isn't the worst thing. We have this shock from both the supply and demand perspective, but the demand side is important, and the extent to which it could help sectors of the economy like housing, which has been hurt by higher interest rates. It's okay for them to cut a couple more times. Then we're going to see that reacceleration, and it might be harder for the Fed to cut beyond that.
I hope you're right. This is what we got from Steve Cheveron of Federated just moments ago, Bramo. This isn't about a September cut. It's now about the Fed's path towards neutral.
Right now, we're looking at 3 rate cuts being priced into the market by the end of the year, including more than a full 25 basis point cut at the September 17th meeting. This is about neutral. This is about where we are in the economic cycle. And this will be about what the Fed will do even before we get a change in leadership. So maybe President Trump will get what he wants, even without any kind of changing of the guard.
Mike Collins just happy we got a number. That's how low the bar is right now.
Well, I don't blame him. Honestly, we were getting warning signs, big red flashing letters. We have a data problem. And then,
we've got some data. It's good news. Stephanie, it's good to see you. Thanks for being here. Thank you very much. If you're just joining us, you missed it. 22K on payrolls. Big downside surprise. 75,000 the estimate. 3-month average now 29,000. In the bond market, this is what it means to fixed income. Yields down at the front end by 10 basis points. 2s at 348. In the equity market, equities like it. Equities up by 1/3 on the S&P. All-time highs heading into the weekend.
Tune in to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We got to talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
A new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg.
There is a nice confluence between the long-term investor and what we're trying to do. We have an operating principle that's in our handbook take the long view. When we went public, we put a timeline up on the screen for the whole company in an all-hands meeting. And that timeline went from founding to 100 years out. And the IPO was one dot in 1 year on that timeline. And we tried to orient the employees to, this is a wonderful event, this IPO, but it's a moment in time on a very long journey.
This is a company that you want to exist in 100 years.
We do.
Wall Street doesn't think in.
No, they think in like hours. Yeah. And what I've learned of Wall Street, and particularly Wall Street investors, when they say they are long-term investors, that means they'll keep your stock for like a month. There has been one instance where I did something that was just for short-term stock, and I felt so bad about it that I don't think I'll do it again.
What was that?
There was one quarter, a few quarters ago, we were not going to beat the quarter. We were gonna probably just hit it, and so far we beat every quarter. So we were all like, wait, what? Our perfect record. We're like a 4.0 student that is gonna get a B for the first time. This is not good. And I decided that for a short period of time, at the end of a lesson in our app, we would show 2 ads instead of 1. Turns out that that by itself was good enough to beat the quarter, but it's bad for the product. It's not good. After that, I never doing that again.
In case you missed it, on the close.
Sweet Green, which has a kind of a similar business model to Kava, they're having some issues, and it's more about just the foot traffic. Maybe the price points are too high, or people have just moved on to other types of ways to feed themselves. What are you seeing?
We're not seeing anything underneath structurally in the business. If anything, we're seeing greater structural strength. In recent years, we've now underpriced CPI by 900 basis points. So again, our value scores continue to improve. We continue to make our food more accessible and really try and mitigate any of the impacts of, say, tariffs and not have to pass along to our guests.
There's been a lot of talk about how do you reimagine stores like this. What do you want your customer to do?
If you're in a hurry, we've got great digital channels. We've got 60 drive-through pickup windows. But if you want a great physical experience, you can have that walk-the-line experience, see the food, smell the food, interact with our team members. Our mission is to bring heart, health, and humanity to food. So we want to deliver that humanity in the 4 walls of our restaurants and have a great environment for you to enjoy your Mediterranean meal.
Don't miss the close, live every weekday.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Michael McKee in Jackson Hole, Wyoming, and this is Bloomberg.
All right, we are off to the races again, betting on a Fed cut after that non-farm payrolls number. 30 minutes until it started trading. I'm Matt Miller.
And I'm Danny Berger. Bloomberg Open Interest starts right now.
Coming up, a cooling labor market. Jobs growth was far weaker than expected in August, reinforcing the case for a Fed cut later this month. And the trillion-dollar man, Tesla, offers an unprecedented pay package to Elon Musk that could make
현재
him
진입권
the
조금 더
world's
지켜보고
first
대응 이어나가도록
trillionaire.
하겠습니다.
And the AI chip
현재
race
매도
continues.
진입권
Broadcom
5계약
teams
실시간
up
대응
with
중에
OpenAI
있습니다.
to produce an accelerator that puts the heat on NVIDIA. Danny, what are you watching?
Well, it's been a drama-filled morning, and it's only just 9 a.m. I am looking at that Broadcom story and the reaction in share prices, because check this out. 14.33% higher. That Broadcom deal with OpenAI puts it in direct competition with NVIDIA, which dominates the AI semiconductor market. Broadcom also said its AI outlook will improve significantly. That helps ease concerns about slowing growth. Matt, what are you looking at this morning?
Yeah, I mean, that I think is fascinating. Broadcom should always have been included in the Magnificent Seven. The Great Eight. Tesla is another one. Elon Musk is being offered a compensation package valued at over $1 trillion if he meets certain benchmarks over the next 10 years. It includes growing the company's market value more than 8 times to $8.5 trillion. Danny?
Meanwhile, some data drama also adding to the market moves this morning. The Bureau of Labor Statistics warned that it was experiencing technical difficulties with its website just 30 minutes before that jobs report hit. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick spoke to Bloomberg about the issue.
So they need new leadership in BLS, that's for sure. They need new tech in BLS, that's for sure. And Donald Trump needs to rely upon the numbers. America needs to rely upon the numbers. You can't have these bent former administration people who have a view and who want to harm the president. We need accurate numbers coming from BLS, and finally we'll have new leadership to deliver it.
Well, we did end up getting the numbers, and it's a market that believes the numbers and is trading on them. Let's get over to Bloomberg's Michael McKee, international economics and policy correspondent. Mike, what did we get?
Well, we got a downside surprise, certainly, Danny. 22,000 jobs created in August, significantly lower than anticipated. We did see the July number revised up by 6,000 to 79,000, but look what happened when we got to June. The June revision put it in negative territory, down 13,000 on the month, which means it's the first month of job contraction since December of 2020. The unemployment rate came in at 4.324. If you take it out to 3 digits, that's almost a full percentage point above where it was in July. So that is a significant move on the month. The revisions,
자, 현재니까 스위치하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 손절 후에 바로 매수 진입 사인드리도록 하겠습니다. 손절 후에 5차 진입 사인 바로 이어서 드리도록 하겠습니다.
주문 청산이 완료되었습니다.
자, 매수 진입 사인드립니다. 자, 매수 진입 진입가 885.00입니다.
The biggest movers in the numbers were health and social services, which as usual
자,
is the
이전
largest
손실이 있는
gain,
만큼 최대한
46,000, leisure and
목표
hospitality,
수익금까지 길게 보고
28,000,
대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다.
10,500, a bit of a surprise, although I guess we saw a reasonably strong back-to-school season from what the analysts are telling us. Manufacturing, the biggest loser, down 19,000 jobs. Again, reflecting poorly on the president's plan to bring back a lot of jobs to the United States. What really strikes as you look at all of these numbers is how many categories did lose jobs, but it wasn't a whole lot in each category. It's sort of like the beginning, perhaps, of layoffs, but 100 here, 100 there in most of these categories suggests that there is definitely weakness in the labor market.
So, leaving aside the president's claim that this economy is hot, which he's been making based on his policy changes, what about his argument that we need to cut rates, Mike? Because you have unemployment rising, you have average hourly earnings that are not rising as quickly, and you have PPI and CPI at the core 3.7% and 3.1%. So does it make sense to cut rates here?
It does make sense because the Fed is looking at the labor market as a whole, and they're looking at the unemployment rate, which is their proxy for how the economy is doing. Go back to what we talked about a lot in the last couple of years, which was the SOM rule. If unemployment starts to go up, it starts to rise fairly rapidly. And as I mentioned, this was a fairly large increase in unemployment. So they are going to be worried that this trend will continue, especially with the ongoing uncertainty about tariffs and fiscal policy. And so it's definitely makes sense for the Fed to cut, and probably we will see an inflation increase next month. It's just not going to be large enough to throw people off the track.
All right, Mike, thanks so much for joining us. Bloomberg's Michael McKee there out of Washington on this jobs day. This afternoon, Chicago Fed President Austin Goolsbee will join Balance of Power. We'll get to hear his take on the NFP number and the rate situation. Let's turn, though, now to tech, because Tesla, the EV maker, has proposed a new pay package for the CEO, Elon Musk, worth around $1 trillion. Now, it does span 10 years, and it includes a series of benchmarks that Musk has to meet, including
자, 끊어가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 수익 청산 후에 재진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 현재 진입권 수익 청산 사인 드립니다. 자, 5개 학기 중 약 150만 원에서 수익 청산 사인 드렸습니다. 자, 이어서 바로 진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다.
주문 청산이 완료되었습니다.
If he hits those operational and financial milestones, the total value would be calculated to be around $1 trillion. There's some very heavy operational milestones. He needs to have sold 20 million Tesla vehicles, which is interesting in the context of the business model he has with robotaxi. He has to sell or build 1 million
자, 진입가 895.00입니다. 자, 895.00. 자, 매수 진입 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다.
There's also a consideration, Matt, which I know you took interest in, right, which is that in the latter part of the deal, the final 3 years, Musk has to participate in and align with the board on a succession plan. and he can only access tranches 11 and 12 of the
자,
comp
매수 진입.
if he does so, and that's really critical because he
계약수
wants more
5개야.
voting power.
진입가
And to get that upper
895.00.
level voting power
자,
beyond
실시간 대응
25%,
이어나가도록 하겠습니다.
that comes with tranches 11 and 12. So the detail of that in the proxy is really worth reading.
And the other thing you pointed out, as soon as this proposed agreement came out, was the fact that they are asking Musk to wind down his political involvement. What is the language surrounding that?
Yep, Section A51 in the proxy. This board basically says this is what our conclusions were. They met with Musk 10 times in negotiation and consideration of this package. And point number 2 is that they want to seek reassurances, and one would assume that they have, that he will wind down his political ambitions. At the same time, there's a very heavy suggestion in the filing that Musk's retort to that was, okay, give me the voting power. And so that's why it's structured in tranches over 12 years, with each of those annualized milestones giving him an additional percentage of voting power. It's really interesting. It keeps him focused. Same with the succession plan participation from Musk. It's very heavily centered on the final 3 years of the deal.
All right, Ed, thank you very much. That's Ed Ludlow. And tune into Bloomberg Tech at 11 a.m. Eastern. Former Tesla board member Steve Wesley will be joining the show. Now, on the earnings front, also speaking of Bloomberg Tech, chipmaker Broadcom reported a strong outlook. Shares, though, they're moving mostly higher on the news that it will build a semiconductor for OpenAI, taking on the likes of NVIDIA. Bloomberg Tech's other co-host, Caroline Hyde, joins us now around the desk. Caroline, just how big of a threat would this be to NVIDIA? Is this really them taking on the giant?
Well, this is what we've seen with the other key hyperscalers. Look, Google designs its own chips with Broadcom. Meta's been in on the action. You've seen similar moves coming from Alphabet and indeed Amazon. All of the hyperscalers have decided that they need to have custom designed chips that aren't just totally dependent on NVIDIA's supply chain. So yes, they look to Broadcom. Broadcom here really showing that their backlog is huge. They already have been talking up how much more business they're winning from the 3 key clients they already had. And now this open secret. We all kind of knew OpenAI and Broadcom were working together. But now a $10 billion order, that just shows that the AI scale and the opportunity for Broadcom is going up and to the right, and particularly showing that growth, as NVIDIA has perhaps been worrying investors with its growth plateauing a little bit. So more broadly, you are seeing Broadcom taking a bigger and bigger piece of that pie. Look, 10 billion is nothing to sniff at, and more broadly, we're seeing already shares up 30% year to date for Broadcom. That's better than any of the other Mag 7 names.
Well, if this chip is going to be powerful enough to rival Blackwell, or even, what's the next gen called after that? There's another
Rubin.
That raises, to me, the concern that Huawei or Chinese chip makers also could be on the same path.
It's interesting about how they are ultimately becoming more and more specific for individual clients. And this is where people start to think, okay, it's not just about training ever more impactful large language models. It's about the inference. It's about the use case. So this is why
자, 현재 진입권 길게 보고 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다.
And maybe that's where people think, okay, is NVIDIA still going to hold that chunk of change and inference as it has done in training? And that's something the overall Jensen Huang has been trying to tell the market that yes, they can, that they are still the #1 compute.
자, 고용 관련 지표가 좀 부정적으로 나오면서 연준의 금리나 가능성이 거의 확정시 됐고요. 금리 인하는요. 이제 25pp에서 50pp까지도 금리 인하가 가능성이 열려있기 때문에 시장에 충분히 상승을 거둘 수 있다고 판단되어서 좀 길게 보고 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다.
I think investors would also welcome a lessening of concentration risk. Caroline, thank you so much for joining us. That's Caroline Hyde. And of course, tune into Bloomberg Tech at 11 a.m. Matt, a quick check on futures, because we are trading at a record high at this moment after closing at a record high yesterday, but maybe more of the dramas in the front end. Yields on the 2-year yield down to the lowest since 2022. Gold is also at a record this morning.
Yeah, I think a lot of movement based on this number, and certainly traders are increasing their bets that the Fed is going to be able to cut. Maybe more and more. If you see this unemployment number continue to rise, that's a really worrying issue that even the hawks on the Fed are going to have to throw up their hands and make a move.
At 4.3%, the highest figure since 2021, but do cuts actually save that?
Coming up, we're going to ask all these questions of one potential Fed chair, BlackRock CIO Rick Reeder, he is the CIO of Global Fixed Income there. He has had his name floated as one of the likely candidates. We'll ask him about that as well. This is Bloomberg. In case you missed it, on Bloomberg Open Interest.
When we look at our portfolio, we see an IPO pipeline that's the biggest since it's been in 2021.
In M&A and IPOs, we've actually had close to record performances in that space. We're going to have an interesting year.
We're having a lot more conversations around putting dates on calendars. I think we could see a very active second half of the year.
Don't miss Open Interest live weekdays.
I'm Alex Rodriguez.
And I'm Jason Kelly.
And we're back with more episodes of our show, The Deal.
The theme of this season, On the Road. We're bringing you more behind-the-scenes conversations with the biggest names in sports, business, and culture, like Melody Hobson.
I started to study women's sports like an 11-year-old studies baseball statistics, and I got dangerous in seeing up arrows.
Susie Wolf.
When you're competing, you're not thinking about any fear or any worries of what could happen.
Josh Harris.
You can't do a good deal with a bad person.
Jay Batt.
At the end of the day, there's never been a better time to be a student athlete.
And more. Stay tuned.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute energy news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Joanna Bersecci in Vienna, and this is Bloomberg.
Astonishing day for U.S. technology.
It's shaping the region's technology ecosystem.
Asia's biggest tech news and innovation.
Heading for a second day of a record close, this time thanks to rate cut bets, with the 3-month average of jobs added the lowest since the pandemic. The unemployment rate goes to 4.3%, the highest since 2021, and stock futures up 0.4% for the S&P. The 2-year yield down a whopping 12 basis points. That moves to the lowest since 2022. Let's get the reaction now of BlackRock Chief Investment Officer of Global Fixed Income. That's Rick Reeder. Rick, great to see you this morning. Just your initial reaction to the data just under an hour ago.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's a pretty remarkable, I mean, I always focus on the industry data to try and get a sense for what is the fabric of what's happening here. So if you look at the numbers, we got 22,000, but we talk about on the show all the time, 46,000 was in healthcare, not cyclical. You have a dynamic where if you strip out healthcare, you're running negative, what is that, negative 24,000 jobs. If you take the 3-month, 4-month moving average, we're looking at 29,000 jobs, with healthcare being 59,000. So if you strip that out and you look at what's happening to the broad economy, you have an economy that's, you have an economy that's actually doing well. You have a job market that's actually soft today. And, I think it's pretty remarkable. We talk to a lot of companies. You hear the same thing. Top line revenue's pretty good. Economy's okay, consumer's pretty good, but you're actually doing things with lower costs, with lower human involvement, which is a technology evolution of productivity, and you just see it play out. People think like it's going to happen 2 years from now. Listen, I think the labor market is soft, even though the economy is actually in pretty good shape, meaning the Fed's got to cut. And the Fed, I think the Fed could cut 50 basis points. I think they should cut 50.
자, 현재 진입권 본장까지 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 본장 개장까지 약 13분을 앞두고 있습니다. 자, 개장 이후 급격한 움직임이 예상됩니다. 자, 드리는 사인에 집중 부탁드리며 현재 매수 진입 5개야 실시간 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 본장까지 약 13분을 앞두고 있습니다. 본장 개장 이후 드리는 사인에 집중 부탁드리겠습니다.
If the economy is growing, shouldn't employment growth be there as well? Shouldn't hours worked be moving higher?
So no, I don't think so. So you know what? If you look at one of the data, one of the pieces of data I love looking at. So the big 6 companies. So I take the Mag 7, you take out Tesla, and if you look at what's happening to their employment dynamic, those companies are throwing off. And by the way, we see it through earnings, we see it through capex and AI, and then you look at what's happening to their employment picture. They're actually, you see many of them actually cutting jobs. What's happening? You run a more efficient business, you drive higher free cash flow. By the way, you can buy back your stocks while these stocks continue to do well. The companies are doing fine, economy's doing fine. We're entering an era that's quite frankly very different than anything we've ever seen before. There's a substitution effect for lower skilled. By the way, when you break down the employment report and you look at lower skilled, some of the minority data around unemployment, you see some real dispersion, and it's part of why I think if you look at low middle income in this country, they're having a hard time. It's why even though companies are doing well, even though the economy's doing well, even though wealthy are doing well, but who, by the way, benefit from higher interest rates, you have a low to middle income part of the population, which by the way, it's not like 4%, it's 50% of the population that's having a hard time today.
Rick, I guess the question with all of this is if on the headline level the issue are things like productivity, why would a 50 basis point cut help with that?
So there's a couple of things at play. First of all, if you take the starting point, Fed funds rate at 4 3/8, inflation expectations, so we follow 5-year inflation expectations, are about 2.5%. 4 3/8 is the wrong price. If you got the funds rate down to, let's say you got it to 3, 3.25, you're still above where inflation expectations are. There's no reason to keep it here. And I go back to the same point. If you think about what is your constituency that you're addressing when you're the central bank, if you think about what's happening, gosh, there's a little bit of inflation pressure from tariffs, which is goods inflation. Well, goods inflation tends to be a moderate regressive tax in terms of low income. Why would we charge them more for the interest rate? For whether it's home equity lines, whether it's for credit cards, meaning if you bring that rate down, you won't stimulate more inflation necessarily. It's certainly not going to impact the tariff transmission mechanism, but you would help a lot of people in the country that are struggling today and are getting, a bit of a regressive tax from tariffs in the intermediate term or the short term, but you help them in terms of bring down their cost of borrowing.
Rick, I just can't help but wonder. I mean, we've heard the president argue that the reason rates should come down also is because the economy is doing well and things like the housing market. Are you saying that you agree with the president on that front? And if that's the case, what's the risk that the long end continues to rise and doesn't solve the problem that rate cuts are supposed to address?
So it's a great question. So the first thing I would say, the housing market is stuck. Whether it's building permits, mortgage applications, new home sales, housing starts, we're at levels in the 60s, similar to the 60s and 70s when the population is roughly double the size. Housing market is stuck. What does that mean? You create a dynamic in the economy where people, if you want job mobility in a tougher job market, it's harder to move because you can't sell your house, particularly if you have a 3% mortgage. We need to bring down housing costs. We need to bring down affordability of homes. By the way, I've argued this on this show many times. If through the funds rate mechanism, the mortgage rate comes down, and I'll get to the other part of your question, if you bring the mortgage rate down, you'll actually build more homes in this country so home builders don't have to subsidize the mortgage. You actually bring down shelter inflation, which has been sticky. Your point is well taken. Listen, as an investor, we like the front to the belly of the yield curve because you have, like today, could you have a steepening of the curve? Listen, there's a series of tools that the Treasury can implement, a series of tools that the Fed can implement to be thoughtful about how do you manage further out the yield curve as opposed to just we move the funds rate in moderate increments. There's a lot of tools at play to try and contain where the back-end interest rates are.
I'm going to say, Rick, that the administration and Scott Bessent specifically have been watching you on this program, or maybe just reading your research, but they seem to want to interview you for the top spot at the Fed. Treasury Secretary Bessent has said he's going to start those interviews today. Are you going to Washington?
So I'm going to focus on the jobs report and what I do day in and day out to generate return for clients. I'm focused on what I do day in and day out, and I'm not, I'd rather not comment on that.
I'm sure that that's a focus for you, but if your country calls for your service, how do you answer, Rick Rieder?
How do I answer? So I'm going to focus on, I'm just not going to answer that. I'm focused on what I'm doing day in and day out. And listen, whoever ends up being chosen, and I've seen some very good commentary from some of the candidates that are out there, whoever's chosen, there's a big discussion about Fed independence, and I'm a devout believer in Fed independence and what it does for currency stability, what it does for how people around the world think about investing in the U.S. I also think there's innovation and creativity and some thoughtful dynamics that I think the Fed can bring to the equation. Whoever that is, and I think there's a bunch of good candidates on that list, I think we're going to move to it in a direction that we'll see some more innovation, which I think makes some sense.
Rick, I'm just going to say Chair Rieder has a wonderful ring to it, and I will leave it there. Rick Rieder, thank you so much. You're going to stick around with us, and we're going to get more of the market action after the opening bell, so don't go anywhere. Still ahead, Labor Secretary Lori Chavez de Remer joins us live from the White House as Kevin Hassett says that the jobs number will be revised up by almost 70,000 jobs. We'll have more on that, too. You're watching Bloomberg Open Interest.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives.
And laying the foundation for the future.
From finance to defense, AI to entertainment.
And from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories of the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
And the politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San
자,
Francisco.
개장까지 약
Watch Bloomberg Tech.
5분을 앞두고 있습니다.
Only on Bloomberg
자,
Television.
본장 개장 이후 드리는 사인에 집중 부탁드리겠습니다. 자, 개장까지 약 5분을 앞두고 있습니다.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg. Why do the biggest names in business choose Bloomberg Television?
That's a great question.
It's a very good question.
Interesting question. Good question.
Great question.
I so appreciate that question.
You certainly ask interesting questions.
Bloomberg Television. Top experts, great questions.
All right, okay, ready?
David, what initially sparked your interest in this topic of longevity?
15 years ago, I turned 60, and I began to wonder how much longer I'm likely to live and what I could do to extend my life. On longevity, I talk with the leading experts in science and medicine to educate people about how they might be able to change their conduct so that they can live a happier and healthier life. I'm David Rubenstein. Join me on a 4-part journey as I explore the great quest for longevity, only on Bloomberg.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Anand, only on Bloomberg.
The 3-month average for jobs growth, 29,000. That's the lowest since the pandemic. The market reaction is one to rally. We're off of the highs, Matt, but we are still on track to close at a record with 2-year yields dropping to the lowest since 2022.
Yeah, absolutely. It's important to point out that the director of the NEC, Kevin Hassett, does say that these numbers will be revised up by 70,000 eventually.
자, 현재 보합권 진입하였습니다. 보합권 진입하였습니다. 자, 개장까지는 약 3분을 앞두고 있고요. 현재 보합권 진입하였습니다. 자, 개장 이후에 급격한 움직임이 예상됩니다. 개장 이후 드리는 사인에 집중 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다.
Let me break down our CapEx into the buckets that we spend. Big part of it is to expand our reach of fiber. You cannot wait until there is certainty to build that. These have long lead times that require you to have conviction about where demand is going. Another bucket is, as more people are on our network, we also have to add more coverage and capacity. It's almost like a variable expense. Third, we are modernizing our wireless network right now. Through the investments we're making, we are driving down our unit costs over time and providing more capacity to serve the demand that we think is coming.
Do you have less confidence in that 3-year plan now than when you first came out with it, given that some people are having trouble deciding how things are going to look in the next 3 days?
No, I really don't. I look at the nature of our business. It doesn't matter.
자, 개장까지 약 30초를 앞두고 있습니다. 개장 이후 드리는 사인에 집중 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다.
Demand for it will remain. Will it be harder in a more challenged economic environment if that ends up being the case? Of course, but remember, we are investing at record levels. Slight moderations of that would allow us to deliver a lot more incremental cash to the bottom line. So I have every confidence we're going to be able to deliver our guidance.
We're at the epicenter of a global realignment
자,
on a
시장
scale not
개장되었습니다.
seen for decades. At the
사인 드리도록
intersection between
하겠습니다.
markets,
지켜보고
economics
사인
and
드리도록
geopolitics,
하겠습니다.
a forum for sophisticated conversation. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news wherever and whenever it happens. I'm Anne-Marie Hordern in Alberta, Canada, and this is Bloomberg.
Moments away from the start of trading, this is Bloomberg Open Interest. I'm Matt Miller. We had a very weak jobs number, less than a third of what we expected. And as a result, markets are rallying because they're betting on a rate cut. Odds on WIRP are over 111% right now. NASDAQ futures up 0.8% as the Broadcom and Tesla stories help to rally the market as well. The small caps, of course, gaining 0.5%. They need a rate cut more than anybody. On the New York Stock Exchange, you've got Elf Beauty, and they are happy for a reason. The stock is up 600% in the past 5 years. And
that's Hailey Bieber
wait,
there.
Hailey Bieber is...
Yeah. The woman, Hailey Bieber with the glasses. I think that's Hailey Bieber in the front
Here,
row.
okay. Apparently that's Hailey Bieber. It does look like a small tattoo on her neck, so I would guess that's a Bieber-ish thing to have. BCP Investment Corporation ringing the bell at NASDAQ, also plentiful and smiling, even though their stock is down 16-17% year to date. Apparently, they're doing some kind of rebranding after a little bit of M&A. So I'll look at that stock. I'll check back and see if it helps them to rally up to at least unchanged.
That would be lovely. And
Yeah.
Matt, I have one stock that is decisively higher for us to watch this morning, and that is chipmaker Broadcom, up just under 15%. It's going to help OpenAI create a chip available in 2026, and that puts it in direct competition with NVIDIA. Broadcom also said its AI outlook will improve significantly, all of that helping to ease concerns about slowing growth, Matt.
All right, so Avgo on the run this morning. Tesla also rising. Stakeholders are offering Elon Musk a compensation package, or I should say the board offering Elon Musk a compensation package valued at $1 trillion, but there are some big ifs attached to that package over the next 10 years. It includes growing the company's market value to at least $8.5 trillion. So they would have to, he would have to raise the market value of Tesla by more than 8 times. We're back with BlackRock Chief Investment Officer of Global Fixed Income, Rick Reeder. And Rick, I want to get your take on these Kevin Hassett headlines that the jobs number will be revised up by 70,000. I know we've seen revisions very often to the downside. That's one of the reasons the president fired the chief statistician. Does this number look surprisingly low to you at 22,000? Do you think it should be more in the 90s?
No, not necessarily. I mean, listen, I think that, you think about the size of the economy, just think about the size of the population. I mean, we're talking, if you take a step back and you talk about the size of these numbers and the delta, what it means, it's actually, they're not that large that you could have these revisions up and down around the mean. I mean, I think the thing that we focus on, is what is your moving average and where are we? What's your 3 months? What's your 6 months? What's a trend look like? And the trend, by the way, we're talking about it's a good economy. It's a really solid economy. The trend is a bit lower. I think one thing that you have to also reflect within these numbers is immigration has come down significantly. That was literally 100% of the supply of labor what created in places like leisure and hospitality created a huge amount. So to see some diminution of hiring on the backside of that too, that's something you also factor in the equation. So, listen, I think what we're talking about is a moderate, an economy. By the way, it's not laying off a lot of people, but it's just the velocity of hiring is slow today.
Rick, though, I think part of what Matt's question also gets at is this isn't just a random market commentator, right? This is the director of the National Economic Council. If you have administration officials saying, don't believe the number, it's actually higher than it is. This is the first data point, we should also say, without the head of the BLS. Does that concern you at all? Does it concern you either about the reliability of the numbers or about this market's willingness, getting back to our early conversation, to continue to fund deficits if there are questions about institutions in America?
So, listen, I mean, I will say one thing. I've been doing this a really long time. You think about, we're in the era of big data. I still am blown away that the markets focus on that one release, whether it's CPI, whether it's payrolls. So what do we do? What are we trying to do within our business? You can scrape the internet for data, credit card data, hiring data, et cetera. You can do some pretty incredible things around earnings reports. And so what we tend to do is you take the whole combination. Think about for years analyzing the data in places like China. You have to go and look at what are your other sources, power, what's happening to the power supply, what's happening to the different parts of the economy. So.
자, 일부 계약수 손절하도록 하겠습니다. 일부 계약수 손절하도록 하겠습니다. 손절이 아닌 두 계약 손절하도록 하겠습니다.
I never understand why the markets focus so much on surveys. What we try and do is we use a ton of signaling data, AI data related help to do this to try and understand what's the broad landscape look like, and you generally get a pretty clear picture when you take a lot of factors in the equation.
I thought it was interesting, Rick. I was listening to
주문 청산이
Tom and Paul Sweeney
완료되었습니다.
on surveillance this morning with Ken Rogoff, and he was talking about the importance of
자, 현재 나스닥 3개약 운용 중에 있고요.
always called it the granddaddy of economic statistics. Listen to what he had to say.
자, 금리 인하 거의 확실시 되었기 때문에 충분히 시장에 상승 모멘텀을 줄 수 있다고 판단되어서 좀 길게 보고 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 금리 인하 거의 확실시 되었고 이제 25bp냐 50bp냐
So Ken Rogoff of Harvard fame, if you still trust that
해당의
institution.
해당
And
건이
also the author
중요한
of the new book, Our Dollar Year
시장의
Problem, which is on Tom's summer reading list, I think
이슈로
#1
떠오르고
rack.
있는데요.
Rick, what do you think about that? Are we
자,
getting to the point
둔화된
where we
이제
can't trust
고용
our
데이터가 발표되면서
institutions?
금리 인하는 거의 확실시 되었기 때문에 현재 진입권 충분히 상승 모멘텀으로 작용할 수 있다고 판단되어서 길게 보고 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 현재 매수 진입권 2계약 손절 후에 3계약 운용 중에 있습니다.
And I still, if you take a step back and think about, do we trust our institutions? Yes. Do you like living in the United States and think about how our ecosystem works that allows us, to tap into different sources and look at different pieces of data? So I don't know. I'm not that skeptical on it, but listen, do you want to see good data? And what he says is right. Payroll report's a really good one. By the way, claims data is pretty good. The JOLTS data is pretty good. Listen, so you got to pull it all together and try and get what the broad fabric looks like.
Rick, while this is going on, we're also in the midst of Stephen Myron's confirmation hearing to join the Fed. A watcher writes in wanting to know your opinion on Myron yesterday, saying that part of the Fed's mandate is to have moderate long rates. What do you think that exactly entails? Is this a Fed that potentially, with more choices coming from the Trump administration, would do something like an Operation Twist, would buy long rates if they back up? What would that mean to have moderate long rates?
So, listen, I think there's a series of tools. I mean, the Fed has balance sheet, they have morals, they have suasion, they have a whole series of things that they can do in terms to effectuate where the curve is. By the way, I've always been blown away by how actually, just by talking, how you can influence where market pricing is according to what your forward opinion is going to be, where you're going to move things. So there's a series of things that you could do, and quite frankly, I think part of why I said you'd have some innovation at the Fed. If you go back to post-COVID, the Fed was incredibly innovative and thoughtful about different asset classes, about how they thought about balance sheet, where they utilized it, et cetera. And so, yeah, I mean, I think the idea that could the Fed employ more tools? I mean, think about how we finance today and think about the growth of private credit. How do we finance real estate, commercial, resi, asset backs, cash flowing entities? The world of modern finance has just exploded in terms of tools, utilizations, parts of the cap structure. To think that moving the Fed funds rate at the front, the overnight funds rate 25 basis points at every meeting, it's just hard to believe that's the most creative thing we could do today.
Hey, Rick, really thoughtful as always. So good to get your thoughts. We covered a lot of ground. That is BlackRock's Rick Reeder. Thank you so much. And look, there are still lingering questions about the data, Matt, and about the White House. Kevin Hassett, as you mentioned, saying 70,000 jobs would be added. We were hoping to speak with the Labor Secretary, Chavez de Remer, about this. Unfortunately, she is no longer joining this program. I think I can speak for both of us when I say the Secretary is absolutely invited and welcome to join this program whenever she can.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's a lot to ask her about as well after the ProPublica report yesterday that suggested she has 2 mortgages listed as her primary residence, that she claimed primary residence for 2 mortgages that were 2 months apart. If that's the case, you wonder not only what she thinks about this jobs report, but whether or not she feels she needs to resign, because as we know, President Trump's administration has said that can't be tolerated. No matter who you are, they consider that to be breaking the law. Certainly Bill Pulte has tweeted as much. Yeah. And no one, as he said, is above the law. And that would include, you'd guess, if it's true, Lori Chavez de Remer, this according to ProPublica.
And a spokesperson did respond to ProPublica saying that it was her husband that had planned to retire there. But I guess what you're getting at, Matt, is this issue where it sounds like one rule for allies, another for enemies. We give her the benefit of the doubt. Should Lisa Cook then get the benefit of the doubt as well? So again, a lot of lingering questions, and we invite the Secretary to come join us when she can. All right, Matt, shall we get a check on markets this
Let's take a look at markets now after that jobs number came in so weak, but then the administration said it's actually stronger than expectations. We had a gain and still have big gains, 0.4%, a gain of 26 points on the S&P 500. Does that push us to a new record?
It would indeed, Matt, because we were at a record yesterday, so we don't really need to move that much to that upside to get that new record. So if you look at what's driving us there, it's the 2 stories we've been talking about all morning, right? It is Broadcom and it is Tesla. For Broadcom, it's developing chips for OpenAI. For Tesla, $1 trillion pay package for Elon Musk, the first $1 trillion man. Maybe he can help pay down some of the American deficit. Moving us lower is NVIDIA, maybe also reacting to that Broadcom news because they have a serious challenge now. In the face of that, Microsoft also moves to the downside. Let's just get a check on the sectors too. Again, about 10 minutes into your trading day, and only one sector into the red, and it is energy, with some headlines about maybe Saudi wanting to pump out more oil in the OPEC Plus decision. We're going to get that this weekend. Otherwise, everything is in the green, and it's the interest rate sensitive sectors. No wonder, because we are now implying that we will get that 100% plus odds that we will get a cut. So real estate does well, materials, consumer discretionary, Matt. Again, everything positive for a total return so far this morning of 0.4%.
Yeah, I think fascinating that you have NVIDIA down 2 1/3% because it's such a heavy stock, right? It's worth 7.5% almost of the S&P 500, but Broadcom is worth 3%. So you could see that a 15% gain doesn't hurt much at all for that stock. Coming up, Lululemon slashing its outlook, disappointing investors for a third straight quarter. More on the yoga pants retailer next. This is Open Interest.
At what point do you say, we made a mistake and we're getting out? How long do you give it before you say, this isn't working?
That's one of the most critical differentiators between great investors and just mediocre investors. Because on one hand, you have to have confidence and conviction in all the work you've done, the decision you've made, that if you have a little stumble here and there, if you immediately are selling out, you're never really going to fully realize the depth of potential long-term success. And yet, on the other hand, if you're stubborn and you refuse to admit I'm wrong, you continue to think the market's wrong and I'm always right, then you'll get caught in some very, very difficult positions over time. So that ability to have a fresh perspective, take in the new information, even when things aren't going the way that you'd expect or to hope, and to really understand from this price point today, is this still going to be one of the most compelling investments or not?
I'm David Weston. Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. We go on the road for a look at what lies behind the headlines of today and what will likely be the headlines tomorrow.
We need more transparency.
Oil and gas is still important.
They said every citizen should be investing in the market.
Accelerate progress in all fields of science.
Watch Wall Street Week right here on Bloomberg. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Bringing you the latest in tech and AI news whenever and wherever.
현재 다시 상승세 보여주고 있습니다. 좀 더 길게 보고 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 현재 매수 3계약 실시간 대응 중에 있습니다. 자, 손실권이 있다 보니 목표 수익권까지 천천히 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the centre of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
Time now for some top calls, some of the analyst action in focus this morning. First up, UBS has downgraded JB Hunt to neutral, suggesting that an inflection point in truckload prices seems unlikely in the near term, but it is rallying with everything else this morning. Next up, Baird initiating coverage of TKO Group with an outperform rating, saying it's well positioned at the intersection of key themes in the media landscape. Those shares up 2 1/3%. Finally, Stifel downgrading Lululemon to hold after its earnings, highlighting challenges from tougher trade policy and cautious U.S. consumers. Now, Lululemon CEO says, quote, "We're seeing fatigue with the consumer, particularly our high-value consumer who's been with us for longer." For more, we are joined by Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Retail Analyst Poonam Goyal. And Poonam, Lululemon shares getting absolutely destroyed in today's trade. Is this about a macro influence of weaker consumers, or is this just about the competition eating Lululemon's lunch?
It's about both and execution. I think execution is really key here. When you look at what's going on with the numbers and why the guidance was cut so much, it's because they don't have enough newness in stores. They're not moving as fast as customers would like. They really need to step up on that. And they say they're planning to, but it's not going to be till spring 2026 that we can see consistent newness at a high level.
Isn't this just how it goes, Poonam, when you're talking about fashion at this level? I mean, how long, even if, this company was a pioneer in getting women to wear yoga pants in public, how long can they dominate in this, category that they created?
They're still dominating. I mean, clearly there's more competition, but if you heard them closely, they said the performance business actually did well. It's the casual side of the business, which is about 40% of the mix, that is struggling. And that's where they need to really step up on innovation. Their Align, No-Line pants were a call out in the quarter. They've done really well. But when you listen to Scuba and you listen to Softstream and Dance Studio, these are some of their casual lines. They just haven't been performing. It seems like what you see there is what you see everywhere, and that's not what consumers want to see. They want to see new things from Lululemon. They want to see innovation.
Poonam, if you live in New York City, you've been inundated with all things U.S. Open, and it feels like U.S. Open things have gone hand in hand with Lululemon. Lululemon seems to be putting a lot of dollars into marketing. I think they sponsor TFO. They've had this pop-up at the U.S. Open itself. Yeah. Is this the route forward for Lululemon to try to grab onto some of this viral marketing, or is that not enough? Is it the innovation piece that you're talking about?
I think they have to do both, right? So you need to be where the customer is. You need to be on social. You need to do pop-ups. You have to be at these sporting events. That's table stakes today. That said, it won't increase their marketing spend. They said that they're going to hold their marketing spend at 5% of sales. And then on product is still king in retail, in any retail. You have to have the right product to get customers in your door and shop.
All right, so the stock has been massively underperforming. If I look at a 5-year chart, it's down more than 50%. How much do you think with the right moves, Poonam, this company can recover?
I think if they can get the assortment right and the customer back in the door in 2026, they will stand to recover from what they're seeing. That said, there are still tariff headwinds, right? Much of the cut in the guidance that you saw yesterday was because of tariffs. They took their gross margin guidance down by 300 basis points, and that was 190 basis points more than they previously expected, largely due to the de minimis exemption that was taken away.
All right, Poonam, thanks so much for joining us. Poonam Goyal there, Bloomberg Intelligence, talking to us about Lulu as well as the state of the consumer and tariffs. Coming up, investors are piling into gold ETFs as the shiny metal hits a record high. That's next. This is Bloomberg Open Interest.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Middle East and Africa. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizons Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
Tune in to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We got to talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
A new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg. U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Open Interest. I'm Matt Miller. Let's get a quick check on what's going on in stocks at this hour. Right now, another record all-time high on the S&P 500, 6530 there as the index rises more than 0.4%. Broadcom part of that story. I'm going to show you the stock in just a second. NASDAQ up almost 1 full percent, so 9/10 to 23,840. The small caps gaining more than 1% as well as everyone is betting on a rate cut September 17. Now the question is 25 or 50 after that non-farm payrolls number that we saw showing only 22,000 jobs were added in the month. Although the administration says it's really more like 92,000. Actually, you can't trust that data. NVIDIA right now down almost 2%, and typically that would be enough to drag the S&P to losses. But because Broadcom is up 12 or 13%, it's adding back most of that difference. NVIDIA worth 7.5% of the S&P 500, Broadcom worth 3%. Tesla gaining after the board approves $1 trillion pay package for Elon Musk. Google is up as well. Gold at an all-time high, and I think it's the 7th all-time high this month. 35.93, the level there for troy ounce, and the Spider Gold Trust gaining. Obviously, when gold rises, you want to jump into that too, right?
Yeah, and I just love the irony of stocks at an all-time high and gold at an all-time high. I think that tells you something there. And as you point out, Matt, investors have been piling into gold ETFs more than any other asset class this week, with that precious metal hitting another record. Bloomberg Intelligence ETF analyst and ETF IQ co-host Eric Balchunas joins us. Eric, if you look at the demand for gold between central banks, between, I don't know, our parents going out to Costco and buying gold bars, and the ETFs, how much are the ETFs contributing to the record rise we're seeing in the spot gold price?
Yeah, they're a factor. You know, people, I think, overrate the ETF's impact because if you take all the gold above ground, ETFs own like 1 to 2% of it. So there's a lot more going on. That said, ETFs are the fastest thing, the first thing people reach for. They're very accessible. So ETFs give us a good sense of sentiment, and we've got $44 billion into gold ETFs worldwide. About $24 billion of that's in the U.S. So international also, this is a global trade right now. We think the big trade this year is to keep buying stocks, but you buy gold and maybe a little cash just to make yourself be able to sleep at night, given some of the geopolitical uncertainty, the administration. So gold and stocks rallying at the same time was the trade all year. And anybody who's been buying both is thrilled with the jobs report because it means Fed rate cuts, which is usually good for gold and stocks.
I wonder why, though, we have the big gains in gold, even though you mentioned the geopolitical uncertainty, even though we know this administration loves gold, at least as a decoration. Isn't it normally supposed to be a hedge against inflation? And if you don't think that we're going to see inflation, why would you buy gold?
Yeah, you know, gold's track record as being a hedge against inflation is a little shaky. I personally think a lot of people were buying it as a diversifier. You know, just in case the tariffs were worse than we thought, just in case World War III broke out. Like, I just think it was the hedge you bought while you kept buying stocks. And this is something we've seen in the past. We saw a little bit of this in 2020 as well. In fact, that was the record year for gold flows was in 2020, 34 billion US. So we're
현재 큰 낙폭을 보여주고 있습니다.
away from breaking the 2020 record. We'll see if it gets there. But that's what I think
자,
it's
개장 이후
It's more of a diversifier.
약 20분이
It's not even a
지나갔고요.
great stock hedge.
점차
It's just
거래량
zero
줄어들면서
correlated. and I think it does its job. And this year, like I said, if
추세
stocks go up and gold
잡히고
goes up, that's obviously
움직임
positively correlated.
살펴보고
So it's a
사인
very
드리도록 하겠습니다.
interesting asset in my opinion.
충분한
And I think people
상승
use it
가능성이
mostly
있다고
just to
판단되어서
diversify.
좀 길더라도 지켜보고
Eric,
대응해
thanks very
나가도록
much. Eric
하겠습니다.
Balchunas there, and your ETF expert. I think he's everyone's ETF
Literally the world's ETF expert.
This guy knows more about ETFs than anybody in the world. And that's why he co-hosts our ETF show. Bloomberg ETF IQ, you can see it every Monday at noon New York time, 5 p.m. in London. It's one that you don't want to miss.
Yeah, because the money is flowing into that gold ETF, and I wonder how much of that is also just not flowing into bond ETFs. He's talking about it being the hedge for stocks because treasuries haven't been working as the hedge for stocks, just the volatility there. But I should say that with this move this week, you actually have yields much lower on the week, significantly lower at the front end, the lowest since 2022 after that core data.
I should point out, Bitcoin is rallying today as well. Digital gold is up 2.5% to $113,000. So that line of code is also incredibly valuable.
Yeah, but my parents aren't going to Costco to buy Bitcoin.
No,
so just
they buy it on the app, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, my parents absolutely are doing that.
Coming up, we'll talk to former Fed economist Julia Coronado, get her take on this jobs number.
Let's talk about this villa. Very traditional. A lot of things of the past.
I live my very first independent life in the farmhouse. And I built it by the memory of the farmhouse, the philosophy they believe, yin, yang, 5 elements, the concept of the life, of the happiness. They build this kind of roof, like boat, and man and woman, and bowl of rice. Everyone should be happy if have somewhere to live, something to eat, and someone to love.
So you're defined a lot by your past experiences.
Yeah, actually, I'm a lucky man because not everyone should have the experience of the war and peace, poor and rich, technology progress, a change during my life, rich by experience.
There's an appreciation for what you have now.
And therefore, peace is the most important thing for today, for Vietnamese, and I think for human being, for the world.
The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day. Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Bringing you up to the minute economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Jennifer Zabasaja in Luanda, Angola, and this is Bloomberg.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. A new sign hiring has slowed way down. The Labor Department says employers only added 22,000 jobs in August compared to 73,000 the month before. CBS's Kelly O'Grady.
It's 4 months of slowdown. It is not great, but we are not in a recession.
The report also shows employers shed jobs in June for the first time since the pandemic. Economists predicting the Fed will act soon. Kelly O'Grady.
We are expecting an interest rate cut come that meeting mid-September.
That's something President Trump's been urging. Unemployment rose last month from 4.2 to 4.3%. Supreme Court Justice Amy Coney Barrett has a new book out, and she's spoken to CBS News in her first TV interview since she joined the court. Senior correspondent Nora O'Donnell asked about the court's independence from politics.
Does the reputation of the Supreme Court matter to you?
I want people to have trust in the court, and that's why I wrote this book. Frankly, I wanted people to understand how the court works. I wanted them to understand how we get our cases and how we go about making our decisions, because the court belongs to every American. And I want Americans to feel like they have a stake in the court and they understand what the court does, because what the court does is not the same kind of work that Congress does, and it's not the same kind of work that the president does. Those are the political branches. The court is not one of the political branches.
You can hear the full conversation on CBS Sunday morning. New York State Forest Rangers saved the day when some hikers got too high on mushrooms.
Talk about a bad trip.
현재 큰 손실권에서 대응이 이루어지고 있습니다. 자, 최대한
They sent a 911 satellite
리스크
text to forest
상승이
rangers saying they had ingested
수익권까지
mushrooms and one of them was experiencing a debilitating
대응이
high.
나가도록
Rangers
하겠습니다.
found the
자, 긴
hikers and
대응이
guided them down
이루어지더라도
the trail
최대한
to a
리스크
waiting
상승
ambulance where they were checked out. Along the way, one of the hikers had dropped their car
수익권까지
keys. The next day, a ranger hiked
지켜보도록
back up the
하겠습니다.
trail and miraculously found the keys under a log and some tall ferns. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
When you eat your meals may help you live longer. CBS's Michael George.
A study out of Turkey showed as people get older, they tend to eat breakfast later, and a later breakfast time was associated with depression, fatigue, and even higher rates of death. The impact was especially significant for older people. Researchers say this adds new meaning to the saying, breakfast is the most important meal of the day.
At the U.S. Open, women's final all set.
It's Amanda Anisimova in her second straight Grand Slam final of the season.
Anisimova will take on Arina Sabalenka tomorrow. This is CBS News. A teenage fisherman in New Hampshire caught a big one.
Jackson Denio, at 13 years old, has made quite a catch about 100 miles off the New England coast. He wanted to catch a shark, but ended up reeling in a potential record-setting halibut. It took him over a half hour to seal the deal. He's 120 pounds. The halibut weighed 174, and
it's 3 inches taller than me.
The International Fish and Game Association is in the process of confirming if the fish is the potential world record holder for a junior angler. Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News.
Kansas City Chiefs kick off their season against the LA Chargers in Brazil tonight, but when the teams touched down in Sao Paulo, the only thing reporters wanted to know about was Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift and that big fat diamond on her finger.
Ever since I've been dating Taylor, life has been fun. You know, it's been exciting. Obviously, a lot more eyes, and I accept that, but it's just I'm living life, living on a high, I guess.
Dream, dude.
Yeah.
Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney.
How do you think the Fed is looking at tariffs, the uncertainty of tariffs?
Let's take a look at the sectors and how they performed.
A lot of investors getting whipsawed every day by news events.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Could we see a market disruption, a market event?
Are people just too exuberant out there?
You see some so-called low-quality stocks driving this short-term rally.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
Good Friday morning from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York City to our worldwide audience. We are streaming live on YouTube as well. So head over to youtube.com and search Bloomberg Local Podcast, and that's where you'll find us. Coming up, we're going to check in with Amy Glazer, Senior Vice President with Adecco, on the jobs report. Carol Pepper, founder and CEO of Pepper International, will give us her thoughts on these markets. Janet Lauren's going to join us. She's Bloomberg Higher Education Finance Reporter. The president of Northwestern resigned. Scarlett, I mean, the pressure on these higher education places
It's
is
working
pretty intense.
if you're looking at it from the Trump administration's point of view.
Absolutely. So we'll get the latest there from our friends out there at Northwestern. Liz Hart, president of Leasing for North America at Newmark Group, will get the state of commercial real estate. Is it getting better out there? I know the office space probably is bottomed, is what I'm hearing from a lot of people, but we'll check that out.
Lower rates help.
Yes, lower rates will certainly help. Let's kick this whole thing off as we do with John Tucker in our Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, guys. Happy Friday, by the way. This Bloomberg Business Flash brought to you by IBKR. Will September 2025 be the warmest September on record? At IBKR Forecast Trader, the S was recently at 11%. Start predicting today at ibkr.com/forecast. The last trading day for this contract is October 10th. It's not rocket science. The bets are on the Fed's going to cut the next meeting, at least a quarter of points. Stocks like that, bonds like that, so equities are higher, yields are lower. In fact, we have records, record for the S&P 500, a record for the Dow Jones Industrial Average. This comes after the weak jobs report this morning. Claudia Saab at New Century Advisors, she reacted after the non-farm payrolls increased just 22,000, and the unemployment rate rose to the highest since 2021.
This ought to be able to convince people at the Fed who were on the fence about doing a rate cut. This really does speak in terms of it's time to start adjusting interest rates downward.
S&P 500 up 7 points, up 0.1%, 6509 in the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up 35 points. That's up 0.1%. The NASDAQ 100, 119 points higher. That's up 0.5%. The more policy reactive 2-year. Let's start there. 10 basis points lower right now at 348. Best performing stock in the S&P 500 that belongs to Broadcom up 11%.
자, 손절 사인드립니다. 여기서 손절 후에 재진입 사인드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 손절 사인드립니다. 현재 진입과 손절하도록 하겠습니다.
Tesla proposing a new compensation agreement for Elon Musk, potentially worth
손절 후
around $1
이어서 바로
trillion.
재진입
Tesla
사인드리도록
shares
하겠습니다.
right now 3.4%. Of course he's worth that. We check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Hi, Scarlett. Hi, Paul.
자, 이제 캡처 오류로 인해서
You gonna get paid $1 trillion as well?
Yes, it's all in his
close to
package.
it. No, I'll have to talk to the boss. The negotiations will
사진
be
늦게
starting
올라가는
soon.
점 양해 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다. 양해
All right, let's take a look at some of the stocks on the move
손절
today. I'm Paul Sweeney
사인드렸습니다.
alongside Scarlett Fu, and we're joined by Bloomberg's Red Brown. Red, what are you looking at here?
Yeah, first one on my
주문
list is
청산이
Lululemon.
완료되었습니다.
It's officially the worst performing stock in the S&P 500 index this year, so that's why we're talking about it. It's down 55% this year, another 15% today.
자, 스위칭 후 바로 진입 사인드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 매도 진입 사인드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 매도 진입 5개야 진입 사인드립니다. 자, 주니까 79 7.25입니다. 79 7.25. 자, 매도 진입 사인드렸습니다.
They called out the end of the de minimis exemption, which is on orders below $800, will add another $240 hit to the company's bottom line this year. Having execution issues as well. I mean, I've gone through countless earnings reports, and I've rarely heard a CEO use strong language as they did in this one, saying that he's disappointed with their execution. So some changes really need to come for Lululemon for them to kind of return.
Where do they make their stuff?
I think a lot of it's in Vietnam and Asia.
자,
So,
매도 진입
the
사인드렸고요.
imports are hitting them quite hard. So yeah, but really strong reaction, and analysts are kind of turning on the stock as well now. There's been a
자, 매도
slew of
진입권
downgrades
실시간
this morning,
대응
so they're
이어나가도록
not really seeing a
하겠습니다.
catalyst for them to
Product
come back.
selection is a problem too, because as we keep getting reminded, only boomers wear leggings. Everyone else is wearing wide-legged pants,
Right,
and that's
right.
not what Lululemon does.
Yeah, no, that's an issue too. Is like they don't have this like new and fresh selection. for
자,
people
진입에
to
오류가
come
있어서
back.
진입가 수정하도록 하겠습니다.
Yeah, definitely a big issue for them as
진입가 79.20입니다.
I have two pairs, and they make them really well. I paid a lot of money for it, and so they haven't worn out. Like, they're great. They're in great shape.
Okay, so maybe there's some optimism. So.
You're also looking at the chip sector.
Yes, Broadcom. So quite opposite of a situation for Lululemon today is Broadcom. Tickers ABGO. They were up as much as 16%, now trading around like 10-11% at the moment. They had a really busy news day last night. So first they had the earnings report where kind of the results were a little tepid, but they gave quite a strong forecast as well. So there is kind of a decent outlook for the demand. Earnings call, CEO was pretty bullish about 2026 as well. And then there was a big news that dropped that they will be working with OpenAI to help them develop some chips to compete with NVIDIA. And so we didn't get any financial details out of that, but obviously, kind of deepening their relationship with OpenAI, the biggest AI company, can't be a bad thing. And
자, 현재 약수익권에 있습니다. 수익권에서는 자율청산 사인 권장드리고요.
Yeah, so some interesting.
이전 손실이 있다 보니 좀 더 지켜보고 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 현재 매도 진입 5개 실시간 대응 중에 있습니다.
No idea why that's the symbol.
It used to be a Vago, right?
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then Hawk Tan changed it to Broadcom.
Gotcha. Thank you very much. All right, very good. Anything else there?
Yeah, I'm looking at some of the home builders. So Lennar was trading up around 4%. DR Horton, Pool Corp as well. So all these companies that are kind of exposed to the home market are trading higher after we got the jobs report, or excuse me, the payroll data this morning. So obviously the feeling that rate cuts are a matter of when, not if. And yeah, the sector has struggled this year. Lennar's been kind of trading down for large parts of the year, but it's really turned a corner in the last month or so as this conversation on rate cuts has really kind of gathered pace. So yeah, we'll see how that goes for the sector in the next month here.
Maybe fewer mortgage rate buy downs like they were doing before.
Yeah, maybe. I'm looking at the 30-year fixed, 6.64%. I got my 10-year at like 4.08. I think that baby can come down some more.
That's a lot of people are thinking.
I need it. See, I got my mortgage on a Jersey Shore compound a few years ago, 6%. Thought I was the biggest chump in the world, John. But now, I mean, that's not too
you're
bad.
a real genius.
Well, Alex Steele
325, by the way, Scarlett.
Yep, that's what Alex has.
325.
No, me. Not
Yeah.
Al, yeah.
So
Right
there you go.
there.
All right, John.
I don't want to say what my
mortgage every
mortgage
night.
rate is.
John's never leaving. So anyway,
You're stuck.
Yep, exactly. All right, Red, thanks so much. Appreciate that. For more conversations like this, subscribe to our Stock Movers Reports. Listen for 5-minute audio reports on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere you listen. Let's get into these markets here. Again, kind of mixed on the equity side. Yields coming in pretty darn sharply on the bond market here. Amy Glazer joins us, Senior Vice President at Adecco down there, Ponte Vedra Beach, Florida. I know it well. Lost many a golf ball down there. Amy, what'd you make of the jobs number today?
Yeah, the headline numbers do appear to be soft, but I think it speaks more towards the stability in the labor market workforce, despite the ongoing headwinds. We may talk about it cooling a little bit, but it still remains competitive, especially in spaces like healthcare, skilled trades, and seasonal hirings getting ready to pick up as well.
What does the wage picture look like? We keep hearing about how employees have less leverage than they did, certainly during and right after the pandemic, and employers have all the leverage and they can kind of call the shots, including telling everyone in the New York area and cities to get back into the office.
Well, we are starting to hear whispers of wage gains and those conversations taking place. Specifically as it relates to the blue collar workforce, they're looking at putting those wage gains in the hourly rate itself. That contradicts a little bit on the professional side.
자, 현재 진입권 수익 청산 후에 이어서 바로 사인드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 수익 청산 사인드립니다.
And ongoing increases in commission.
수익
So you
청산
see
후에
a little bit different at
이어서
play
바로
depending
사인드리도록
upon
하겠습니다.
whether you're a desk
자, 1개월
worker
기준 약
or
100만 원에서 수익 청산
worker.
사인드렸습니다.
Any particular
총
industries or any particular regions of the country seeing
약 500만 원대에서 수익 청산 사인드렸습니다.
Southeast continues to pick up and will with ongoing, weather
주문
as the
청산이
holiday season approaches.
완료되었습니다.
We still see travel and tourism and hospitality kicking up there. Healthcare still remains the name of the game and being white hot. We are seeing employers focus a little bit less on hiring itself and more on retention, absenteeism, and upskilling their current workforce.
And how much does that cost them? I mean, it obviously.
자, 이어서 8차 진입뷰 사인드리도록 하겠습니다. 8차 진입뷰 사인드리면서 동시에 진입 사인도 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 이전과 동일하게 매도 진입 사인드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 매도 진입 사인드립니다. 매도 진입 5계약입니다.
체결되었습니다. 주문 청산이 완료되었습니다.
자, 진입가
확인 바랍니다.
743.00입니다. 743.00. 자, 매도 진입 사인드렸습니다. 실시간 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다.
10.5%. That's the highest excluding the pandemic since 2016. I'm wondering if that's AI taking away some entry level.
자, 진입가에 오토 하셔서 수정할 거고요.
Super interesting. I
기본적으로
always tell people you
이미지
don't necessarily have to worry about AI taking your job, but you have to worry about losing your job to someone who
자,
knows AI
진입가
uses it better than you
743.00입니다.
do. We have heard
743.00입니다.
some rumblings upon recent graduates that they're finding difficulty in the marketplace. So we encourage them to continue. There are definitely gig opportunities. There's temp work. Take the time to really see where you want to go within a given industry, and don't be afraid to try something that you may not have majored in, per se.
So as we gear up into the year end, I mean, September is here now, the school year just began, but companies need to prepare for the year end.
자, 이전 수익
What does this
이전
mean for any
손실권이
kind
있다
of
보니
seasonal hiring surge that
목표
we might expect in
수익권까지
November and
길게 대응
December?
이어나가도록 하겠습니다.
So I anticipate the September surge will be another real thing again this year, and looking for positivity next month. We also see employers hiring earlier and earlier every year. So historically in the past, really even pre-pandemic, you would see seasonal hiring really pick up in November. Right now we're seeing it starting to pick up in October in advance in some of those early holiday sales that we anticipate online. So employers are all over it. It's the name of the game is how can they make sure they make their peak forecasts as early as October this year.
All right, Amy, thanks so much for joining us. Always appreciate getting a few minutes of your time. Amy Glazer, Senior Vice President at Adecco down there in Florida. I don't know. I think you go into I always make the joke, it feels like some meaningful percentage of GDP occurs within like coffee houses. You walk into a Starbucks or something, everybody's got the iPad, their computers open. I'm like, what are they doing?
They're being very productive, apparently.
I guess so. They're doing business, I guess. I guess that's the gig economy. But
That's the WFH people.
Yes. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that.
We don't know about it.
We don't know too much about the work from home here. So that's another thing. I guess we're at the new normal. Everybody's kind of back 4 days a week, 5 days a week. I don't know. We're back here. We're going to have more coming up. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
자, 다시 한번 여기서 정리 후 재진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 수익 청산 사인 드립니다. 수익 청산 사인 드립니다. 자, 1계약 기준 약 100만 원에서 수익 청산 후에 재진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다.
주문 청산이 완료되었습니다.
자, 이어서 9차 진입뷰 대기하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 여기서 지속적인 하방 가능성이 있다고 판단되어서 다시 한번 매도 진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 매도 진입 사인 드립니다.
체결되었습니다.
자, 진입가
확인 바랍니다.
694.50입니다. 694.50. 자, 매도 진입 사인 드립니다. 자, 현재 매도 진입권 실시간 대응해 나가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 진입 후 급격한 반등으로 현재 손실권에 있고요. 최대한 이전과 같이 길게 보고 목표 수익권까지 대응해 나가도록 하겠습니다.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And this Bloomberg Business Flash being brought to you by Oracle. Attention, growing businesses. Oracle offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. This is for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitments. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com.
자, 현재 수익권 진입하였습니다. 목표 수익권까지 좀 더 지켜보도록 하겠습니다.
Pairing some earlier gains. In fact, turned negative for the S&P 500 and the Dow. S&P 500 down 12 points. That's down 0.2%. Still 64.89 now, the index. Dow Jones Industrial Average 151 points lower. That is down 0.3%. The Nasdaq 100 is up 0.2%, 47 points higher right now.
자, 잘라가도록 하겠습니다. 잘라가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 수익 청산 사인드립니다. 수익 청산 이후에 재진입 사인드리도록 하겠습니다. 수익 청산 사인드립니다. 자, 수익 청산 이후 재진입 사인드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 수익 청산 사인드립니다.
Worst performing stock in the S&P 500 again. Lululemon
자,
Athletic.
5개 기준으로 300만 원에서 수익 청산 사인드렸습니다.
Job growth cooling notably last month. The unemployment rate rising
주문 청산이
to the highest since
완료되었습니다.
2021. So, for a lot of traders, that seals the deal for a rate cut of at least 25 basis points for the next Fed meeting.
자, 금일 개장 이후 예상과 다른 시장 전개로 인해서 리스크 발생했지만 현재 리스크 상쇄하고 수익권 진입하였습니다. 자, 10차 진입뷰 대기하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 10차 진입뷰 대기하도록 하겠습니다.
Carol Pepper is founder and CEO of Pepper International. And Carol, you heard what John said about the jobless rate rising, and you also heard what he said about the 22,000 increase for the month of
2025년
August,
9월
a
5일
fraction
금요일
of what
현재
economists had
금일
anticipated.
당일 시장 손익
We talked about this
91만
25
원
basis point cut being
형성되어
priced
있고요.
in completely. Is
자,
the door
목표
now open
수익권까지
for 50
조금
basis
더
point cut?
대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 현재 10차 진입뷰 대기 중에 있습니다.
Going on with the Fed, I think they're going to err on the side of caution, although I do think that 50 makes more sense given what the numbers are starting to show. And they probably will get a little bit behind. Maybe they'll have to do 3 cuts instead of 2 for the rest of the year.
자, 단기 조정 구간 판단되어서 매수 진입 사인드립니다. 짧게 보도록 하겠습니다. 매수 진입 5계약 진입가 682.75입니다. 682.75 매수 진입 사인드립니다.
small caps, mid caps.
자, 현재 진입권 가능한 최대한 짧게 보도록 하겠습니다.
I wish, but we have headwinds. You know, we have tariffs. The tariffs are now hitting the smaller producers, the smaller cap companies, anybody who's shipping small packages. That's why we heard Lululemon
자,
is
추세는 매도로
worst
확인되나
performing stock today,
일시적인
unfortunately,
조정
because
구간
they're
올 수
getting
있다고
killed on
판단되어서
shipping
매수
and the
진입
tariffs
사인
on small
드렸습니다.
packages. So that's going to continue. That probably will affect the Christmas shopping season as well for some of these manufacturers. So I wish it were the case that the rally will broaden out, but I don't frankly think that will be the case. I think you'll still see concentration on the Mag 7 and everybody else holding their own, perhaps, maybe not sinking that much, but really it's a question, can the cuts save us from the tariffs? That's the real question.
So aside from hiding out in the mega cap tech names, which are very expensive right now, even if NVIDIA does
자,
deliver on its
매수 진입권
results,
실시간 대응
where else can
이어나가도록
you find
하겠습니다.
shelter? Where else can you be defensive?
Well, you can be defensive with defensive stocks. So as you know, some of the defense tech stocks are doing well. Some of the ETFs focusing on defense are doing quite well, up 36% this year. So that's an opportunity. Because unfortunately we're going to the Department of War, so it looks like we're going to continue to rearm the country. That's an opportunity. I would say anything that is more, not so much consumer driven, but manufacturing related to the data centers or the AI or the technology. So perhaps we'll get a little bump in industrial real estate, not sure yet, because certainly, as you know, I manage money for family offices, and family offices are all in on investing in data centers and recreating technology, repurposing old data centers, for example, for the new AI data centers, which there's a lot of work to be done there. So I would say in that sector, there's possibility. In defense, there's possibility. And but I would avoid, consumer, and I would avoid even real estate very heavily. I think it's a little early for that bet. That will probably kick in more next year, first quarter next year, if we see the rate cuts that we need.
Carol, how do your clients feel about investing in fixed income these days? Where do they want to go?
Short end. We're still short. Nobody's taking the risk to go out long. They're still under 5 years. The feeling is that's my cash, and I'm holding on to my cash because I'm nervous. They're also looking at gold, by the way. It's interesting. You see a lot of people barbelling with risky assets in Bitcoin or US dollar tether, and then on the other end holding gold in vaults. I mean, really old school. I see people going back to holding gold in vaults. I haven't had that conversation for 30 years, and here we are again. Talking about gold. So there's really just a lot of question marks about how this is going to all shake out. And of course, the minute we hit the new year, we're going to start talking about election 28, midterms and election 28, because some of this may be unraveled in the end of 26, going into 27. So then people have to calibrate their portfolios. And for that reason, there's still a lot of money on the sidelines, even though you see the market in this narrow tech sector running very strongly.
Got it. So it sounds like there's a lot of, staying put with what's worked and avoiding things where uncertainty is high. And that's kind of been the theme for a couple of months now. What do you expect will be the risk of people being too crowded, these overcrowded trades of being at the short end of the yield curve, for instance, all being in mega cap tech names, being in defense, including some of those European defense names? If something were to happen unexpectedly, doesn't that create a risk of everyone piling in or out at the same time?
Definitely. I mean, I think where you're going to see that risk play out is if we get into a real risk-off environment. Let's say something happens, I don't know, China invades Taiwan, or there's more saber rattling, or the war heats up in Gaza, whatever it might be. Where you'll see the pain is in the risk on assets. So you'll see the pain in the technology sector. That's why a lot of the family offices are very heavily weighted in cash right now, because they just don't think we're through this sort of narrow passage to something, to some new normal. I think if we could get all the tariffs settled, and let's say they were around 15% across the board, people can work with that. They can build a business around that. It's very hard right now because tariffs go up and down. We're not sure who's our enemy and who's our friend. We don't know where we're going to war. So as long as there's this kind of uncertainty, we're going to continue to see a lot of overweighting into the cash sectors and the gold, and people waiting and maybe just deciding they're going to take a run on the momentum stocks as they go up, but understanding that if you're doing that, you're not going to get out you're not going to be the last guy out. I mean, it's musical chairs. You will be hurt if you try to exit. So you have to be willing to hold your nose, don't look at it, and hold on to your tech stocks, because over the long haul, that is the growth sector. And so you will do well. It's just going to be a more bumpy ride if we have more unexpected global events.
All right, Carol, thank you so much for joining us. Always appreciate chatting with you. Carol Pepper, founder, CEO of Pepper International, joining us to talk about these markets. Her clients are these big the family offices, and that's kind of where she plays. Let's go to the world of higher education, certainly under pressure from this administration. We had another piece of news out just recently concerning our friends at Northwestern University. Let's get the latest reporting there. Janet Lauren joins us, Bloomberg higher education finance reporter. Some turnover at Northwestern. What's going on there, Janet?
Yes. So the president, Michael Schill, said he was resigning yesterday. He's been there for 3 years, and it's been a bit tumultuous. In addition to protests and other things, he also had to deal with a settlement from the football coach who had sued the university.
자, 현재 시장이 예상과 다른 방향으로 흘러가고 있지만 충분히
and he had made a deal with protesters during the
매수세
height of all these
나와줄
protests,
수도 있다고
in an
판단이
effort
되기
to clear
때문에
the
조금
encampment
더
that was
지켜보고
viewed as very
대응
unpopular.
이어나가도록 하겠습니다.
I hadn't realized
현재
that he was
5개
under
기준
fire or the
약
school was
300만 원
under fire,
손실권에
because most of our
있습니다. 조금 더
focus is
지켜보고 대응 이어나가도록
Trump's
하겠습니다.
targeting the Ivy Leagues, for instance, Harvard notably. To what extent does this clear the air with whatever discussions Northwestern is having with the White House?
It probably helps because, they can say, well, our leader has left. We're going to put in a new person, new reforms. But he was also brought before Congress. You remember the very high-profile hearing with the presidents of Harvard, Penn, and MIT, and Harvard and Penn's president stepped down.
Was he there at that one?
No, he actually was called separately. And he was grilled along with the presidents of Rutgers and UCLA. And he had talked about, Northwestern has a campus in Qatar, and there said we would be reviewing the contract. It's not clear if whatever happened there. So he was under a lot of pressure. But don't discount the pressure also about the football team, because they had a settlement that came through late August. The football coach had sued the university for $130 million for wrongful termination, and he denied knowledge of hazing, and he sued. Northwestern is a member of the Big Ten. Don't forget, they
Important context, yep.
They may not be, UCLA and winning NCAA titles, but, sports,
they matter, yeah.
Sports is, is still kind of important there.
So where are we in terms of these certain universities dealing with the Trump administration? Is it trying to just come up with a financial settlement and kind of move forward and is that kind of where we are? Is that the model?
It's all unclear. We know what happened with Harvard, as we talked about yesterday. They had an incremental win. The court ruled in their favor, but we're just waiting for the administration to appeal, as they said they would. It'll probably go up to the Supreme Court. So, even though Harvard won an incremental victory, the judge did not rule on the funding freeze, so that continues. It still sows a lot of uncertainty. Harvard is still not going to be getting any new grants. So, and that still has a tremendous impact. Even though international students are okay there now, it still is a dampening on, if I'm an international student, do I want to come to a school? Even though Harvard is my dream school, if things could be uncertain, it ramps up so much financial uncertainty.
Yeah. It's just easier to go to the UK or to Australia or somewhere else. Which school has settled on something with the White House? It's only Columbia, right?
No, Brown. Brown had a
okay.
$50 million settlement, and theirs was pretty smart because it gave $50 million to develop workforce within the state of Rhode Island. So in some ways, it really bolsters their relationship with their neighbors. Penn very early settled about transgender athletes. So, I think
But everyone else is outstanding, and the goalposts keep moving on this.
Correct. And, again, we don't know what's going on behind the scenes. We think Cornell is, we think Northwestern is, Harvard is.
Harvard keeps thinking it's done, but it's not.
Right.
You mentioned the Northwestern football program, and I'm glad you bring that up because yesterday at the New York Power Players Summit, you spoke with the athletic directors of a number of big schools, including Dartmouth, including Ohio State. And obviously, the story there is the changing landscape of college sports, how these players, student athletes, can now get paid, and how that changes everything. What did you learn from that conversation?
Colleges have to pay a lot of money to players. And as Nina King, the athletic director from Duke, talked about, they're coming up with $20.5 million. At the same time, their own budgets are constrained. But it's a whole new world, to hearing about Ohio State talking about why or what makes sense for them financially to raise money. And UCLA, they talked about they have a huge amount of change too. They're now a member of the Big Ten. As crazy it may sound that they're going back and forth, and they did super well with a number of NCAA championships. But one thing they learned was, one of their soccer teams got delayed on a flight, so they had to come in a day early. So everybody's sort of working out how these conference realignments are working.
And they're still students, by the way.
They're still students, and that was a big change for them. Going cross country. So everybody's working in it. It's a whole new world this year. We're going to see how it goes.
All right, Janet Lauren, our higher education finance reporter here at Bloomberg News. Fantastic to get a catch up with you here on Bloomberg Intelligence. Well, I mentioned the New York Power Players Summit. Yesterday, I sat down with the NHL Commissioner, Gary Bettman, and Ted Leonsis. You know who he is?
Yeah, I do.
He is the founder, CEO, chairman, basically every title there is, of Monumental Sports and Entertainment. They own the Washington Wizards, they own the Washington Caps, and they also own the Washington Mystics of the WNBA. And we had a broad conversation on everything from streaming to sports betting, but I want to play a part of my conversation where we talked about how today's fans are a lot more sophisticated than they used to be, and they expect a lot more than just the game.
You look for big events, for big stories, and you use every platform imaginable, whether it's linear, streaming platform, social media, and no different than what we did in February with the Four Nations tournament. I mean, we created something that even if you weren't a hockey fan, even if you weren't a sports fan, you felt compelled to tune in because it was so topical and so intriguing, people wanted to know more.
Well, geopolitics helped a little bit there too, right?
Well, a little bit, but yes.
We're on national TV the most of any team next year. So there's still, Alex is still a very popular player, but it's also, we finished first in the East last year. We had a really, really good team. We weren't out of context because hockey, at the end of the day, is the most competitive of sports. The playoffs, obviously, are the showcase of that. And, we've been able to build hockey in our community. People would say that DC was a basketball town. It is, but now it's a hockey town. And, we're heading towards $1 billion in revenue. Monumental Sports and Entertainment. My goal is to make it the most valuable regional sports and entertainment company. We have currency, we have great investors, we have one platform, and right now we're being valued $7-8 billion. 2 years, because our business is very predictable, we'll hit $1 billion. Maybe it's worth $10 billion, which would mean Gary would be CEO of a $300 billion company. I don't think you've treated the commissioners with the respect that they deserve, right? No, I'm serious. When you look at it, they're running a global branded business with billions of fans, hundreds and hundreds of millions of customers, fans. The fan avidity in this business is off the chart. We say we're not public companies. Go, yeah, well, he gets booed at every Stanley Cup, right? You hear from the fans. They're voting every single day. That's why the renewals are so important.
Yeah.
What are we averaging as a league in our renewals?
Over 90%.
Over 90%.
Because our fans, most people don't focus on it, our fans tend to be the most avid, the most affluent, the youngest, and the best educated, and the most tech savvy.
So let me pick up on that idea.
By the way, I have to negotiate my next contract with you.
Ted will be your agent. Let's pick up on that idea of having the youngest audience and the most tech-savvy audience, because your partnerships matter. As the CEO of a $300 billion company, as Ted put it, partnerships like TikTok on the Capitals away jerseys Roblox to create a metaverse experience to
Coupon
reach
just
that
named
younger Gen
yes-
Z audience. I'm sorry?
Just announced yesterday.
자, 현재 진입은 조금 더 지켜보고 예상치 이탈 시에 청산 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 현재 큰 손실권에 있습니다. 예상치 이탈 시에는 청산 후 재진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다.
There are two parts to answering that question. One is the authenticity and the game itself. And the good news for us, and I never like to talk about other sports, but when it comes to pace of play, there's more action. You can't be on your phone if you're watching.
You'll miss something.
You'll miss something because it happens fast and furious. So the amount of action to the amount of length of a game works very well for us, and it's compelling for younger people.
And that was NHL Commissioner Gary Bettman and Ted Leonsis, the owner, CEO, founding partner, managing partner of Monumental Sports and Entertainment at yesterday's New York Power Players Summit. A good time was had by all.
It was a lot of good folks there yesterday, including Alex Rodriguez there, and Carl Anthony Towns.
Carl Anthony Towns. I have a picture with him. I come up to his armpit.
Right.
It's great. All right, let's go to John Tucker now for our Bloomberg Business Flash with more. John?
All right, this flash brought to you by Oracle. Attention, growing businesses. Oracle offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. Higher earlier, we've turned around with the major equity indices. Evidence the labor market slowing. That's been the trading theme today. The bet's increasing. The Fed's going to cut rates at the next meeting. Bond yields sinking. And again, higher earlier. The major stock averages now turning lower after touching records. S&P 500, 34 points lower. That's down 0.5% right now. The Dow down 290 points. That's a decline of 0.6%. NASDAQ 132 points higher. That is up 0.1%. 2-year yield. I always say this, the more policy-reacted 2-year, 11 basis points lower. That is at 3.47. The unemployment rate ticking up to 4.3%. Non-farm payrolls increasing just 22,000 for the month of August. You guys did a terrific interview earlier today with Ken Rogoff, the Harvard economist.
Wow.
This was actually before the jobs report, but I wanted to play part of that. He sees interest rates pushing higher.
Well, I think a 6% 10-year Treasury is more likely than 1 3/4 Treasury that we had for a long time. Absolutely. I mean, it's very hard to predict interest rates, but I think they're as likely to go up as down.
Broadcom helping OpenAI design and produce an artificial intelligence accelerator, getting into a lucrative sphere dominated right now by NVIDIA. That's why Broadcom shares best performing stock in the S&P 500, up 11.5%. And I'll wrap up with this movie madness. Paramount boosting its movie slate. Paramount Skydance signing a 3-year agreement to distribute Legendary Entertainment's upcoming films in cinemas. The latest in a flurry of deals for the studio since the new management took over just a few weeks ago. The first film to be distributed under the pact will be October 2026. The release
자,
of
손절 사인
Street
드리도록
Fighter,
하겠습니다. 손절 후
released on
재진입 사인 드리도록
video
하겠습니다.
game
현재 진입권
franchise.
손절하도록
So the
하겠습니다.
playbook hasn't changed all that much.
자,
in
손절
terms
후
of
이어서
what
바로
kinds of
재진입
movies
사인
are
드리도록
being
하겠습니다.
made and distributed.
I'm not going to say garbage, but you know,
Not gonna say it, but
I'm not going to say it. Some
they're throwing
would.
money around. This is what's happening. I mean, since Skydance has bought Paramount, they've been throwing money around Hollywood like crazy over the last 3 or 4 months.
Give the people what they want,
Yep.
I guess.
Yep, never underestimate.
I feel like this could make it into the
주문
next season
청산이
of the studio.
완료되었습니다.
Could be.
Yeah.
Could be. Very good. All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. Let's talk a little bit about commercial real estate. The mistake I always make is I
자,
just think
손절 후
office,
바로
but
진입
everyone
사인
needs
드리도록
so much more
하겠습니다.
than that. It's
손절하고
industrial, it's retail, it's
11일
office,
천
it's
진입
data centers,
비용
that's the
바로
thing.
사인 드리도록
Liz Hart
하겠습니다.
joins us here. She knows what's going on. President of Leasing for North America for Newmark. Liz, thanks so much for joining us. Let me start with
자, 매도 진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 매도 진입 5계약 진입가
체결되었습니다.
603.25입니다. 603.25. 자, 매도 진입 실시간 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다.
Demand is up 30% right now. You can even believe that. It's back before 2019 levels. And where it's really leading is actually New York City, San Francisco, the places that people were saying weren't going to come back. And I think if you walk on the streets or if you walk around your own office, you're seeing people really are back even on a Friday, right? Your office is still really happening. So there's been a great validation that the office is a great place to drive productivity. And a lot of the decision makers that we're talking to, they're not just talking about the cost per square foot anymore, they're talking about the value per square foot. How is the office actually driving their business goals and what are they trying to achieve going into the next year?
자, 매도 진입
So in
대응
terms of
이어나가도록
cities, you mentioned New York
하겠습니다.
City, but San Francisco I'm kind of surprised by because there's a lot more flexibility with work from home.
자, 앞으로 남은 일정은 1시에 트럼프 대통령 신임장 제정식 참석이 있고요. 그리고 2시에 베이커 유즈 총시추 기수 발표가 있습니다. 자, 그리고 3시에 트럼프 대통령 행정명령 설명 예정되어 있고요. 5시에 트럼프 대통령 발표 예정이 있습니다. 정확히 어떤 발표인지는 확인되고 있지 않습니다. 발표 예정이란 뭐만 확인이 되고 있습니다.
And AI is really leading that charge. And what's interesting is when you talk to those decision makers, why are you going back to the office? Again,
자, 짧게 끊어가도록 하겠습니다. 짧게 끊어가고 다시 한번 진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 짧게 끊어가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 현재 진입권 수익 청산 사인 드립니다. 수익 청산 이후 재진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다.
Interest rates, how sensitive is
수익 청산 사인 드립니다.
rates come down? You have the Fed probably going to start cutting interest rates in September. What's that mean for your market?
I mean, I certainly think that would be a positive for the commercial real estate market. That would help our capital
수익
markets,
청산
which would be
사인
good. We'd like
드립니다.
to see a little bit of stimulation. I mean, one of the challenges in the demand is that you have demand for space, but there's that cost of people who spent too much money before. We have to make sure we have enough TI, which is, tenant improvements to make sure that you can
주문 청산이
reposition those
완료되었습니다.
space for the future. And with the one big
자,
beautiful bill
이어서
that just
바로
passed,
12차
there is some bonus
진입뷰
depreciation.
대기
So even though we've had 5 years where the
하도록
trophy's really been
하겠습니다. 자,
dominating,
12차
you want to see
진입뷰
that second class of asset move into that first class, right? And
자,
compete.
바로 사인
by
드리도록
renovating
하겠습니다.
and
이 정도
improving their
동일하게
assets.
매도 진입 사인
I think that
드리도록
we're in a position
하겠습니다.
we could
자,
start to see
매도
that
진입 사인
happening.
드립니다.
Certainly having some trades would help stimulate
자,
that as well,
진입가
and that would be good for the
574.25입니다.
place to go.
574.25.
Let's talk about AI. We've avoided it long enough, but you've got tech firms, as you said, driving a lot of the demand in certain markets like San Francisco, but also the need for data center construction.
자, 매도
And
진입 사인
I'm
드립니다.
wondering where you see that
574.25.
benefiting. Which
매도 진입
geographic
사인
markets are
드립니다.
benefiting the most from that?
I think places with power would be the most simple answer for that.
With cheap power too.
Yeah, exactly. What kind of power and where they can get power quickly. But power drives the day in terms of that. That's what's really driving data center demand and where people can get access, quickly enough to power.
자,
And we don't see
길게
this
보고
changing. There's
대응
been so much
이어나가도록
innovation in this
하겠습니다.
space.
자,
I think
매도
it's
진입
actually
사인
quite exciting.
드렸습니다.
It's great to see us
매도
lead
진입,
in this way and have so many
목표
opportunities for
수익권까지
being able to
길게
figure out
보고
ways to
대응
get power
이어나가도록
those sites even
하겠습니다.
more quickly. Certainly, from what we're seeing in a real estate perspective, there's been a lot of activity in Texas. Texas has been booming for quite a
자,
while.
100만 원권 이상 200만 원권에서
Yeah, even though there has been some grid instability, as you
짧게
mentioned,
끊어갈
we
수
still
있는
are
점
seeing
참고
quite a bit of
부탁드리며
interest in
사인에
Texas.
집중 부탁드리겠습니다. 자, 매도 진입 5계약 실시간 대응 중에 있습니다.
We got a lot of empty retail space here. Now it's coming back a little bit, but
barely.
I mean, so what are you seeing about commercial real estate in some of the big cities?
I think the bright spot in retail is really Class A malls. That's where we're seeing great single-digit vacancy, a lot of demand in Class A malls. I mean, grocery-anchored retail has performed extremely well as well. But you're right. I mean, the urban retail on the street in the office building, that hasn't quite come back in the way that we would like yet. I think, the thriving spot again would be more the experiential retail, people that they can go and really experience the brand itself. If you've been to Printemps downtown as an example, that would be an example of something that's thriving in the moment.
How many Class A centers are there outside of the cities, in the suburbs, for instance? You think about San Francisco, you think about Seattle. The downtowns haven't recovered to what they were before the pandemic, but you just go 10 minutes, 15 minutes outside the city, and those places are thriving.
Yeah, they are. You're right. They're thriving. There's certain areas that are definitely doing pretty well. And in some of those areas, the malls are still a family affair, right? They're places that the next generation is really embracing. And there's been some great studies on this that I find to be very interesting, that, the generation that we think looks at their phone too much, they're also spending too much time at the mall, which is the same thing my mom complained about 30 years ago. So I guess some things never change. But that's a place that's, really experiential, a lot of demand, and in the suburbs it's going quite well.
Real quickly, 30 seconds. If I want to go out and build a building or develop a building or renovate a building, can I go to my bank and get funding for real estate?
Well, it wouldn't be able to be a 30-second answer on that one because it's going to depend on the demand in the market and what you're building. But that's why you've got to go get some great advice from someone who knows what they're talking about.
All right, very good. I need the money to go build something or buy something. Liz Hart, president of leasing for North America for Newmark. Looking at the markets here, we've had markets roll over. What happened?
Yeah, we have
where did
everything
that
at
go?
session lows right now.
Yeah,
The
exactly.
S&P lower by 0.7%. The Nasdaq holding up a little bit better, lower by 0.6%, and the Russell 2000 down only 0.5%. So there is that broadening out, and you have a better and underperformance of the big caps relative to the small caps.
Yep, and the Tom Keene Memorial VIX is up pretty steadily here, up at 1.3 points. We're at 16.6 there on the volatility risk here. Looking at Bitcoin, 110,000. Remember, it was 125,000 just a few weeks ago, so the volatility remains there. But one thing is certain, gold, it's higher by another 1% here today, $3,582 an ounce. Gold continues to be the big winner in 2025. We're going to have more coming up. Jeremy Kane, features editor for Bloomberg Businessweek. He's got the big take story today. Chatbots and AI are pushing the boundaries across the U.S. classrooms. We'll have that story coming up. This is Bloomberg Good Morning.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube. Kids back to school here. AI, it's a thing. Parents got to figure it out. Teachers got to figure it out. Students got to figure it out. I'm glad I'm not dealing with that stuff. Educators across the country are bringing chatbots into their lessons plans. Question is, will it help kids learn, or is it just another doomed ed tech fad here? Jeremy Keane joins us here, features editor for Bloomberg Businessweek. It's the big take story, folks. You know we love the big take stories. They're always so well researched, written, and sourced. So we welcome Jeremy here. So Jeremy, what did you learn about how teachers, how just educational communities trying to deal with AI and chatbots and all that stuff?
Well, so we initially saw this flurry of concern.
자, 조금 더 지켜보고 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 현재 나스닥 매도 5계약 실시간 대응 중에 있습니다. 조금 더 지켜보고 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다.
Guardrails that were put in place by a lot of the biggest school districts in the country. Since then, they've started to come around to the idea that, okay, well, we need to start introducing this in some limited fashion. We need to figure out how to do it. It's sort of begun with teachers being allowed to, or in some cases encouraged to use it in their lesson plans, and now that's starting to roll out to students. So we're seeing pilot programs in public school systems around the country, and some private schools are also going in on it.
Jeremy, what's the most creative way that teachers have incorporated AI or chatbots into their lesson plan? I mean, what surprised you?
Well, we opened the story with this account that I never would have thought of. There's a program out in Colorado, and the teacher there who we spent time with created a chatbot based on Elie Wiesel, the famed Nazi hunter and memoirist.
Right.
Holocaust survivor, and was to get the kids. The idea was just to get them to engage a little bit with this memoir that Wiesel wrote, and some of the kids were into trying to use it, but immediately it sort of opens the question of like, oh, is this, how is the chatbot going to represent Wiesel's work? Is it going to be an accurate summary? Is it going to...
So the chatbot was taking on the persona of Wiesel?
Exactly, yeah. So you could try to engage with the chatbot to learn about the Holocaust and other events. So it's pretty serious uses for technology that's still a little bit unproven.
Do we know how kids are using AI broadly defined yet? I know it's very early. It's maybe second, third year. It's kind of been out there.
Yeah, one of the ways that the teacher who we talked to felt as though it did help some students do things like summarize, prepare for tests, for example. You can, use it to quiz you on different things. And like, that's sort of one of the use cases that this teacher felt like, okay, I am seeing where students who are a little bit behind, maybe it's helping them catch up a little bit. Students who are, far ahead, maybe less so, but that was his sort of optimistic
That's
case.
Assuming a lot. I mean, if you're behind, you're probably using AI in different ways rather than help me come up with ways to quiz myself. Here's my question. When tablets and all sorts of other Google Classroom, those kinds of things came out, a lot of the Silicon Valley folks refused to let their kids and their kids' schools use those tools because they knew that it was addictive. Are Silicon Valley schools using AI and chatbots?
I don't know the answer to that, but it's a really good question.
That's what I want to know.
Yeah, I certainly think there are some, we look at a private school where the software company behind the software is actually somewhat integrated with the business structure of the school itself. And, so some people really are big believers and they're putting their money in their kids, the kids there are sort of involved. Now, broadly speaking, I don't know. I don't know if they have some of those same concerns about addictiveness or whether indeed it is like helping kids learn.
Then you have to train everyone in how to use this AI. And there's a generation of teachers that are very resistant to, first of all, computers. And second of all, this level of technology as well. They just don't want to get their hands dirty with it.
And that was one of the things that the story, one of the points the
자,
story
현재 수익권 진입하였습니다. 좀 더 지켜보고 목표 수익권까지 대응이 나가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 여기 수익 청산하도록 하겠습니다. 현재 진입권 수익 청산 사인드립니다. 수익 청산 이후 재진입 사인드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 수익 청산 사인드립니다.
Sort of points out at the end that like he doesn't really use them for lesson plans himself.
현재 캡처에 오류가 있어서
some of the art of teaching he finds
이미지 사인 늦은 점 양해 부탁드리겠습니다.
In some ways he felt
주문 청산이 완료되었습니다.
the things that they know traditionally work for education.
One of the risks I see is just a technical divide between the well-funded school districts and the ones that aren't so well-funded because it requires a certain amount of computing power and access to
자, 이어서 바로 13차 대기하면서 바로 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 추가적인 분석 없이 이전과 동일한 매도 포지션 진입 사인드입니다.
체결되었습니다.
자, 진입가
확인 바랍니다.
546.00입니다. 546.00. 자, 매도 진입 사인 드렸습니다.
If anything, I think the person-to-person teaching, the high-touch contact, that will be for wealthy school districts.
자, 연준의 금리 인하는 거의 확실시 되었지만 고용 지표가 예상보다 크게 둔화가 되면서 시장에 좋지 않은 작용을 하고 있는 걸로 확인이 되고 있습니다. 자, 매도 진입 사인 드렸습니다.
Whether that's actually going to prove to be the case, we'll see.
All right, fascinating stuff. Jeremy, thanks so much for joining us. Jeremy Keane.
자, 추세상 매도 확인되지만 언제든지 일시적인 수정 나와줄 수 있는 점 참고 부탁드리겠습니다. 조정 나와준다고 하더라도 지켜보고 대응이어 나가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 다시 한번 매도 진입 사인 드렸습니다. 자, 실시간 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 목표 수익권까지 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다.
Bloomberg Radio and Sirius XM Channel 121 is presented by Oracle. Stay tuned for the latest market news and industry research. The next hour of Bloomberg Intelligence starts right now.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney.
How do you think the Fed is looking at tariffs, the uncertainty of tariffs?
Let's take a look at the sectors and how they performed.
A lot of investors getting whipsawed every day by news events.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Could we see a market disruption, a market event?
Are people just too exuberant out there?
You see some so-called low-quality stocks driving this short-term rally.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
Good morning from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio here in New York City. We've got a lot coming up on the second hour of Bloomberg Intelligence. We're going to kick things off with Matt Miskin. He's the co-Chief Investment Strategist at John Hancock Investment Management. On these markets, we have the S&P 500, the Dow, and the Nasdaq all in the red right now after a disappointing jobs report. We're also going to take a look at munis with Eric Kazatsky over at Mackay Municipal Managers to take a look at the latest news from the muni market. We have yields lower across the curve, but especially at the short end. And later on, we're going to talk with Steve Mann of Bloomberg Intelligence to talk about the Tesla news. The board at Tesla has offered an unprecedented $1 trillion pay package to one Elon Musk. In the meantime, let's get things started with John Tucker with our Bloomberg Business Flash.
And this flash, Scarlett, brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. It's for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitments. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. So what happened? Major stock averages have shed their earlier gains. They are now lower. Well, a lot of this has to do with NVIDIA, most actively traded right now. Those shares down over 4%. Declines for NVIDIA and Advanced Micro Devices offsetting the rally for Broadcom, which actually is the best performing stock of the S&P 500. Broadcom up close to 10%. But again, as I say, the major averages still lower.
자, 여기서 끊어가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 수익 청산 사인 드리겠습니다. 여기서 끊어가도록 하겠습니다. 현재 진입권 끊어가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 수익 청산 이후 재진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다.
132 points lower. And this all comes
자,
after the weak jobs report,
200만원대에서
non-farm
수익
payrolls
사인
increasing
드렸고요.
22,000 for the month of August. The revision showed
이어서 바로
unemployment shrank in June
진입
for
사인
the first
드리도록
time since
하겠습니다.
2020.
주문 청산이
The jobless rate that
완료되었습니다.
ticked up to 4.3%. Well, Stephanie Roth at Wolf Research, she says the weak jobs market may be bottoming soon.
Looking ahead, we expect that you'll have one more piece of negative news. So September 9th, once we get the annual preliminary benchmark revisions, that's going to be revised down to the tune of something like 600,000. So that's going to be another really bad negative
자,
headline.
추세상 매도가
Then beyond that,
맞다고
we think
판단이
that
되어도
the
언제
sense
어디서
signs will look a
조정
little bit
구간이
better.
들어올지 모르기 때문에
Bonds higher, the 2-year yield right now.
지속적으로 짧게 끊어가도록
basis
하겠습니다.
points lower. That is at
자,
347.
다시 한번 매도 진입 사인 드립니다. 매도 진입 사인 드립니다.
One of the things that
매도
has
진입
escaped the
5계약 진입가
체결되었습니다.
확인
확인 바랍니다.
527.25입니다. 527.25.
Well, it's been kind of accepted.
자, 매도
So
진입
think
사인
drinking.
드렸습니다.
Cork.
What, really?
Yes, which comes from the spongy bark of the
자,
cork
조정보방이 들어올 수
tree,
있지만 현재
primarily
추세는
grown and
매도라고
harvested
판단되어서
in the
매도
Mediterranean
진입 사인
basin.
내렸습니다.
So the framework for the trade agreement between the U.S. and
자,
the
길게
EU
보고 대응
singles out the
이어나가도록
material as
하겠습니다.
an unavailable natural product. So as of September 1st, cork joining a handful of other items that are exempt from the 15% tariff on most of the EU products.
Priorities.
I don't do the twist off wine caps.
I do actually,
I know,
and I think it
실시간
works.
대응
I know
이어나가도록
they do, and
하겠습니다.
everybody
매도
tells me
진입
it's
대응
the
중에
same, it's
있습니다.
all good, but I'm just not going there. I'm just not going there. I've sent bottles back at restaurants.
It offends you.
It's just like it's part of the whole process. Is doing the cork.
You
thing.
like the romance of
Yes,
cork.
I do.
But then there are synthetic bottle stoppers, which are not cork. You'll send those back as well?
No, if they can fool me. That's
You like the sound of the cork popping.
Yeah, and I like doing the actual uncorking kind of thing. So
Do you
that's that-
smell the cork?
I do.
The sommelier
I
gives
do.
you the cork.
I
to
hung
smell?
out with Sam Fazeli for a long time, so I learned. That's where I learned.
Do you
how to
collect
do it.
corks?
We used to, not anymore. We got past that, but we used to. John Tucker, thank you very much. That was a fantastic discussion.
Friday fun facts.
Yeah, Friday fun fact.
Keep it
John
up.
Tucker, very good. So, Cigar to Food, Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. Let's get a sense of what's going on out there with individual stock movers. We do that with Isabel Lee. Isabel, what do you got?
I want to talk about MicroStrategy. I think this is the stock of the day. Shares are down by nearly 2%. The ticker is MSTR. So why are we talking about this? Because today is the annual quarterly rebalance for the S&P 500. And for the first time in a while, or ever actually, MicroStrategy or strategy is being considered as a contender for inclusion in the S&P 500. So you may be wondering why and what changed. So what changed is last quarter, they had a $14 billion unrealized gain, which delivered a profitability requirement that's required for the S&P to include them. So there are a ton of requirements they include, and one of them is for a company to be profitable for the past 4 quarters and the last quarter. So MicroStrategy hit that, and you may have your own opinions, but the fact is that they're now eligible. And S&P, unlike other indexes, injects a little bit more nuance and discretion, but technically, they're eligible.
So that would mean if it's included in the S&P 500, a ton of passive funds would be forced to buy strategy, even though up until now they may have wanted to hold it at arm's length.
Nearly 50 million shares worth around $16 billion in prices. And that's the cold logic of investing. Vildana Hyrick, my teammate, now my TL, wrote a story about how Vanguard is actually one of the biggest holders of MicroStrategy just because they hold a lot of index funds. So that's good news or not so great, depending on where you stand in the Bitcoin spectrum. But that's something we'll find out at 5:15 today.
It's good news for Michael Saylor.
Yes, definitely.
Carmen, what's going on there?
Carmen shares are up almost 9%.
What is
so
Carmen?
Carmen is, I looked it up, it's a holdings company, but they really, through its subsidiaries, they specialize in design, testing, manufacturing of mission-critical systems for emerging missiles and defense and space programs. So you can just bucket
Defense
it.
company.
Yes,
Got it.
in that defense company sector. So now they have a strong buy rating and street high of $100 from Raymond James. That's their price target. The analyst there said that the business could triple by 2030. The company is the most profitable in the defense ecosystem with margins around double its most profitable peer. So that's really great news. And you see the stock pop by almost 9%. The ticker is KRMN.
All right, Lulu.
This is also exciting. Lululemon shares. Ticker is LULU, Lulu. It's down by almost 20%. That's after the company slashed their outlook. Again, disappointing investors for the third straight quarter. This is the lowest since 2020. And it's hard for them because they have to balance tariff expectations in a difficult consumer environment. And they're really impacted by the de minimis exemption. So this is when a U.S. policy that allows low-value shipments under $800 to enter the country. So they really benefited from this. You know, when you order overpriced $100 leggings, which I like, I'm guilty, but they're exempted from that. So now they may not be. So for the full year, Lululemon lowered revenue and EPS outlook.
All right. Isabel Lee with our movers. Thank you so much. And for more conversations like this, subscribe to our Stock Movers reports. You want to listen for 5-minute audio reports on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market? Then make sure to subscribe to Stock Movers on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or anywhere you listen. You know, I look at the chip sector within the market, and you have the Philadelphia Semiconductor Index higher by 0.6%. The biggest gainer, Broadcom. One of the biggest decliners, NVIDIA, down 3.8%. But that's like a $4 trillion company. So
Yes, and that moves it.
that moves it. So let's bring in Mandeep Singh of Bloomberg Intelligence. Of course, he is our go-to person for all things in the tech space. Mandeep, the news here is that Broadcom is going to help OpenAI design and produce an AI accelerator and AI chip starting in 2026. And this is all to, I don't know, not take market share from NVIDIA, but at least compete a little bit better with NVIDIA, isn't it?
Yes, and now that they have a $10 billion backlog from this new customer, OpenAI, on the chip side, it's real money. So it's not just a proof of concept or anything like that. And that is always been the risk with NVIDIA's growth, is because of this concentration, whether it's from the hyperscale cloud players or the model providers like OpenAI, if they were to do things on their own chip, that will have a big impact on NVIDIA. And clearly, OpenAI feels that they can optimize the chip and the model to run better on their own chip. And that's probably why you're seeing such a strong reaction. But clearly, this is a 2026 event. So we'll still have to wait in terms of how that chip is going to stack up against what NVIDIA will have in 2026.
That's kind of where I wanted to go, Mandeep. I guess if I were an NVIDIA shareholder, I knew competition was coming. It just has to. But at the end of the day, I feel comfortable with the quality of my chips and my technology. Is that kind of the feeling here today?
There is. And so, look, I mean, for a company like Google, which is also training their own model on their TPUs, they haven't been able to sell it to a non-Google model provider, right? So it's really optimizing for your stack, which is what Apple has done over the years, but clearly that's worked very well for them. So Google really was the first one to train their model on their own chips, and I think that's what OpenAI is going after, is they feel they can do something similar to Google. In fact, the people that they've hired to design this chip are, people from Google. So they've poached a lot of people from there. And look, I think given the, scale at which OpenAI and Google are operating, the chip costs are pretty substantial. So if they are able to optimize the chip even for their own use, that's going to have a big impact on the gross margins, which is why you see a big stock move, on NVIDIA, because NVIDIA relies on these large hyperscalers to continue to buy chips from them.
Okay, so NVIDIA down, and the shares have actually deepened their losses, now lower by 4.1%. Advanced Micro Devices is off even more, Mandeep, losing 7%. Where does this leave AMD?
I mean, we know the revenue run rate for Broadcom now, it's over $20 billion. In fact, they guided to acceleration. Anytime you see a company guide to accelerating revenue growth, that's great news in terms of multiple expansion. And so for a company like AMD, whose hope was this market is large enough that they will also get that lift in terms of growth rates, clearly Broadcom is growing ahead of them, and substantially. I mean, they guided to $6 billion plus in next quarter. So, Broadcom has shown 10 consecutive quarters of quarter-over-quarter growth, and it's going to continue because that's been their guidance for 2026. So from that perspective, AMD gains seem somewhat muted when you contrast that with Broadcom's expected growth.
All right, Mandeep, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it. As always, Mandeep Singh, Senior Tech Analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence, running that whole shop for BI, and we appreciate getting a few minutes of his time. But this market's kind of rolled over here. I kind of thought, again, earlier, my thought would have been, Scarlett, all right, kind of a little bit weaker jobs market. Maybe Fed's going to cut rates maybe a little bit sooner than later, but
perhaps that was all completely priced in, and that's what we're seeing now. And it just sets us up for the inflation report for next week.
Absolutely. So you guys have fun with that next week. Let's talk about this market here. Matt Biskin joins us, Co-Chief Investment Strategist for John Hancock Investment Management. Matt, what do you make of today's trading activity?
Well, the bond market is rallying, and we think that is the right move. We think bond yields are too high right now, actually, and they offer a lot of value. I'm actually surprised that even the 10-year is not down more, down 10 basis points here. But we've been relatively bullish on bonds. The data has been – this isn't the first report we got that showed the jobs market is weakening. This is like the fifth report out of all the different surveys, NFIB, consumer confidence telling you weakening jobs data. And the JOLTS report this week told you. So it's like I was surprised that the market had to be hit in the head so many times with this data to actually start reflecting it as of today. But risk assets are
자,
still
현재
really
진입권 조금 더
elevated.
지켜보고
There's still this risk
대응
on,
이어나가도록
kind of
하겠습니다.
ripple effect
현재
that we think
매도
has gotta
진입
be
5개
flushed
약
out of the
실시간
market.
대응
We
중에
like bonds
있습니다.
at these levels.
조금
We
더
like bonds
지켜보고
at these
대응
levels, but
이어나가도록
isn't
하겠습니다.
the trade where everyone's plowing into the shorter debt, shorter maturities debt, like 2-year yields, overcrowded at this point?
Well, it depends here on what the Fed does after September, but what we've seen is a steepening of the yield curve. So the 2-year yield has dropped like a rock. It broke support today. It may be of the lowest since 2021. But usually, if the 2-year yield is rolling over, that's it. That's the end of the cycle for a higher rates, and that's going to hurt cash. It's going to hurt money markets. Cash rates are going to be coming down here, and the intermediate part of the curve has what's called roll down. And I almost think of like a Homer Simpson, like, roll down as a bond investor, because you love seeing that bond get appreciating value as it gets closer to the 2-year part of the curve. So we like the roll down. We like the yields. It's still an unloved part of the market. A lot of investors hated bonds coming into this because there's been so many other things that have gone up so rapidly. Some dependable income might be a nice thing for portfolios here.
Yeah, I mean, people actually want to talk to Matt Miskin at cocktail parties these days. He's got like real returns, real coupon. U.S. corporate high yield, Matt, up the Bloomberg index is up about 6.5% here. Boy, high yield. The market feels comfortable with the credit risk, it seems like.
Yeah, spreads are still super tight. So the high yield bond overall yield to worst is just under 7%. It might look okay relative to equities because it does absorb volatility a little bit better. But in our view, we're neutral here. We think that the spreads are super tight. We like income in general. We like looking for opportunities for income, cross credit. But we think there's better opportunity in investment grade, municipal bonds, tax-free muni bonds. I mean, this is something, talk about your cocktail party and what you really want to lead with right now. Hey, you ever thought of having tax-free income here in the tax equivalent yields? So muni bonds have actually sold off over the course of the year. So the yields have gone up while everything else has gone down. So you're getting tax equivalent yields that are like 6-7%. That sounds really good to me.
We're going to talk about munis a little bit later on with Eric Kazatsky, but I want to stick with the high yield credit market for a moment. You talked about spreads being super tight. Are there any signs of stress anywhere in the credit market?
Not right now, Scarlett. That's a good point.
Is that worrying?
And that's actually, it's one of the more bullish things you got going for you right now. But easy financial conditions isn't necessarily always going to be a good development, because really it's just pricing in very little risk. It's complacency in our view. The returns usually off these type of spreads are negative or at least flat. I mean, the tightest ever in high yield spreads was 2007. And that was 230 basis points. Last week, we got to 260 basis points. So 2007 is not a great year to kind of think about, hey, when spreads are super tight. It doesn't necessarily mean that an 08's around the corner, but to us, I'd rather move up in quality, make sure it's dependable income for investors. And in our view, you can wait out some of this volatility, look for some better entry points in riskier parts of markets.
All right, Matt, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it. Matt Miskin, Co-Chief Investment Strategist at John Hancock Investment Management. Red headline, just crossing the Bloomberg terminal. The European Union fines Google almost 3 billion euros over ad dominance. Guess what? Stock's up. All-time high today.
Go figure.
Go figure. I mean, I've been, for people that have some memories, I mean, we've seen this story before with Microsoft 25, 30 years ago. The European Union came after their business in software, and you just write the checks and they go away.
Right. Well, they have plenty of money to do so, and everyone's probably still celebrating the judge's penalty, or perhaps lack of penalty, when it came to that antitrust ruling.
Yeah, absolutely. So, the U.S. has historically taken a light touch to technology, and the benefits, I think, are pretty self-explanatory. So we'll have to see. Coming up, Munis in focus. How about this? We bring back Eric Kazatsky. He's now Managing Director over there at Chief Portfolio Manager at Mackay Municipal Managers. We'll chat with him about the municipal bond market. I'm all in, folks. Triple leverage. There you go. I'm all in for this. There's a triple tax-free. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
자, 현재 매도진입권 실시간 대응 중에 있습니다. 조금 더 지켜보고 여기서 하방 압력 여부 확인 후에 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. We're being brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses, Oracle offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. This for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitments. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. After the record closed yesterday, in an earlier advance this morning, S&P 500 and the Dow lower right now. Only 4 of the 11 major industry groups in the S&P 500 are higher. Actually, the best performing industry group right now, that belongs to real estate, and that's an interest rate play. Rates are lower. Traders increasing bets the Fed's going to cut at the next meeting after the weak jobs report. Broadcom shares, they are jumping right now, up close to 10%. Best performing stock in the S&P 500. They're going to be helping OpenAI design and produce an artificial intelligence accelerator from 2026. And that's weighing on the shares right now of the NVIDIA. Those are down 3.5%, and that's
자, 현재 고용지표 발표 이후에 지속적인 하락
just to
추세
recap, Google shares are actually higher, not a lot of impact after we got a $3.5 billion fine from the EU for abusing, they say, its advertising business. Worst performing stock in the S&P 500.
충분히 추세는 살아있다고 판단이 됩니다.
Sinking about 16%.
현재 일시적인 조정이라고 판단이 되며 조금 더 길게 보고 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 고용 데이터가 크게 중화된 수치로 발표가 되었기 때문에 금리 인하 가능성 배제하더라도 충분히 매도세 나아질 수 있다고 판단되어서 조금 더 지켜보고 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다.
Protect your investments with an added layer of security and guaranteed income. Invest with strength. Build a stronger tomorrow with BAM Mutual. Let's check in with one Eric Kazatsky, Managing Director and Client Portfolio Manager at Mackay Municipal Managers. Somehow he continues this scam to work from Princeton. I don't know how he does it, but he's a smart guy. Eric, hope it's all's going well at the new shop here. Yeah. What's going on in the world of municipal bonds so far this year?
Hey, how are you? Look, 2025 definitively has been a year of unmet expectations. I've been here since June, Paul, and I think the word I've heard from clients the most has really just been fatigue with the muni market. And it really comes down to where you are on the curve. If you're positioned intermediate and shorter, you're having a great year. If you're intermediate and long, you're having a not so great year. I think the positive here is that long bonds are finally starting to turn the corner on returns, though.
So what is their appetite, your client's appetite for taking on more supply?
I mean, more supply for us means more opportunity. And if you look at issuance in 22 and 23, it was really low. And I think if those issuers had the chance to go back in time and issue at those rates, they would jump all over it. But the fact of the matter is things are more expensive and things need to get financed. So you're seeing so much supply come into the market. It's been pretty orderly. I think really what's been weighing on the long end of the curve has just been lack of institutional buying from banks and insurance companies, mutual funds a little bit. But we're actually seeing that start to turn now that the tax bill uncertainty is out of the way.
Where are those banks and those insurance companies going instead then? If they used to buy the long end, where are they getting it now?
I mean, they were buying corporates, they were buying agencies, they were buying structured product, things that are a little bit easier from a credit standpoint to sort of wave in wholesale, get a little bit more size. But from a relative value standpoint, munis are where it's at. I mean, you just had the guy from John Hancock on talking about these tax equivalent yields. I mean, he's spot on 100%.
So talk to us about ETFs and how ETFs have impacted the municipal bond market.
Yeah, I mean, we love ETFs, especially active ETFs. And I think the exciting thing is if you look at new product creation in the exchange traded space, you're seeing this pendulum swing back to active. Obviously the leaders in the space from an AUM standpoint for munis are these passive vehicles, MUB, VTEB, and they're asset aggregators. Everybody loves cheap beta, but I think it's really promising to see that new product creation swinging towards active because it means that there's a desire for total return again. And that's really exciting.
And we've seen some ETFs where they package up munis from certain states or have a theme like that. Does that make sense for an investor?
Sure. I mean, it depends where you're residing. Obviously, if your principal residence is in a high tax state like California or New York, you want to be in a vehicle that, tries to get you the maximum in-state tax equivalent break, right? Obviously, from a thematic standpoint, munis are the ultimate theme product, right? They're serve a societal good. They're building infrastructure all over the place. So, we're a little different than some of the theme stuff you see on the corporate or equity side.
Talk to us about new issuance. I know last year was a record year. How about this year?
Oh, we could surpass that. We're definitely on a run rate to get past that. Look, I think it just might be we're in a period of new normalcy when it comes to how much bonds are actually coming to the market. And like I said, if you told me 5 years ago, Paul, that we'd have successive years of $550 billion of issuance, I would have said the market would just puke all over itself. That is exactly what's not happening. The bankers are really happy. Clients are really happy. The issuers are really happy. Things are orderly. Like I said, the only thing we've really seen some weakness.
자, 현재 진입권 스위칭하도록 하겠습니다. 손절 후에 스위칭 사인드립니다. 자, 손절 후에 이어서 바로 매수 진입 사인드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 손절 후에 바로 매수 진입 사인드리도록 하겠습니다.
And oftentimes that includes paying a big fine, and they are now strapped for cash and need to find ways to generate cash. And a lot of times that means going into the debt market.
주문 청산이 완료되었습니다.
And the muni market is sitting here with arms wide open, ready to welcome them. I think that's the positive part, right? We are able and willing to finance any sort of project, from the unrated to the AAA rated. I think for the higher education space, though, I think that they largely survived the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act revisions largely unscathed.
자, 15차 진입 사인 이어서 바로 드리도록 하겠습니다. 15차. 자, 매수 진입 사인드립니다. 자, 매수 5개야. 진입 사인드립니다.
체결되었습니다. 확인 바랍니다.
자, 진입가 629.50입니다. 629.50. 자, 매수 진입 사인되었습니다.
Client portfolio manager at Mackay Shields. He's still in.
자, 길게 보고 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 길게 보고 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다.
Let's go to Lululemon here. John Tucker's been reporting all day. This thing is not good. Some tough news coming out of there. But let's put it all into context. We can do that with Poonam Goyal. She's a senior U.S. Retail analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. Poonam, Lululemon. I love my Lululemon, but what happened?
What happened is that you like your performance, but do you like your casual wear? It's the casual wear part of the segment that's underperforming and causing for guidance to be cut on the sales side, and then tariffs and de minimis causing the margin hit that we're seeing. So it's a sales and a margin story here. They're both underperforming.
So what's the prescription for that? And is the company coming up with a strategy that is appeasing investors in any way?
Yeah, so the biggest issue on the sales side is the fact that they're not performing well on the casual part of the business. They don't have enough newness. Currently, newness in their pipeline stands at 23%, and they want to move it to 35% by next year. So we hope to see more newness, but it won't be until spring of 2026, which means the back half of the year is going to be very sluggish.
That's a long time to wait for investors who have been sitting on this stock and have looked at a 48% drop before today's trading. If investors, let me rephrase this. If consumers are swapping out of Lululemon, going to Alo and Vori, what are investors swapping out Lululemon for?
Well, I mean, look, I'd say the performance side of their business is doing well. So when you say swapping out from the Align leggings perhaps to the Alos, that might be just broadening the assortment. The real issue is on the wide leg pants, on the casual assortment. That is not trending well. That is what needs to do better. Competition has always been there. It's growing for sure, but it's always been there. Lulu knows how to compete when they have the right product. The issue is they don't have enough new product. It's not coming fast enough, and it won't come overnight. They hired a new AI head to drive innovation. That should help because AI is helping improve design timelines and so much more that we do think they can speed it up. But once again, nothing's happening this year. They'll have a little bit of more new, but it's not enough. Sales in the US are expected to decline. And that's, we haven't seen a decline at Lululemon. I can't remember when.
So, I mean, Lululemon's down, the stock is down 55% this year. Puma's down 55%, Adidas 25%, Under Armour 37%. Are these performances and stock declines, are they primarily driven by concerns about tariffs?
Tariffs is definitely one concern, but I think that's not limited to just the athletic wear. It's for all apparel retailing. The other is just a shift in wardrobe, right? If you think a few years back during COVID, where did the wardrobes shift? A big part of your wardrobe was comfortable, performance wear, right? We all had the leggings. We were wearing them at home while we were working. We were wearing them out. Today, we're moving into a more structured wardrobe environment, which means that the closets are more balanced like they once used to be. And that's part of the reason why you're seeing underperformance also at the athletic wear companies.
So in the meantime, as Lululemon tries to get its product, its newness, its assortment back on track, it's making up for the weak sales in the U.S. with a lot of international sales. China is a big strong point. Global growth is still there. How much more can it ramp up that side of the business?
There's plenty of opportunity internationally. International is only 25% of Lululemon's total business. China's growing at over 20%, with the rest of international at around 20%. So a lot of runway there across both performance and casual wear. We think that's a bright spot that will remain a bright spot for the foreseeable future.
Poonam, it's early September here, but it's certainly never too early to talk about holiday shopping. What's the expectation in your industry about how holiday shopping will be this year?
I think holiday will be okay as long as there are deals. The consumer is clearly focused on deals, and we think given the current tariff situation, a lot of the inventory was up fronted. So retailers have most of holiday now in stock in their warehouses and also, starting to come into stores. We think the consumer will come for deals. They'll be choosy. They have been choosy all year. So you're looking at the Walmarts, the Amazons of the world that will probably continue to take wallet share.
Who's the strongest company in your space right now, Poonam?
I think Amazon's still one of the strongest retailers out there. They can compete with their large pocketbooks. They have the consumer mind share, and they're essentially focused on delivering value to their customer along with speed and convenience.
And Walmart still doing well across the board?
Yeah, Yeah, Walmart's still doing well. You know, both of them are thriving side by side. Walmart's a larger grocery business. Over 50% of their sales do come from grocery, so they do benefit from that. But they are increasing their marketplace. It's over $100 billion now, their e-commerce business.
All right, Poonam, thanks so much for joining us. Poonam Goyal, Senior U.S. E-commerce and Retail Analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence, based down there in Princeton, getting the latest on Lululemon. Weak demand hit from, tariffs getting on both sides.
No one wants to wear leggings. Everyone's wearing wide-legged pants.
Really?
Well, among a certain female set, that's absolutely the trend.
All right.
And if you have a bunch of leggings, you probably have all you need.
Right.
You don't need to replace those all the time.
All right, that's the point then. And they're expensive. Like Alex Steele would not get them unless they were like a triple on sale, which they never are.
They never are. Right. That's the problem.
So there you go. All right, coming up, we're going to talk to Steve Mann, get his thoughts on Elon Musk. $1 trillion pay package? I don't know. Why not?
Yes, in 2025.
Yeah, exactly. Good for him if he can get that going. He's certainly key man to that company, that's for sure. That's coming up in just a moment.
자, 그래서 수익 청산 후에 재진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 수익 청산 사인 드립니다. 현재 진입권 수익 청산 후에 이어서 바로 재진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 약 300만원에서 수익 청산 사인 드렸습니다. 수익 청산 후에 재진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다.
주문 청산이 완료되었습니다.
자, 16차 진입뷰 대기하면서 바로 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 매도 진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 매도 진입 5계약 진입 사인 드립니다. 자, 진입가
확인 바랍니다.
65.50입니다. 65.50 매도 진입 사인 드립니다.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com.
자,
Bloomberg
8승
Television
리스트가
and the
있기 때문에
Bloomberg
신한 리스트
Business
항해를
app.
위해서
This is a Bloomberg Business
최대한
Flash.
트레이딩 길게 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 매도 진입 5계약 진입가 65.50 실시간 대응 중에 있습니다. 자, 시장 상황 지켜보고 청우산 및 수익 청우산 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다.
Consultative support and technology. The sharp cooling in the job market, that's triggered fears about a more pronounced general slowdown in the overall broader economy. So this is sparking a flight to treasuries that is pushing yields lower. The 2-year 12 basis points lower, 346 right now. The 10 down just about 10 basis points, 4.06%. Nvidia, most active stock, down over 3%. That's in big part because Broadcom partnering with OpenAI to create a rival chip. Broadcom, best performing stock in the S&P 500, but it doesn't make up for Nvidia. Broadcom up close to 10% right now. So back to the employment report. Employers added only 22,000 jobs for the month of August, and the unemployment rate, that rose to 4.3%. Jennifer Lee at BMO Capital Markets says despite the jobs report, the Fed can't ignore the other side of their dual mandate.
They still have to be very careful with inflation, and although we only had 1 month, that July month of a worrying CPI, again, it was interesting, those ISM survey respondents yesterday, like a number of them were saying that they're starting to see consistently more price increases.
Right now, the S&P 500, 25 points lower, down 0.4%, 64.76 after yesterday's record. The Dow, after yesterday's record, down 230 points. NASDAQ 100 right now, 8 points lower. OPEC Plus leader Saudi Arabia wants the group to consider reviving more oil production. Some of the key alliance members, they're going to hold a video conference on Sunday. As a result, we have NYMEX crude, American crude, down 2.7%, and the worst performing industry group in the S&P 500 that belongs to energy right now.
Well, you know, a company that's tied to energy, Tesla. It is gaining today 3.1%, kind of keeping the Mag 7 from falling more.
Because Elon Musk is going to get $1 trillion pay package?
Yeah, you went straight to the point, John Decker. Elon Musk being offered a new compensation agreement, potentially worth around $1 trillion. Remember, this is a company whose market cap right now is only $1.16 trillion. I say only because you're comparing his potential pay with the market cap. That's kind of crazy.
It is crazy. It is. It's a number just kind of grabs you a little bit there.
It's eye-popping. So let's bring in Steve Mann. He's Bloomberg Intelligence Global Autos and Industrials Research Manager to discuss all of this. What is the justification that Tesla's board is offering that Elon Musk would be worth potentially $1 trillion in pay?
Yeah, $1 trillion is a lot, but I think what they're looking for by 2035 is really juice up that market cap to 8.5 trillion. And if you look at the operational targets that's tied to it, it definitely confirms that this company is moving towards AI, robotics, robotaxi.
So what are some of the hurdles that are out there for Mr. Musk to maybe eventually get this pay package?
It's not going to be easy for him, and it's probably designed to be that way so that make sure the shareholders will vote for the proposal. Don't make it too easy for him. So the easy lift is really 20 million vehicle delivery. That's going to be a no-brainer, easy to get to, given that it ships about 1.8 million a year already. But the tough part is really a 50% take rate on FSD, the full self-driving, and 1 million shipments on robots. And so those are really, really tough to get. The third thing is really the EBITDA, adjusted EBITDA of 400 billion. Between getting there between now and 2035.
Okay, so he has a bit of time, and he's someone who will start a narrative and stay on it. You mentioned FSD, full self-driving. Where are we in that effort for Tesla?
Yeah, it's still below 10%. It's probably around 5, 6, maybe 7% at the most. There is still some technological hurdles that they have to overcome, and a lot of it is really getting consumers to be comfortable with it. So take rate of 10 million subscribers with 20 million vehicles shipped. It looks like a stretch, but it needs it because the margin for FSD is much higher than vehicle production. Potential margins for robotaxi, it's much greater than selling cars. So to get to the 400 billion, he really needs to really focus on the AI capability of the company.
Hey, Steve, since Elon Musk has left Doge, do we have any idea how much time he is actually spending at Tesla?
Oh, good question.
Yeah, my impression is he's probably spending close to 100% of his time. Not only based on this news where he's actually laying out a plan for Tesla, but he also had a very successful launch at SpaceX recently. So the impression is that he's full on in managing his companies.
And I like that question, Paul, because we know that Elon Musk has previously been an activist in urging the board to come up with a new pay package for him. He kind of suggested that maybe he could move on and do AI somewhere else and do robotics somewhere else.
Yeah, I think from my perspective, I don't think he's going to go anywhere. This is still his baby. I think
so.
All
it's just
his
empty
company,
threats.
I don't want to say empty threats. There's always a possibility, but I think the possibility is very low. But because this is his baby, and he's very, very passionate about AI, about energy sustainability, about sending people to Mars. And I think all of this is, part of that plan.
So let's get back to some nuts and bolts here. They got to compete against China, and they're not. That's tough.
Yeah.
Number one. Number two, we had some really disappointing delivery numbers, sales numbers out of Europe here. So just the day-to-day near term seems pretty challenging.
Yeah, and also don't forget the $7,500 EV tax credit in the U.S. actually is going away at the end of September. It is going to be pretty challenging for the industry, 6 to 9 months between now and 9 months from now. It is going to be very challenging. I think one bright spot, if you heard BYD, one of the dominant Chinese automaker, is actually ratchet back their forecast, sales forecast. That actually tells us that maybe the cutthroat pricing competition in China may be slowing down, and that would be positive for Tesla and the rest of the industry.
Yes, if Tesla launches that low-cost EV, which there's been a lot of talk about, but we haven't actually seen any action on. Is there a status update on that, or is this something just that just keeps getting pushed out time and again?
Yeah, I think it's going to come up pretty soon. In the last earnings call, they pretty much projected that that the car is actually ready, but they have to hold off production because they want to produce as many Model Ys and Model 3 before the end of this $7,500 EV tax credit goes away, because they expect to sell a lot more in the next quarter or so. So I believe the car is ready, and it probably likely will have to. I would hope it will actually come to market in the new year, because there's going to be, Rivian's also launching.
자, 여기서 끊어가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 수익 총선 사인드립니다. 현재 진입권 수익 총선 사인드립니다. 자, 매도 진입권 끊어가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 5개와 기준 약
We appreciate that. Steve Mann, Global Autos and Industrials Research
400만 원에서 수익 청산 사인
Looking
드립니다.
at Tesla, stock's up about 3% today. It is down 13% this year to date, but on a trailing 12-month
주문
basis, it's
청산이
up over
완료되었습니다.
50%. So that's kind of the volatility we've become used to with Tesla.
Have you been to California recently?
Yes.
When you go there, I see like 1 out of every
Yes.
3 cars is a Tesla on the road,
Yes.
right?
Yeah. So it's a completely different market from the rest of the U.S.
Totally.
for EVs.
자, 이어서 17차 진입뷰 대기하면서 이어서 바로 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 17차 이어서 바로 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다.
To me, the long-term challenge for Tesla in the car business is just China, because the cars coming out of China.
자, 다시 한번 매도 진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 매도 진입 5개야 진입 사인 드립니다.
체결되었습니다.
자,
확인
진입가
바랍니다.
625.75입니다. 자, 625.75. 자, 매도 진입 사인 드렸습니다. 자, 이전과 같이 최대한 길게 보고 목표 수익권까지 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 매도 진입 실시간 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Scarlett Fu and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, Scarlett Fu, Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well, so check us out there. We're joined in studio here by Molly Smith, U.S. economy editor for Bloomberg News, but it's kind of early September. That means we're talking U.S. Open out there in Queens. I went out there earlier in the tournament. I'm sure you've been out there multiple times, Molly.
Maybe every day, plus or minus, for the past week.
Okay, very good. So I think it's been a phenomenal tournament there. The weather's been great, absolutely packed. And some people say it's too packed, but I don't know. Everybody's out wandering about. It's a great vibe, I think. What's been your takeaway so far for this tournament?
So I had a story out about this last week that's been making the rounds online. In case you've seen the headline, it's called "The U.S. Open has become about everything but the tennis."
Right.
And I think this is really resonating with a lot of people, and it's not just hardcore tennis fans like myself who would be very happy to watch 10 hours of uninterrupted tennis every day. I understand that they need to appeal to a broader demographic and that people need more entertainment and other things to do off the court besides just watching the tennis. So I totally get that. I think it's great that so many more people want to watch and support the game, but it really has just become such a spectacle, and the crowds and the prices are really just driving out so many people who would love to really enjoy what this event should be all about.
So the prices I find extraordinary, and the only way I can kind of justify it is it's once a year. But I mean, the prices are just brutal for these tickets.
The tickets are really, it's, I think, this was really illustrating for me. I was co-hosting our Business Week radio show at the Open last week, and we interviewed the chief commercial officer of the USTA, and she was telling us something that I didn't realize, that this is also really, it's an issue of what state you're in, as to like New York, in this case, has really no regulation over the resale market. And that's where this gets really out of control. That the USTA says their face value ticket prices have averaged, under $200 this year. The reality is no one's able to buy the tickets at that price. It's really more the resale market that has taken over.
Right, interesting. So we're getting down to right at the end here. So the women, the final. Talk to us about the final. Who's in the final and what should we look for?
Yeah, so we just found out yesterday with the conclusion of the women's semis, two really great three-set battles to see Sabalenka come from behind and beat Pegula. So she's now back in the final trying to defend her title in the championship match. That'll be tomorrow afternoon. And Amanda Anisimova, our Jersey girl, after making a run to the Wimbledon final, she's now in the U.S. Open final as well. So great to see. She had an amazing win over Osaka last night. I was up for most of it. I think they finished close to 1 a.m. and had to be here early for the jobs report, so I had to go to bed. But it was...
She's beaten some big players.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest one really was the
자, 현재 수익권 진입하였습니다. 조금 더 지켜보고 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다.
Beat that same player in a matter of weeks as decisively as she
좀
did.
길게 지켜보도록 하겠습니다. 현재 매도 진입권 좀 길게 지켜보고 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다.
The women's game is in just awesome shape. I mean, it was extraordinarily deep. It was fun to see Venus Williams come back a little bit with some doubles there. All right, how about the men? We've got the semis today and tonight, right?
Yeah, that's right. We've got Djokovic and Alcaraz in the first one. So they're playing, I believe, at 3 p.m. So hopefully it's not too hot today. I mean, it is going to be the hottest day, I think, of the tournament so far. It's up above, 80 degrees here in the New York City area. Been mostly in the mid 70s. Yeah. So it's hopefully that'll be all right. Obviously, Novak, 38 years young.
Amazing. Does he have a chance against? Because this men's game has really become Alcaraz and Sinner, and then a fairly big drop to everybody else, it seems like.
I mean, this is the thing, because I would say Djokovic is really the best of everyone else right now.
Yeah.
The rankings don't necessarily reflect that, but he is the one who has really the best chance beside anyone else in the field right now. So we'll see. I mean, he does have a good head-to-head against Alcaraz, has beaten him in, I believe, their last couple of meetings. So that'll be really interesting to see. And then on the other one, we've got Jannik Sinner, who's just so dominant. It's really hard to pick against him these days, against Felix Auger-Aliassime of Canada.
See, now only you would know that person.
No, I mean, Felix, he's a former top 20, maybe even former top 10 player, and it just kind of had some injuries and fell off the rankings for a bit there. So it's great to see him playing some good tennis again. And he's got a big game. I mean, certainly a game that can disrupt Sinner. Just a matter of, can you maintain that level for 3 out of 5 sets?
Sinner was one of the guys I saw live last week, and my first time ever seeing him live, he is unbelievable. I mean, boy, he can do it all, it seems like.
I think, where the TV really doesn't do it justice compared to watching live, just the sound of the ball coming off a racket like Sinner's, and just it's explosive. I mean, of how hard he's hitting the ball.
So we'll have presumably another Sinner Alcaraz. I mean, that's kind of where the men's game is. These two guys are head and shoulders above, and they're pretty evenly matched, it seems like.
Yeah, I mean, the last, I think, 18 months now, it's been basically them, winning all those last Grand Slams in the last year and a half. So it's they really are the men's game, the current and the future men's game. So,
so young.
Yeah, it's going to be great to see. So that one's Sunday at 2 p.m. Eastern.
Okay, going up against the NFL, but they'll do okay.
Oh, no competition.
Exactly.
I think that one's on ABC.
Okay, Molly Smith, thank you so much for that. Appreciate it. Molly Smith, U.S. economy editor for Bloomberg News, and an avid tennis fan. So we always like chatting with Molly when getting around some of these big tournaments. Looking at the markets here, got a little bit of a weakness still on the screen. The NASDAQ down 59 points. That's 0.25%. For our listeners in the U.S., a reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio on Sirius XM Channel 121. Access the world's only global audio business network, coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Stay with us. Your top stories and global business headlines are coming up right now.
CBS News on the hour.
자, 조금 더 지켜보고 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다.
A government memo obtained by CBS News says Homeland Security
자,
has asked for
추세에 따라서
Pentagon
매도
space for around 250 federal
큰
agents
매도세 나올 수 있다고 판단되어서 길게 보고 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 현재 약 120만원 수익권에서 대응 이어나가고 있습니다. 조금 더 지켜보도록 하겠습니다.
Chanting can be heard outside the facility that the mayor of Broadview, Illinois, says will become the primary hub for federal immigration operations, running 7 days a week for at least 45 days. Activists call the conditions inside inhumane, pointing to reports of people being held here for days without beds, blankets, or basic hygiene.
And numbers are in from an immigration sweep yesterday at a Hyundai plant in Georgia. 475 people detained.
The immigrants were helping to build the new electric vehicle battery plant at Hyundai's huge complex near Savannah. Steve Schrenk, special agent in charge for the Department of Homeland Security in Georgia, says some of the workers' visas had expired. Others had crossed the border illegally.
Those who exploit our workforce, undermine our economy, and violate federal laws will be held accountable.
Many of those arrested were Korean nationals. South Korea's foreign ministry is urging the U.S. to treat them fairly. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
The CBS News has learned the Trump administration is expected to issue an executive order as soon as today, establishing a designation for state sponsors of wrongful detention. It would allow the U.S. to punish countries that illegally detain Americans or take them hostage. The U.S. has ordered deployment of 10 fighter jets to Puerto Rico to conduct operations against drug cartels. CBS's Charlie D'Agata says Venezuela has been in the crosshairs.
The questions that are being raised now and will probably be raised in Congress is where do we stand in terms of this conflict? Is it an anti-drug or anti-narco terrorist operation? Is it a sort of undeclared declaration of war against Venezuela? Or is there an idea of regime change?
The government says employers added 22,000 jobs last month, a drop-off from July's 79,000. Unemployment rate rising to 4.3%, highest level since 2021. KPMG economist Diane Swan.
This is a labor market where those who are looking for a job are having a hard time finding one, especially if they've lost a job. And that's leaving more workers on the sidelines, even though the participation rate picked
자,
up.
현재 실시간 대응 중에 있습니다. 현재 수익권에서 실시간 대응 중에 있습니다. 자, 목표 수익권까지 천천히 조금 더 지켜보고 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 그리고 현재 트럼프 대통령 금일 백악관 일정 중 하나인 심장 개장식 참여 중에 있고요. 그리고 1시간 뒤, 약 1시간 뒤에는 베이커 유스 총시추 기수 발표가 예정되어 있습니다. 자, 금일 중요 지표 발표는 종료가 되었고요. 이제 백악관 일정과 베이커 휴즈 총시추 기수 발표를 앞두고 있습니다.
The First Lady has issued a warning about artificial intelligence.
The robots are here. Our future is no longer science fiction.
Melania Trump called it a moment of wonder and offered advice at a White House task force meeting on AI education.
During this primitive stage, it is our duty to treat AI as we would our own children, empowering but with watchful guidance.
At the table, Education Secretary Linda McMahon and Google CEO Sundar Pichai, who later joined other tech executives for a White House dinner. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
The news is not good about WNBA star Caitlin Clark. In a season where she's just played 13 games, the Indiana Fever now revealing she will miss the rest of the season because of a groin injury. She says she has spent hours trying to rehab it. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
Live from Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
Unemployment reaches the highest in 4 years. Welcome to the Friday edition, as monthly jobs data bring new worries about the job market and new hopes for interest rate cuts. Yeah, we can do both. As the White House downplays the numbers, we'll be joined by Bloomberg's Washington correspondent Tyler Kendall and Michael McKee, who's still with us here in the Capitol. President Trump says we have lost Russia and India to deepest, darkest China. His words that we'll discuss with Bloomberg's Nick Wadhams, and as the White House prepares to rename the Department of Defense the Department of War. Tensions are rising in the Caribbean now after the U.S. chose to blow up a boat said to be smuggling drugs. We're going to get into all of this with our political panel. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are with us. And so is Charlie Pellet. We start, as always, on Wall Street, live from World Headquarters in New York. A happy Friday to the voice of Wall Street. Charlie, what do you have?
Hi, thank you very much. Jobs Friday indeed, and we love that here at Bloomberg. It's what we live for. We've got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, though, all in the red right now. Strong evidence that the labor market is slowing, rippling through markets on this Friday, driving stocks lower, bonds higher, on concern the Fed will now have to rush to prevent further weakness. Today's report sealing a rate cut from the Feds at their next meeting. The S&P right now down 14 to 64.68. Retreating further from a record, down 0.5%. We've got the Dow down 250 right now. That is a drop of 0.5%. NASDAQ down 72, a decline there of 0.3%. Interestingly, though, on a down day for the rest of the market, the Russell 2000 index up by 0.2%. The 10-year 4.06%. With the 2-year, 3.47%. Gold up $1.50 right now, $51 right now, up 1.5%. Spot gold trading at $35.97 the ounce, while West Texas Intermediate crude down 3%, $61.53 for a barrel of WTI. Job growth cooled notably last month, with non-farm payrolls increasing 22,000 in August. Julia Coronado is a former Fed economist and the president of Macro Policy Perspectives. And on Bloomberg Open Interest, she told us she does see policy hitting jobs data.
I think the bigger picture is, we've put a lot of disruptive policies into place and offset it with a small-ish tax cut. Meanwhile, the tax hike of tariffs continues to, take money out of the economy month after month. And we're starting to see it filter into the macro data, and we're probably just at the beginning stages of this.
Julia Coronado of Macro Policy Perspectives. That massive pay package for Elon Musk, Tesla proposing a new compensation agreement for Musk, potentially worth around $1 trillion. Tesla shares, they're up 2.2%. Elsewhere in the EV sector, Rivian Automotive cutting a small portion of its workforce. Rivian shares up by 4%. Again, recapping, the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the red. S&P down 35 right now. That is a drop of 0.5%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcast. Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, great to have you back, and we'll have more from Charlie Pellet coming up in about 20 minutes, the voice of Wall Street and the New York subway. There's just an extra bounce in Charlie's step on a jobs day, isn't there? If you were watching us on YouTube, you would have seen that. Search Bloomberg Business News Live to find us on YouTube if you want to watch the radio on TV. It's great to have you with us here on the Friday edition on Bloomberg Radio, on satellite radio channel 121 as well. Yeah, it's jobs day. And we've got a lot to talk about. The White House is certainly talking, not in the same way that Charlie Pellet just was. 22,000, that's it. Highest unemployment rate in 4 years, as we've been mentioning, 4.3%. The president knew that the numbers were coming. He was asked about it last evening as he dined with the titans of tech, sitting next to the First Lady, Mark Zuckerberg, Bill Gates, and so
자,
forth.
상승 이후에 충분히 하방 가능성이 있다고 판단되어서 현재 진입권 홀딩 대응이 나오고 있습니다. 자, 현재 개장 이후 약
to saying the data will be credible. The number, I don't know, but
2시간 40분 지나고 있습니다. 장 마감까지는 3시간 50분 앞두고 있고요. 조금 더 지켜보고 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다.
Our country has never seen before.
So a year from now, we thought that this was the golden age that was starting now, right? For jobs, the hundreds of billions, the $1 trillion we hear about high-tech investing in this country, all the data centers being built. It's not showing up in this report. Information, financial activities, manufacturing, federal government, business services, all showing outright declines in the month of August. We've got Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall with us, who just came back over from the White House as well. Bloomberg's Michael McKee still in town, and he's going to bring us a very important conversation a bit later on with Austin Goolsbee. They're both with me here in Washington. Tyler, let's start with you because the messaging is fascinating to me. A month ago, the head of the BLS got fired for the results in a report. This one comes in weaker than expected, and we're hearing the White House point to the composite of data, not 1 month makes a trend. How are they framing this?
Right, exactly. Although we should point out that the NEC director, Kevin Hassett, in an interview earlier today did call the numbers, of course, disappointing. But it appears that the White House is trying to push forward that other policies are going to come to fruition soon. We heard the director speak, for example, that there's going to be this supply-side-driven growth going forward, which looks to be sort of what President Trump was getting at there. He was in this big room with these tech CEOs, and he was trying to link that the job growth he's hoping from their billions of dollars in investment is ultimately going to go towards hopefully boosting the labor market down the road. And that's sort of what we've gotten so far out of this White House when they sort of are trying to show us which parts of the data they want to focus on. I will point out that when we heard from President Trump today, it was, of course, in a post criticizing Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell, again calling him too late. So far, that's all we've heard directly from him. But you made a good point at the top there. Of course, this is the first jobs report since we saw the BLS had fired after the week July numbers. Right. And it's probably worth saying because we're hearing a lot of officials talk about the BLS officials this morning. Right now, there's an acting commissioner. It's actually a long-time official that's been at the BLS. They're serving in an acting capacity now. They used to be the deputy commissioner. As we wait for the Senate to take up President Trump's pick, which is E.J. Antoni, who, as you well know, is the chief economist at the Heritage Foundation.
Well, I don't think anybody's getting fired this month, Michael McKee. Maybe you can tell me that you're hearing otherwise. But when you step back from this report, how do you rationalize these numbers with the story that's coming from the White House, the massive amounts of investment that were supposed to create thousands of jobs?
They don't match up. It's a circle you can't really square. We are seeing a decline in the labor market and its performance that is hard to argue with. You can't fire anybody, as you say. You can throw some ketchup bottles, but you can't argue with anybody about it because we're seeing some numbers we haven't seen, to quote the president, in a very long time, or if ever. 3-month average jobs, only 29,000. First negative print for June since December of 2020. We're now down after revisions, 13,000 jobs in June. That's got the Fed's attention. The unemployment rate went up almost a full percentage point. We almost got to 4.4%. So we're seeing numbers that should be worrying the administration, and I think they are, which is kind of one reason why they've been a little quiet, and the president's been a little quiet about this in terms of the overall performance and the fact that he would tweet at Jay Powell saying lower interest rates as opposed to fix your fiscal issues.
Yeah, so it's interesting here because the president wants interest rate cuts, Tyler and Michael. He also wants a really strong job market. Is he learning, Mike, that he can't have both?
One would hope so. I mean, be careful what you wish for, Tom. He's been asking for lower interest rates, and he's going to get them probably, but not for reasons that he wants. Yeah. He is channeling his inner Brooklyn Dodger fan and saying, wait till next year. But the Fed and the American consumers are not going to wait till next year. They want to know what's going to be working now.
Well, of course, Tyler, tariffs are making a pretty cloudy picture for where we're going to be a year from now. You talked to Kevin Hassett about that this morning. This is a big reason why we talk about uncertainty every day around here. It's pretty hard to tell where we're going to be in a year, isn't it?
Right, exactly. And this is, of course, playing very heavily into all of the decisions coming from the Federal Reserve. Now, I was keen to talk to the NEC director because we had heard from President Trump during this big meeting of the tech execs that these chip tariffs in particular are going to be coming shortly. And when I asked the NEC director to give me some sort of timeline, I think we have the sound. Here's what he told me.
That 232 investigation has been moving forward. I think that there'll be something to bring to the president within a few weeks, maybe even sooner than that, and then the president will judge next steps.
Even sooner than that, than a few weeks. Of course, we've long heard from this administration that the Section 232 investigation was going to wrap up. Appears to be on a more expedited timeline. Normally, these take about 9 months, I believe. So we're approaching faster. But what's really interesting here, and it goes back to the top of our conversation, is who's going to get those carve-outs and those reprieves. And I asked Director Hassett where they stood in those conversations, and he said, of course, they're just working out the details. But then you have President Trump going out and seeming to reaffirm that those companies, that onshore production, are going to get some sort of reprieve, whether or not that's no tariffs at all or a lower, more preferential rate of tariffs, which of the chip supply chain this is going to apply to, because keep in mind, this is the entire supply chain when it comes to chips, the equipment that's used to make them, but also those downstream items.
Seems like everybody who was at that dinner last night gets a carve out because they're all investing something or planning to in this country, right? So that works out pretty well, I guess. Haven't brought up the Fed more than interest rates in this case. How about the makeup of the Fed, Michael McKee? We had an important hearing for Stephen Myron yesterday, which we talked about. We're also waiting for a ruling on Lisa Cook. How different will this body look by the time we get to the next meeting?
That's a good question. I mean, the majority will be the same. We're talking about two different spots there, and it won't make a difference in what the ultimate vote is. Stephen Myron looks like he's on track for confirmation. One of the Republicans who might have opposed him, Tom Tillis, said yesterday he's going to vote for him, and the rest of the committee said, we don't have a problem with the fact that there are problems with what he told us today. So he'll get through. It's just a question of working out the details of how they get the nomination to the floor, because they've got a lot of nominations backed up. The Lisa Cook question is interesting because it's taken long enough now that if she got a temporary restraining order, it would cover the period to the Fed meeting, because it's 14 days and we're 10 days out now. But after that, we don't know. If she doesn't get the restraining order, then she's going to be out of office. So we're all kind of just staring at our court screens
that
to see.
That could be today, right?
That could be any time. The judge has all the paperwork in, and obviously the judge knows this is important in terms of timing because you've got this meeting coming up. Right. So we'll find out. Then the question becomes, if she is removed, even temporarily, does the president try to fill that spot, even though she could be by a court reinstated later?
Right.
That would create a big fight.
And again, Tom Tillis says he won't have any part in that if it goes that way. So I don't know. We've got a lot to learn. You ready to jump if this breaks today?
I'll
Tyler
be here.
Kendall will be reporting on it. Michael McKee, I suspect, will be as well. Great to have you in town. We'll see you next hour for your conversation with Austin Goolsbee. There's a lot more to follow here on Balance of Power. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. We turn to geopolitics next. What in the world is happening in the South Caribbean? We'll attack that next with Nick Wadhams on Bloomberg.
자, 여기서 수익 청산 후에 재진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 현재 진입권, 매도 진입권, 수익 청산 사인 드립니다. 수익 청산 후 재진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 약 140만원권 수익 청산 사인 드렸고요. 현재 캡처 딜레이로 인해서
주문 청산이 완료되었습니다.
말씀드린 금액과 벤점 당일 부탁드리겠습니다. 자, 수익 청산 사인 드렸습니다. 자, 이어서 바로 18차 진입뷰 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 대기에 올려드리고 바로 이어서 진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다.
A drop there of 0.2%. The Russell 2000 index of small cap shares is holding on to a gain of 0.2%.
자, 이전과 동일하게 매도 진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 매도 진입 사인 드립니다. 진입가
체결되었습니다. 확인 바랍니다.
636.50입니다. 636.50입니다. 진입가 636.50. 자, 매도 진입 사인 드립니다.
A big retreat for West Texas Intermediate crude down 3.1%, 61.48 a barrel, and Bitcoin little change, just above 110,000, up by about 0.1%. Lululemon Athletica now plunging by 18.5% after slashing its outlook due to weakening demand and the Trump administration's tougher trade policy. Broadcom is helping OpenAI design and produce an AI accelerator from 2026. Right now we are looking at Broadcom shares. Also after earnings, they are gaining by 9.6%. Recapping, S&P down 35, a drop of 0.5%. Your 10-year now 4.07%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie. Good to have Charlie Pellet on a Friday. What else do you want around here? You've made it to the threshold of the weekend. Thank you for joining us on the Friday edition of Balance of Power. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. We've got a lot ahead for you, including Nick Wadhams and our panel, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, are with us with a lot of geopolitics to talk about and some pretty dicey developments in the South Caribbean, where we recently blew up what was said to be a drug smuggling boat. That story is developing as well. The story of President Trump's involvement in the New York mayor's race. Check this out. The New York Post just out with this, by the way. Have you seen, can I digress for a moment? Have you seen the New York Post reporter with the big mic flag, the big honker on the end of the microphone, standing right there with the president? They used to be not allowed at the White House. We'd just bring whatever we want in there now. And anyway, Mayor Eric Adams, this will be a big talker next week. Mayor Eric Adams will be in Washington for a White House meeting to discuss his political future. President Trump is considering giving him a job in the administration, as we've told you, to get him out of the race so we can get this to be a one-on-one. The president's been talking about this quite a bit lately, as a matter of fact. He wants a two-way race for New York mayor, and he would like a couple of people to drop out, including the aforementioned Eric Adams and Curtis Sliwa, so we can get this down to a Cuomo-Mamdani race. He even talked about this last night with the high-tech gurus in town. So just file that away. That's going to be a big one when you see Eric Adams walking down the West Wing driveway. Big questions about our relationship with President Xi this morning, if we have one anymore. I don't know what happened last evening here, because this story is not new. We've been talking about it all week, the optics in Beijing. Seeing Vladimir Putin, Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister of India, and Kim Jong-un all joining together with President Xi for the big military parade and the 80th anniversary of, the end of World War II, which they have rewritten a bit when it comes to the history. But Donald Trump out this morning on Truth Social, sort of bizarre, brief post, including an image of these men together. You see Putin, Modi, Xi, and the president wrote, "Looks like we've lost India and Russia to deepest, darkest China. May they have a long and prosperous future together." President Donald J. Trump. Bloomberg surveillance this morning on Bloomberg TV asked Howard Lutnick about this and what exactly the president meant. The Commerce Secretary weighed in. Let's listen.
Before the Russian conflict, the Indians bought less than 2% of their oil from Russia. Less than 2%. And now they're buying 40% of their oil from Russia. What they're doing is, because the oil is sanctioned, it's really, really cheap because the Russians are trying to find people to buy it. And so the Indians have just decided, the heck with it. Let's buy it cheap and make a ton of money. But you know what? That is just plain wrong. It's ridiculous. And they either need to decide which side they want to be on. You know, what's funny is, remember, the Chinese sell. The Chinese, well, we're always willing to talk. The Chinese sell to us. The Indians sell to us. They're not going to be able to sell to each other. We are the consumer of the world. People have to remember, it's our $30 trillion economy that is the consumer of the world. So eventually they all have to come back to the customer, because we all know eventually the customer is always right.
When you are talking with India, Mr. Secretary, I know a lot of companies in the U.S. have shifted manufacturing to India from China, so there's a real interest in this in terms of their costs. How much do you feel like you've lost leverage as a result of the court case that came out fairly recently?
We haven't lost anything with respect to the court case. If you look at the dissent, right, it was 7-4. Read the dissent. The current Chief Justice sided with President Trump. The former Chief Justice sided with President Trump. And the incoming Chief Justice sided with President Trump. And the smartest guy on the bench, which is well known who the smartest guy on the bench is, he sided with Donald Trump. So I think you are going to see the Supreme Court side with Donald Trump. And I don't think we've lost leverage. What we've lost is that India doesn't yet want to open their market, stop buying Russian oil, right? And stop being a part of BRICS, right? They're the vowel between Russia and China. If that's who you want to be, go be it. But either support the dollar, support the
자,
United
여기서
States.
청산 후에 재진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 여기서 청산 후 재진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 수익 청산 사인 드립니다. 자, 5개 학기준약 200만 원 수익 청산 사인 드렸고요.
Trump as well as Modi, and a sense that there isn't really a coming together. In fact, that meeting with Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin and Prime Minister Modi seemed to indicate a coalescing of the BRICS. Do you see anywhere in the next month, 2 months, any type of deal or backing down to a lower rate with India?
I would expect, like you saw it in Canada, right? The Carney got elected with this term
주문 청산이
elbows up,
완료되었습니다.
meaning let's fight with America. They put on retaliatory tariffs. They were all
자, 이어서
bravado.
19차 진입 뷰 대기하면서 이어서 바로 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 19차 사인 바로 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 동일하게 매도 진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 매도 진입 5개야 진입 사인 드립니다.
체결되었습니다.
자,
확인
진입가
바랍니다.
626.50입니다. 자, 626.50 매도 진입 사인 드립니다.
So I think yes, in a month or 2 months, I think India is going to be at the table, and they're going to say they're sorry, and they're going to try to make a deal with Donald Trump, and it will be on Donald Trump's desk how he wants to deal with Modi, and we leave that to him. That's why he's the president.
All right, Howard Lutnick on Bloomberg TV and radio on surveillance earlier today. That's the 5th of September. Remember, that's when he predicted that India would come back and say it's sorry, knowing that this administration doesn't always see a lot of sunlight
실시간 대응 이어나가도록
between
하겠습니다.
economic matters,
자,
trade,
매도 5개야
and matters of
진입가
world peace.
626.50
Which brings
실시간
us back
대응
to this
이어나가도록
truth
하겠습니다.
post. We've lost India and Russia to deepest, darkest China. And Nick Wadhams is with us now, runs our national security coverage here in Washington. Nick, it's great to have you as always. What does he mean by this, if only the economic ties that they're now exercising?
I have been trying to parse that social media post for quite some time this morning. I mean, it's extraordinary because for a long time, the goal of the United States has been essentially to wean India away from Russia and widen fissures that it has with China. There's some tension there. But the president essentially seems to be admitting defeat in that social media post. So the question to me is, what is their strategy now? I mean, Howard Lutnick there, really fascinating comments suggesting that the U.S. is still very much in the game and they want to increase the economic pain on India and have it come back to the table. But, you know, Prime Minister Modi has shown he is not really that interested in playing that game and takes a lot of umbrage at the idea that the U.S. is going to squeeze him and that's just going to lead him scurrying back. So you have the economic issue there, but you also have this much bigger geopolitical issue where India says, listen, we don't want to be pushed around. Right now, all signs are toward India, China, Russia getting much closer together. We just have to see.
That includes military hardware as well as oil?
Well, I mean, India has long been a client of Russia's for military hardware, and in fact, this was a big priority for the Trump administration in the first term, and also the Biden administration, and also the Trump administration in the second term. I mean, early on when he met Modi, there was talk that maybe the U.S. would sell F-35s to India. But that certainly seems to be off the table right now. I mean, so it's very difficult to know what's actually going on here, but suffice to say, this thing is not headed the direction that the president wants it to be going.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it. Nick, while you're here, I want to ask you about what's going on with Venezuela. We talked a couple of days ago about the U.S. blowing up what we called a drug smuggling I won't even use the word ship. It's a boat. It looked like a speedboat that we hit with a drone or a missile. There have been a lot of questions since then. I spoke with Senator Mark Warner last evening about it. Vice Chair of the Intel Committee says he got no heads up. There's no briefing on the Hill. And we saw some, I don't know if I can call it escalation last evening, but 2 armed Venezuelan F-16 fighter jets flew over an American ship stationed in the Caribbean there in what the Pentagon is calling a show of force.
Right.
How risky is this getting?
It's a great question because also some of our competitors are reporting today that the U.S. is going to move 10 F-35 jets to Puerto Rico, which is another element that we're trying to confirm. But I mean,
essentially declared war on Venezuela by way of a cartel. Is that fair to say?
Well, I mean, I think what you're seeing is this is an administration that has 2 cross currents in it. One is Marco Rubio and Trump really do, in a lot of ways, especially Marco Rubio, want Nicolas Maduro out of power. But you have the president saying, you know, we're going to resist foreign entanglements, no new wars. He's the peace president. So the idea of a military attack to push Maduro from power seems like a remote possibility at this point. But you get into one of these situations where the U.S., I mean, it's a little like the India tariff situation, actually, where this administration really wants to flex its muscle, do things that it thinks will have a deterrent effect. The question is whether a wild card like Nicolas Maduro will be, make decisions.
자, 이전 발생 손실분이 크다 보니 현재 진입권 길게 보고 대응이어 나가도록 하겠습니다. 현재 매도 진입 5계약 실시간 대응 중에 있습니다. 진입가 626.50. 매도 진입 실시간 대응 중에 있습니다. 자, 현재 약 5계약 기준 250만원 수익권에 있습니다. 조금 더 지켜보고 청산 및 홀딩 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 조금 더 지켜보도록 하겠습니다.
And boy, we'll bring that to you if it happens, Nick. Thank you so much. Nick Wadhams with a quick trip around the world here from Bloomberg's national security team here in Washington. We're going to stick with this story and talk about a report today in the New York Times that finds U.S. Navy SEALs were on the ground in North Korea in 2019. We're just hearing about it now. That's straight ahead, only on Bloomberg.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks are lower across the board. Jobs Friday. We got a sell-off underway with the Dow, the S&P, Nasdaq all in the red. S&P down 36 right now, 64.65, drop there of 0.6%. Strong evidence that the U.S. labor market is slowing is rippling through markets, driving stocks lower, bonds higher. All about concern that the Fed will now have to rush to prevent further weakness. The Dow down almost 300 points, down 0.6%, while Nasdaq is down 63, drop there of 0.3%. The Russell 2000 index of small cap shares is holding on to a gain of 0.1%. The 10-year 4.07%, with the 2-year right now 3.48%. Gold up $47 the ounce. Spot gold up 1.3%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 2.9%. And Bitcoin up 0.4% at 110,809 on Bitcoin. Alphabet's Google has been fined $3.5 billion by the EU and ordered to stop favoring its own advertising technology services. It is a move that risks further inflaming tensions with President Trump. Shares of Alphabet, they're up 0.9%. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent is criticizing the Federal Reserve for what he calls mission creep and is calling for an independent review of the U.S. Central Bank. Bessent's remarks coming in an op-ed in the Wall Street Journal. Recapping, S&P right now down 31, drop there of 0.5%. Balance of power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here is Joe Matthew.
We thank you, as always. Charlie Pellet, live from New York. We'll have more from Charlie coming up at the top of the hour as we trace the Friday trade here. Yeah, you made it to the end of the week. I hope it is for you, at least. Happy Friday and welcome to Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio, satellite radio. We're on channel 121 at Sirius XM and always on YouTube Live by searching Bloomberg Business News Live. Tensions in the Caribbean, as we were just discussing with Nick Wadhams. Remarkable story that's developing and not getting nearly enough coverage. The idea of 2 armed Venezuelan F-16 fighter jets buzzing the USS Jason Dunham in what the Pentagon describes as a show of force should be a lead story. This is Venezuela we're talking about here, right? DOD, soon to be DOW? You heard about that, right? President today is going to rename Department of Defense the Department of War in an executive order that he's going to be announcing a little bit later on today. DOD, as of now, says the cartel running Venezuela, they put a statement on Twitter. The cartel running Venezuela is strongly advised not to pursue any further effort to obstruct, deter, or interfere with counter-narcotics and counter-terror operations carried out by the U.S. military. This, of course, follows our decision to blow up a boat. It looked kind of like a skiff. There were a couple of guys on it. They're bouncing through the water in the middle of the night in the Caribbean, and we blew it up, said that it was a drug cartel smuggling drugs at high speed to the United States. There are now questions, however, about this decision and whether it was, in fact, a legal move. As the New York Times reports today, the trafficking of an illegal consumer product is not a capital offense, and Congress has not authorized armed conflict against cartels. Marco Rubio, though, says more is coming. He talked about this just yesterday, saying the U.S. will work with other countries to, quote, blow up more drug cartel operations. We've been showing you video of this boat, the thing on fire, then it's gone. I had to ask the vice chair of the Intel Committee about this last evening. Senator Mark Warner joined us on Balance of Power because surely he was briefed on it, and I wanted to know if we had confirmation that this was a cartel boat and that there were drugs on board. Here's what he said.
I cannot, let me be clear. The Maduro government in Venezuela is awful. And clearly we need to do all we can to eradicate the drug cartels. But to take this action, which at least at first blush seems to be counter to the law, if we are not, as congressional oversight, not going to get the ability to do oversight and get the briefings because people are afraid of being called out by Laura Loomer or the administration doesn't want to share information, then we are in a place that's frankly unprecedented. If you got to go through a Laura Loomer litmus test before you do your oversight job, then we got a heap of trouble.
You know, it's something when the vice chair of the Intel Committee is invoking Laura Loomer unsolicited in an interview on Bloomberg. Let's assemble our political panel. I know they have feelings about this. Bloomberg Politics contributors Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis are with us. Hashtag Laurel Loomer litmus test. That's right, Cece. Rick is partner at Stone Court Capital, Republican strategist, and Jeannie, democracy visiting fellow at Harvard Kennedy School's Ash Center, our Democratic analyst. Rick, I don't know if this was legal. Was it the right thing to do for the U.S., and should we be promising more? That's what Marco Rubio says. Knowing that members of the Intel Committee and the Senate haven't even been told about this. What's going on here?
Well, I do think that we have ignored these various threats from our southern border, alive in the Caribbean and South Central America, for too long. And repeatedly, senior members of the Defense Department, combatant commanders from Southern Command, have argued that we've ignored these kinds of threats. We've seen what happens in places like Venezuela when we don't take action early. And Marco Rubio was just in Ecuador, and while he was there, designated 2 more organizations as foreign terrorist organizations. And I do think that's the rationale this administration is using, is that they're not attacking what they perceive as cartels or drug organizations. They feel like they are fighting a war on terror. And that then brings in the Patriot Act and other bodies of law that governs their conduct and what they can and can't do. So we see this repeatedly with this administration, including, by the way, Mexican cartels. And it would not be surprising to me that this is their legal rationale. And we should not underestimate the focus that this administration has on going to war with these terrorist organizations.
Well, that's for sure. It would be more standard procedure, I believe, Jeannie, to board that vessel, though, right? We have the ability to board a vessel, to take people captive, to search the boat and see if what we believe is on board. They just killed everybody. Was it the right thing to do?
Yeah, Joe, you're so backwards looking. That's what we used to do. Stop the boat, board it, see what's on there. Now we just blow it out of the water in international waters. Blow it out of the sky, I should say. So much of this is so wrong in so many ways that you hardly know where to start. But let me say this. These must have been some really bad drug runners if they were going to try to move drugs from Venezuela to the U.S., which is about 1,200 miles, would require about 5 fuel stops. And they were going to do so, Joe, with 11 people on board. What kind of drug runners these are, I've never heard of it. But we don't stop them and get the drugs and figure out who they are. No, we just blow them out of the water. So the strategy here makes no sense. The legality, though, is clear. The president is now decided that he can designate whichever groups he wants as terrorists, and then take whatever action he wants to kill them. Now we have 11 people dead and no evidence, no authorization of the use of force by Congress. This is an act of war against Venezuela that has not been declared. And the Department of Defense is celebrating this enormous show of force we have in the Caribbean. You just look at it, including
night, and on the North Korean boat was dead. The SEALs retreated into the sea without planting the listening device they had gone there to put in place. This is while talks were underway with North Korea. Jeannie, should there be an investigation here? What do we do with this information? Should the Times have published this?
Yeah, Joe, you had me on edge there. I feel like I'm listening to I love crime podcasts, so that's what I feel like I'm listening to while you're going on. It was a really good reading. You know, I do think the Times should obviously check with the government, and they do, to try to get a response. And then I do think they have a duty to publish. And I do think we should have congressional oversight and an investigation into this. It is quite a story to read. And, you know, we've seen this in the past. There can be justifications for these kinds of things, but certainly it all comes back to
자, 현재 진입권 수익 청산 후에 재진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 수익 청산 사인 드립니다. 현재 진입권 수익 청산 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 수익 청산 이후 재진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다.
They are the ones that declare war. They are the ones that authorize the use of military force. And in the case of North Korea, they're the ones that exercise oversight. So there is a role for a very absent Congress.
주문 청산이 완료되었습니다.
We've got about a minute and a half, Rick. I'd love to hear from you on this and whether you think Congress, in this case, Intel Committee, should have been briefed on both of these. What happened in
자,
Venezuela,
이어서
what happened in North Korea
20차
several years ago.
진입뷰
Yeah, look, I
대기
think within reason, communication with
하면서
the
바로
appropriate
사인 드리도록
committees,
하겠습니다.
staff, is part of the dance with the executive branch and the legislature. So absolutely, either before, during,
자,
or
이전과
after,
동일하게 매도 진입 사인 드리도록
those
하겠습니다.
events,
자, 매도
especially
진입
the
5
intensive
개야.
secret
진입
ones like
사인
the one you
드립니다.
described in North
자,
Korea,
진입가
not so secret when you blow a
체결되었습니다.
boat out of the
확인
Caribbean.
바랍니다.
Deserve some kind of
620.00입니다. 자,
conversation. And again,
620.00.
I put the onus a little bit on Congress. I mean, they routinely pass budgets. They routinely confirm individuals.
자, 매도 진입 실시간 대응 이어나가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 매도 진입 실시간 대응 이어나가도록
stop something from
하겠습니다.
happening, get their attention, and work out a deal. There are ways that Congress can work with this administration and previous administrations. This was certainly not this didn't happen in North Korea during this administration, but the reality is it can all be worked out.
Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, great conversation, and they will be back in our second hour of Balance of Power. We're going to bring you a conversation with the chairman of the Ways and Means Committee coming up. Jason Smith will be with us, and more analysis from Jeannie and Rick. So stay with us as we welcome our global television audience. It's ahead on Bloomberg.
Live from Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew.
Job market disappoints again. Welcome to the Friday edition as monthly jobs data show weaker payrolls and the highest unemployment in 4 years, which may be enough to bring President Trump the interest rate cuts he's been pushing for. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Preeti Gupta in Washington. Thanks for being with us here on the Friday edition, indeed. The early side of Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. There may be a celebration about interest rates at the White House coming up here, Preeti, but lower rates not enough to boost stock prices today.
Absolutely. Not just the jobs numbers. This is a flurry of economic data that we've seen the last couple of weeks. The PPI numbers weren't great. The CPI numbers weren't great. The manufacturing, the factory boom, you name it. The data says we're slowing down.
That's true, and I guess you can't have both. If you want to have lower interest rates, this is how you get there, as opposed to urging them on Truth Social. But it's interesting, the messaging that we've been hearing from the White House on this, trying to downplay what is 1 month worth of data, but to your point, it is part of a larger composite. And we're going to talk about that coming up with Anna Wong, the chief U.S. economist at Bloomberg Economics. Also, you see the chairman of the Ways and Means Committee is going to come talk to us this hour as well.
We're going to talk about this shutdown. It's looming, 12 working days for Congress to find a solution.
What could go wrong? Well, we'll find out. Jason Smith will have some things to say about that, of course, in line with the president on fiscal and monetary priorities, and we'll be here to talk about the big, beautiful bill, the implementation of the tax items that were worked out in his committee, and yes, whether or not we're going to shut down at the end of the month. It's all after a look at Wall Street. Charlie Pellet's back with us today. Let's get a read on the markets before we get down to business. Live from New York, Charlie, how's it look?
Right now, a lot of red on the screen, Joe and Preeti. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ 100 index all lower. Interestingly, though, the Russell 2000 index of small cap shares up now by 0.3%. Keeping that all in context, S&P down 28, drop there of 0.4%. Off session lows, the Dow down 227, drop there of 0.5%, while the NASDAQ Composite Index down 0.2%. The 10-year yielding 4.07%, the 2-year 3.48%. Stocks lower, bonds higher on concern the Fed will now have to rush to prevent further weakness. We've got spot gold trading higher by almost $50 the ounce, up 1.4%, $35.96 on the precious metal, while West Texas Intermediate crude is tumbling 2.6%, $61.84 a barrel, and Bitcoin right now up by 0.3%, $110,755 on Bitcoin. Lululemon Athletica shares plunging 18% after earnings. It slashed its outlook due to weakening demand and the Trump administration's tougher trade policies. And Broadcom is helping OpenAI design and produce an artificial intelligence accelerator from 2026, getting into a lucrative sphere dominated by NVIDIA. Right now, Broadcom up 11%, NVIDIA down by 2.9%. Recapping, stocks lower, S&P down 0.5%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. Back we go to Washington as Balance of Power continues. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Preeti Gupta.
All right, Charlie. Great to see Charlie Pellet on the Friday edition, and thanks for joining us here. You made it to the threshold of the weekend, and we've got a lot to talk about on this jobs day with big concerns about the trajectory of the job market following the data that fell short this morning. Only 22,000 on payrolls, unemployment up to 4.3%, and outright losses of jobs in some key sectors, including manufacturing. President Trump was asked last evening as he dined with the titans of high tech at the White House about the veracity of the numbers and whether he would trust what we heard from BLS, knowing a month ago he fired the commissioner after not thinking that the data were correct. In fact, he suggested they were politically rigged. Here's what the president said last evening.
We have a jobs report coming out, the first since the BLS commissioner who you fired won't be there. Can you commit to saying the data will be credible?
The number, I don't know, but the real numbers that I'm talking about are going to be whatever it is, but will be in a year from now. I think you'll see job numbers that are going to be absolutely incredible. You're going to see job numbers like our country has never seen before.
I love Mark Zuckerberg having a side conversation with somebody while the president's talking to the media. The visuals were great last evening, but we want to get to the numbers here before we're joined by Representative Jason Smith, chairman of House Ways and Means. Anna Wong is with us, the chief U.S. economist at Bloomberg Economics. Anna, it's great to see you. So we need to wait a year for the golden age to begin in the job market. What do you make of this?
Well, for example, next week, we finally will get some revisions for last year. So indeed, you have to wait a whole year. But I think that for today's number, there has been a historical tendency for August to undershoot consensus. When you look at where the number print in the first print relative to consensus, since 1999, 70% of the time, the initial print disappoints. And one possible explanation is that people tend to go on vacations in August, and this August the weather was beautiful in the U.S. And so the response rates for surveys tend to be lower as well. And the response rate we saw today is one of the
자, 여기서 끊어가도록 하겠습니다. 자, 수익 청산 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 현재 진입권 수익 청산 사인 드립니다. 수익 청산 후
And traditionally, the median upward revision in the next 2 months would be about 25,000. And the disappointment is usually about 25,000 too. So roughly offsetting by the disappointment. That means that
재진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 수익 청산 사인 드립니다.
60,000, still
자, 매도 진입권 수익 청산 후에 재진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다.
The lack of response rate has been going down
주문
for a
청산이
long
완료되었습니다.
time, and many of these issues are long-standing and not just from one commissioner or another. So if Trump does fire the BLS commissioner, he won't get the upward revisions either.
자, 21차 진입비율 대기 이어서 하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 잠시 시장 상황 분석 후에 진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다.
Well, and the unemployment rate
자, 현재 큰 하락세 이후 박스권 행보를 보여주고 있고요.
The relative labor demand and supply. And what we saw in the unemployment rate is that participation rate increased.
자, 크게
So even though employment in the household survey actually increased over 200,000, the unemployment rate still ticked up. Because in fact, people are coming back into the labor force after dropping out in the past 3 months.
이에 따라 큰 하락세 알 수 있다고 하는데서 자, 매도 진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 다시 한번 매도 진입 사인 드립니다. 자, 매도 진입 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 진입가 614.75입니다. 614.75입니다.
But I think things should be rebounding right now.
Well, that's fascinating because we hear so much about the huge levels of investment that are coming from some of the individuals who were at that dinner table last evening. Hundreds of billions of dollars in data centers alone.
자, 현재 진입권, 목표 수익권까지 천천히 대응 이어가도록 하겠습니다.
AI and the productivity from AI working against that?
So we are indeed estimating that the investment from AI will be continuing on this linear trajectory or even slightly non-linear in the next 2 years. So that helps with GDP growth, right? On the other hand, we are seeing a rising unemployment rate in sectors that are exposed to AI, possibly because employers are not hiring as fast. And this is what we're seeing in the demographics group from age 20 to 24, that their unemployment rate is close to 10% right now. So it's, I think through the reduced hiring, not outright layoff, this is where ultimately through natural attrition and not replacing those workers, you're going to see slow build up, acceleration in productivity.
Wow, really interesting conversation as always with Anna Wong. Thank you, Anna, for your great analysis, and you can find Anna's work on the terminal and, of course, online at Bloomberg.com as we add the voice of Congressman Jason Smith, the Republican chairman of the House Ways and Means Committee, is with us right now, live from Capitol Hill on Bloomberg TV and radio. Mr. Chairman, thank you for joining us. It's great to have you back with us here on Balance of Power. I'd love your take before we get to matters of legislation, just on the jobs print today, what it means for our economy now that the commission of BLS has been fired. Do you believe these numbers are credible?
I believe that I would agree with actually the person before me. I believe the numbers should be a little bit higher than what was released today. But let's look at it just this year. In the first 8 months of the Trump administration, there's been 500,000 new jobs, and those are American jobs. Those aren't government jobs. That's real jobs, and I think it's going to have a huge impact. But as the president said in one of the prior messages that I heard, when you look at a year from now, when the growth aspects take an effect from the passage of the tax bill on July 4th, you're going to see a lot of new jobs.
Chairman Smith, the economist that was speaking before you, Anna Wong, also said, though, that some of the negative prints that have come up in the last couple of months are likely to still be negative. Those revisions still stand. If that weakness persists, is that indicative of the effect of Donald Trump's tariff policy?
I don't believe so. And I think she also said that June was probably going to be the lowest level and then it should only go up from that point on. But just passage of the big, beautiful bill of the small business deduction, the National Federation of Independent Businesses claim that that tax certainty will create 1 million new jobs each year for the next 10 years. That's pretty substantial, and that's just one provision within the tax bill, and that was from the NFIB.
Well, it's interesting that you bring that up, Mr. Chairman, because there's been a lot of writing recently about the branding, the messaging around the bill. The president himself said he doesn't want to call it Big Beautiful Bill anymore. I think the White House is looking more for something like the Working Families Tax Act or the Tax Cut Act. And I'm wondering your thought on that, having just come back from August recess, the messaging and the communication with voters that needs to follow such a massive piece of legislation passing. It's basically an opportunity to educate people on what you just did. Does it need a new brand? Does it need a new look while you take this on the road?
What it needs is for people to know what's in the bill. And that's what we have to do a better job at. We have to show how this is a tax cut for working families, such as no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, increasing the standard deduction, which is what the majority of working class families use, increasing the child tax credit to $2,200, creating the Trump accounts for new children that are born, that $1,000 will be invested for them. These different provisions, whether it's increasing a tax incentive for paid family leave or child care, these are items that need to be discussed rather than just one big broad brush. The bill, as you know, had 103 different tax provisions, which we passed through the House Ways and Means Committee, but it also had border security, it had military spending, it had welfare reform, so it was a variety of things. But just from a tax perspective, of course, these tax cuts, the majority affect working families.
Yeah. Well, I have to ask you not about only what's just been done, but what's coming up next. Mr. Chairman, there's talk of another rescissions package, for instance, because after the last one, we had a lot of Democrats come on the air here to say that they can't trust deals that are made surrounding appropriations in the House, and we may well end up seeing a government shutdown. One more rescissions package, and we shut down, is what I believe Brendan Boyle said, the top Democrat on the Budget Committee. So give us your read on this. You're talking to your colleagues. Are we at risk of shutting down after September 30th?
You know, I really hate to hear that my Democrat colleague says no rescissions at all. That's saying that everything that's appropriated was needed to be spent. I don't think that's the case when you're looking at trillions of dollars. I'm sure you can find some things that aren't being spent and we should rescind it. I am very disheartened what I've been hearing from the other side of the building, from the Senate, from Leader Schumer, from Chuck Schumer, by saying that there's going to be a shutdown. We can pass a funding bill out of the House of Representatives, and we will pass a funding bill. The issue is you have to have 60 votes in the United States Senate. There's only 52 Republicans, so that means at least 8 Democrats are going to have to join in. But if they refuse to join in, there will be a government shutdown.
Chairman Smith, it sounds like you're saying that a continuing resolution may be the only option here. How long could that last if that's the way that it moves forward?
I would expect that there'll be a continuing resolution for at least a couple months because there is clearly no bipartisan agreement on an overall appropriations process. And so a continuing resolution is what you're going to be looking at over the next several weeks. The question is, will the Democrats in the Senate support a continuing resolution? They're saying right now that they won't, but if they don't, they are clearly shutting down government.
Well, it's interesting. We're hearing talk now from the White House, not the first time, of a full year CR, a year-long CR that would bring us all the way to the next fiscal year. Mr. Chairman, does that give you the sweats when you hear that, or could that really happen?
You know, I would really like for us to do our job and to appropriate. Getting tired of CRs, but that requires Republicans and Democrats to work together through this appropriations process, and hopefully people will be able to do that. But it's a huge challenge. It's a huge challenge. I think right now, if you were going to ask me to predict, it's going to be a CR at least for a couple months.
Well, Chairman Smith, you're talking about getting the Democrats on your side. Would you commit to more rescission packages to do that?
Well, the Democrats don't want rescission packages, as what was said earlier. I'm all about making sure you're appropriating money and you're cutting waste, fraud, and abuse, making sure that you're funding the things that should be cutting. So there's times that there needs to be rescissions. There's times that items shouldn't be rescinded. But to say a blanket across the board, no rescissions, that's not how it works up here.
We understand your position on that, Mr. Chairman. I'd love to know where you stand on Obamacare tax credits. We've got a big set of expirations, is the word I'm looking for, coming up at the end of the year. And there are questions about whether you could actually make a deal with Democrats by extending them. There are also concerns, as they call it, the Obamacare cliff at this point, about what it would mean for Republicans if they expired. Should these be renewed?
I think you look at everything when it comes to such a divided Congress is on the table, and there's a lot of negotiations throughout the whole process. I have concerns with the premium tax credits that you're referring to. The fact that if you make $600,000 in Scottsdale, Arizona, you get subsidized for your health care, that's not appropriate. And so those kind of reforms have to be maintained if there's any step moving forward on extending those credits.
Chairman Smith, can you talk to us a little bit about some of the talk we're hearing around a second reconciliation bill come October 1st? Is that a possibility?
Do you know, I've said all along that we needed to have one reconciliation bill, one big, beautiful bill, because if you look at history, there has not been a case in the history of the United States where two partisan reconciliation bills passed in the same year. That's never happened. And with these razor-thin majorities, I think it's going to be very difficult. So I'm glad that we were able to usher through the one big, beautiful bill. We delivered the largest tax cut in U.S. history, the largest investment in border security in U.S. history, the most significant welfare reforms in U.S. history, just to name a few things. The second reconciliation bill, I think it'll be a whole lot more difficult to move through the system.
Well, I can only imagine going through that exercise once again, even though you can. Doesn't mean you should. Jason Smith, it's great to have you back, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for joining us. He chairs the Ways and Means Committee in the Republican-led House, with us live from Capitol Hill here on Bloomberg TV and radio. They're going to head back home, Creedy, and come back next week to some pretty interesting challenges. As you mentioned, what are we down to, a dozen legislative days to figure this all out?
Absolutely. And the clock is ticking. It's still unclear if there's any way out of this.
That's true, as we just proved. I think in another conversation about this whole deal, Democrats and Republicans are going to have to get in a room at some point and figure their way forward here, and they're running out of time. September 30, the end of the fiscal year. Alongside Creedy Gupta, I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. We'll assemble our political panel next. Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis, only here on Bloomberg.
It's 121 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, and the NASDAQ 100 index all in the red. Russell 2000 index of small cap shares, though, higher on this Jobs Friday, up by about 0.2%. Strong evidence that the U.S. labor market is slowing, rippling through markets, driving stocks lower and bonds higher. We've got the 10-year yielding 4.07% with the 2-year right now, 3.48%. Gold is up $49 the ounce, up by 1.4%. Spot gold currently at $35.94. West Texas Intermediate crude now at
자, 현재 진입권 손절 후에 트레이딩 종료하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 금일 트레이딩 여기서 종료하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 손절 사인 드리도록 하겠습니다. 손절 후에 금일 트레이딩 여기서 종료하도록 하겠습니다.
Compensation agreement for CEO Elon Musk, potentially worth around $1 trillion. A massive package without precedent in corporate America. Tesla shares, they're up today by 4%. Rivian Automotive cutting a small portion of its workforce as the electric vehicle maker nears the launch of a more affordable mid-size
자,
SUV
트레이딩
R2.
종료하도록 하겠습니다. 손절 후에 트레이딩 종료하도록 하겠습니다.
So again, recapping here, stocks lower,
주문
S&P down
청산이
28, down
완료되었습니다.
0.4%. We do have the Dow Jones Industrial Average down 0.5. NASDAQ right now by lower by 0.2%. And balance of power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Preeti Gupta and Joe Matthew.
자,
Hey, Charlie, many
금주.
thanks to Charlie Pellet in New York, and that's where we're going to stay, kind of, for this story, because Washington and New York City are colliding again. Doesn't really have to do with Wall Street this time, but in fact the mayor's race. And Donald Trump
금주
is investing
월요일은
himself. We've
시작이었고요.
talked about this a bit
화수
with
화수
reports. It began
목금
as reports this week.
확인하게
That he
되면은
might urge a couple people, a couple of candidates. You've heard of them both, including the sitting mayor of New York, Eric Adams. Convince them to drop out of the race. Curtis Lee with the other, the Republicans, so we can
자,
get this
현재
down
약
to a one-on-one, right?
약
A
900만 원대
two-way race
소유권에 있습니다.
between Cuomo and Mamdani.
자, 차주는 개인 일정으로 인하여 김문철 전문가님의 트레이딩 이루어질 예정이고요. 해당 부분 참고드리겠습니다. 자, 트레이딩 여기서 마무리하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 다들 긴 대응과 수고 많으셨습니다. 자, 현실로 실망과 막으리려 죄송합니다. 트레이딩 마무리하도록 하겠습니다.